members present on the podium, dais, Zoom. Board member Lieberman is joining us just there, and board member Foster will be with us in seconds. Now we have 6 board members here. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your hand over your heart. Repeat it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have numerous timestamp items tonight. We have an item at 5 o'clock. I have 10 minutes before I have to get to that because we have 15-minute leeway. So first we will move to approve the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? As submitted, motion by Maria, seconded by Keith. Lori, do we have a comment on the agenda? I believe we do have a public comment on the agenda. So let's get to that.
Sorry, I haven't gotten that open.
Okay, I think it's
go ahead and call the speaker. I'm sorry.
I just assume it's Nikki Kohlhoff. So Nikki Kohlhoff, well, you have 3 minutes to address the board about the agenda.
You're correct.
Hi, yes, it is me again. I don't need 3 minutes. It's the same comment that I make every meeting that connected to the agenda. There should be a packet of comments submitted on each agenda item, as done with the City Council and Planning Commission, so that the public can see what the public record actually is. You know, it is not just the folks who show up to speak, although there appear to be a lot this evening. A lot of people take a lot of time to give you guys information that you need and to comment because maybe they can't make this meeting, and that is all part of the public record and should be. And the public is entitled to know who commented to you, what their interests are, and on what information you're basing your decision, so that you can't do, for example, what you did 2 meetings ago and say the 47 people you all got to show up to praise demolition of the history building are overwhelming community support. We know that's not true. The public deserves a real public record. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as submitted. I will take a roll call vote. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer? I can't. Jennifer Smith? Thumbs up. Okay. Keith?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Craig, are you with us? I don't think Craig has joined us yet. Do I have Brianna? Is Brianna with us? I saw Estelle. Estelle?
Yes.
Great. And I approve the agenda as well. So the agenda is passed. Approval of minutes. We have 1 set of minutes to approve. I'll ask for a motion in a second. And then if there's any corrections, motion by Maria, second by, is there a second for the minutes? By Jennifer. Are there any comments or corrections? So then I'll ask for a roll call vote to approve the minutes as submitted. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Why am I so blurry?
Yeah, you're very blurry today. Maria?
That just
Yes.
happened.
Richard?
Hmm.
Richard, approval of minutes?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
What about that?
Keith Coleman? Approval of minutes? Okay, yes. Craig?
Yes.
Brianna? Still don't hear Brianna. We have to make her a co-host, I guess. And Estelle?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So that is the approval of the minutes. We have no board commendations or recognitions. We have no study session. We are not going to be able to do communications prior to our 5 o'clock timestamp. So we will do our, actually, is our only student board member here, Estelle? Is Brianna not here?
Brianna was here earlier and I made her a co-host. I don't see her now though.
All right, as it is a school night, I'm going to ask Estelle to do her Malibu High report, which gives her the option of leaving us if she has to. So Estelle, could you give us your Malibu, your student board member report, please?
Yes. Sorry, I'm having some Wi-Fi issues, but okay. So hello and good evening, everyone. ASB applications for next year just came out and the election process has already begun. We have many new freshmen coming in and even a few boys, which is new for us since we have been a class of all girls for a few years. The CJSF applications also just closed for Malibu High students, and sports teams are starting to practice, and a few games are even starting up in these next few weeks. Students also just finished filling out their course requests and schedules for next year and are meeting with the counselors to discuss future classes. ASB also held a Spirit Week where we had multiple like TikTok challenges, organized Spotify playlists for each grade, and had a dare day where students like spun a wheel and it kind of determined their dare for the day. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Estelle. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight. We do not have the ability to take more of the communications reports until after our 5 o'clock timestamp. So after our timestamp, assuming we have time, we will then move on to the communications report. But we also have a 6 o'clock timestamp and a 7 o'clock timestamp. So it's a busy meeting. So Melody, I will go right to you for the timestamp on major action item K. Help me. K9, approval of 2021 second interim budget report. So Melody Kennedy. Melody, you ready to? Okay, just muted, I guess. Can we unmute Melody somehow? Oh, you're
That's my fault. I forgot to make her co-host. I apologize.
All right, Melody.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. I don't know how to do mute by. I did take sign language back in school one time in life. Okay. Can everybody see this? I see a head nodding, so okay. Well, thank you, board members and board president King, Dr. Dradi, fellow cabinet members, and the community. We're here tonight to present the second interim report. I'm going to ask Gerardo Cruz, our Director of Fiscal Services, to jump in at any point in time that he feels that something needs to be said or something needs to be clarified, what have you, as he's very intimate with this particular report, as am I. And I want to also say thank you so much to him and his staff for all the hard work and the extra hours that have been put into this. Our second interim actually shows the district's financial position as of January 31st, 2021. It displays the first interim budget and the second interim budget with the changes that are in between those two particular periods. It includes an analysis of standards and assumptions for financial reporting set by the state. And it analyzes the impact on the multi-year projections of the general fund for the current and the next 2 fiscal years. It includes the ongoing fiscal stabilization plan as required by LACO, and it is certified of one of the 3 conditions, either positive, negative, or qualified. At this point, it is positive. We're going to talk about the general fund, and at this time, it is the general fund unrestricted. And oops, excuse me, I apologize. And with it, I need to kind of move a couple of these. There we go, so I can see too. Like I said, the second interim report actually is looking at the first interim and the second interim and what is those changes. And so you can see the blue arrow that I have down through there. And we'll talk about the details of this, but I'm going to highlight really quickly on those particular dollar amounts. So the total revenue for LCFF actually dropped by, I should say total revenue actually dropped by $878,353. And we'll talk a little bit about that, where that lies and everything in the next slide. On total expenditures, we did decrease total expenditures by $676,849. And we'll go into the details here of what does all that look like and what's causing those decreases. So I'm not really going to go on about the mandated here on the first line. On the second line, you can see the $809,176 decrease in local revenue. That seems like an awful lot of money. And so we wanted to really break that out and be able to kind of showcase or show you what that actually looks like. So 139,000 of that is stale or expired payroll warrants. In other words, real checks out to folks, they didn't cash them. So that's what you're kind of looking at in that area. And then we have $117,000 in near smash first vandalism insurance claims. You have delinquent property tax revenue of $81,000, canceled vendor warrants, $76,000. This is just a whole grouping of different things. We look at Woolsey Fire loss insurance claim settlements. We had the Woolsey Fire damages again. $54,000. Near SNASH, we had a second vandalism insurance claim settlement, and then interest earned. Again, we had still expired vendor warrants, not just employee payroll warrants. And then we had a refund of prepaid risk management services consultant. That's due to the vacancy of the risk manager of Gary Bradbury. We had a refund of $218,000, a refund in 2018-19 of health benefit rebate. And that was of $33,000. Similar Woolsey fire stuff, some more injured claims for restoring room 92 in the Jan's middle school. And then Southern California Edison rebate for overcharge of utilities of $13,000. And then American Fidelity refund of flexible savings account over the contribution. And then there was a $65,832 increase in local general fund contributions to the special education, which decreased the revenue. Then on the expenditure side, there was an increase of certificated hourly and substitute salaries to support distance learning of $325,018. Then there was a decrease in the classified hourly overtime and substitute salaries due to our COVID-19 closures. Another $350,000, almost $351,000 decreases in statutory benefits, the negative $355,000, and an increase in employee health benefits of $5,000. One of the biggest ones, I'm not going to read these line by line because you guys can see them yourself, but one of the biggest things was $1,133,902 for decrease in services and operating costs. You might say, well, what is all that? It's legal costs, independent contractors, your conference travel, those types of things. $492,497 is consultant and other operating, which is listed underneath that. We got $750,000 decrease in people fee lawsuit that we moved from this year, believing that we probably won't have any payouts as of this year by June 30th. So we moved it into the 2021 year, 21-22 year. There's $446,000 decrease in other operational costs, which is maintenance agreements, advertising, membership, interfund transfers, and other. Another $399,000 increase in consultants at site level to support distance learning, which is PSRs, reading, writing projects, and virtual music classes, STAR science, digital programs, and much more than just that. And then we have non-special education increase in legal of $305,000. You had $421,000 utilities, and then $273,161 in interfund transfers, which is a zero net effect against restricted general fund. In other words, you move it from one to another. Yes.
Ms. Melody, I thought it was my computer, but your audio, there's an echo on it. I wonder if you need to do a little quick sound check on it.
I'm not sure what to do. Oops.
Can you be closer to your computer / microphone?
That work?
That's better.
Better.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll lay on top of it. I am in a room that doesn't have a lot of soundproofing stuff on it. So with all of that, you also see a $900,000 increase in interfund transfer to food services. And we can kind of get into that whenever we get to their particular budget. Then for restricted general fund, we have the differences in total revenue of $1,411,859 decrease. And then on total expenditures, we also had a decrease of $104,824. And we'll go a little bit into what that actually entails. So the majority of it, I'm not going to go line by line for you, but the majority of it is $1.5 million, a little over that decrease in projected rental and lease revenues. 1.4 of it is facilities use permit funds from facility rentals. And then on expenditure side, we had a decrease in certificated hourly substitute salaries during the distance learning of $50,887. Another big one was 106,337 decrease in classified hourly overtime and substitute salaries during our distance learning, and then another 182,318 decrease in statutory benefits, with which is a negative 44,000 in employee health benefits. Another big one here as well is $305,778 increase in services and operating costs. Once again, that's in those legal independent contractors, the conference and travel, 255 of it being special education, NPS and NPA contracts, 60,000 repair by vendors on ongoing major maintenance account. And then I think we'll just stop at that because you can pretty much read the rest of those yourselves. I'm going to ask Mr. Cruz to jump in on this particular one, if he doesn't mind.
Sure, no problem. So this particular chart we've showed to you at the prior first interim budget report meeting. And you have previously seen all of the columns at the top that are black text. Those are the ones that were previously adopted by the state and the federal government for COVID relief funds. So this entire chart is showing all the CARES Act funds that was allocated both from the federal and state government. Last we spoke about this chart, I mentioned at the far right, SB 117. You can see that there's also deadlines at the bottom, at the very bottom column for each of these pot of funds. And I mentioned to you that we were able to successfully spend the dollars by the expected deadlines for each column. So I'll recap those again. So the SB 117 was meant to be spent by this June 30th. We've already spent that, which is our portion is 175. That's in the row that says SMMESD plus private school allocation. We also, right next to that, under the learning loss mitigation umbrella, there's one that says GF for general fund. Our allocation is 795. We've spent that and allocated that by the deadline of December 30th. Right next to that is the CR fund. We've spent our 4.1 million also by the December 30th deadline. If you skip the gear 2 column quickly and go to gear, the regular gear for 613, we're allocated all of those expenditures and they're in the process of totally being spent right now. The ESSER funds at the very first column, the black text that says ESSER at the top for 935. We're still spending those COVID relief dollars as well. What's new to you, which you haven't seen before, are the 2 red columns, which are the ESSER 2 column and the Gear 2 column. Those were the newest set of COVID relief funds. And as you can see for ESSER 2, we had an additional $3.75 million allocated to us. And the deadline to spend those is a year is the year 2023. For the Gear 2, the state has received their allocation, but the state, if you see those 2 TBD columns, the state is still working on the distribution formula. And since there's no distribution formula that's completed, they have not yet gave the district an allocation. But the state does has its portion and they'll be informing of us what our allocation is. So this is again all to recap the COVID-19 relief funds or the CARES Act funds from both the federal and state government.
Thank you, Gerardo.
Sure.
So we show this to you each time, but I think it's important that we continue to keep these particular types of slides in here. And this is on revenue projections, and this is the overall revenue. 60% of the revenue is LCFF or state, which is, and then there's the 6% federal revenues, and then we have other state revenues at 3%. We do have our parcel tax 8%, and then 6% city of Santa Monica joint use, and Malibu's is a slight little number there. Then you have a SNAP at 1%, and then you have your Malibu fundraising. Measure Y and GSH is 7%, and then the lease and rentals is 2%, and all other local is 5%. On expenditures, 81% of our salary of our expenditures are going towards, salary and benefits, or 81% of our budget, I should say. And 38% of that is certificated salaries, and classified salaries is at 18%. And then altogether, we have employee benefits at 25%. Jordan, you want to go ahead and take this one?
Sure, no problem. So this is our ending fund balance. A reminder that these are showing several components. One is our ending balance, our reserve for 3%, and so we'll take these piece by piece. So our unrestricted ending fund balance is about 22 million that we have in our reserve. Our current year deficit as of this report is 5.4 million. So if we net those two pieces and we say that we've deficit spent this year by 5.4 million and subtract it from our unrestricted fund balance, we get the 16.7 million. We then are required to outline what that 16.7 million consists of. We are first and foremost required to have a 3% reserve as the state requires. So that 16 million takes off that 5.2 million. We then have to account for our revolving cash and any prepaid expense items that we have for operations throughout the district. And then finally, as of this second interim report, we now do have a deficit spending model for the year 21-22 that we previously did not. So that particular line item in the first interim was not there, but since we adjusted our budget at second interim, as well as the 2 out years, there is now a $1.1 million deficit for the 21-22 year. And so after those three pieces, we then are required to, or it has been our standard practice to account for up to 2 months of general fund operating expenditures. And a reminder that our 2 months of general fund operating expenditures, if you look at the little legend for the caret, is around 26.8 million. So we're very far from that. And as a basic aid district, we really should have that 26.8 million in our reserve in addition to the 3%, and probably another 4 million on top of that to get us around the percentage of around 20, 23%, 25% reserve, which seems to be the standard for basic aid school district. As you can see, the yellow there, our current reserve is at 12.49%, which is a far cry from that 20% or 25% we're hoping for as a basic aid school district. And that changed ever so slightly from the first interim that we showed you in December as of October. As a state, the 18-19 reserve levels for unified districts just like us that are not basic aid is around 17.26%. So that's for a regular unified school district. But like I mentioned previously, as a basic aid district, we really do want that number to be in the 20s. And that's it.
Thank you, Jordan. So this is the LCFF calculator that we continuously look at, and I'm not going to go into great depth like I usually do, and not slide by slide on it, other than just to know that we are still sitting in basic aid, and our number is 14,789,972. How that is configured is they take the base grant of $79 million, take augmentation grants and add those in 2.1,739,000, and then we have supplemental grant. We don't get concentration because of our population of students, but we get supplemental grant, and that is added in with a 3-year average, and then our unduplicated pupil count on a three-year average as well, giving us a 29.07% unduplicated count for $4.7 million in supplemental grants. So that gets added in. Then you take the transportation and TID grant and add those two components in as well to come out with a total LCF entitlement of $88 million. And then we still continue to keep our minimum state aid, our 2012-13 categorical from our 2012-13 categorical programs of 8.5. And then you total that funding less the minimum categorical to come out with a $79.4 million total. And then look at the local revenue, property taxes, and subtract that from the 79.4 to give us 14.789972, which once again shows that we are definitely a basic aid district at this time. So other funds that we will look at I should say, Fund 11, our adult education fund. There was no changes in revenue since the first interim. However, expenditures, there was a slight little change there of $359. Excuse me, I apologize. $3,589 decrease in hourly classified and overtime substitute pay. And then a decrease of $1,300 in statutory benefits, and then an increase in supplies to support distance learning at $4,889. Then for the Child Development Fund, we had a total revenue decrease of $251,712, and then our total expenditures also increased by $673,961. I'm going to actually let Gerardo kind of talk about this one a little bit.
Sure. So this is Fund 12, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So Fund 12, as we know, a lot of these pieces that we have allocated to the Child Development Fund were in support of the learning hubs that we originally established. So these are very high-level descriptions of what the funding changes are, but mostly we're still losing projected revenue both on the state side for the projected enrollment that we're not earning for, as well as any projected fees that we're losing for not opening our child care facilities. And so for these pieces, the learning hubs, which the board previously allocated an additional interfund transfer for of about, I think, 700 and something thousand, that is really to support the in-person learning hubs that we hope to have up and running. So the takeaway from this particular slide is that we're still projecting a loss in state preschool revenue, in addition to the full fee programs. And of course, when revenue for the Child Development Fund, when revenue decreases, we're also making the corresponding expense decreases as well. So that's that one.
Thank you. So now we have the Cafeteria Special Fund. The total revenues decreased by 900,000, almost 901,000. And then our total expenditures decreased by 640,981. As you can see down here in revenues, we had a $516,199 projected, but we had a projected loss in federal meal reimbursement revenue due to COVID-19 closures. Then there was one of the biggies was $1.2 million projected loss in food sales revenue due to COVID-19 disclosures. So we had to give an additional $900,000 for food services interfund transfer from our general fund in order to keep our salaries paid and take care of any other types of expenditures that we had. One of the biggest pieces that happened that kind of corresponded with that is the $920,000 for a decrease in food and costs associated with food supplies. We had a $303,000 reduced revenue offset for food services to interfund transfer. And I think I will leave it at that for now. We can talk about it later if we need to. Deferred maintenance fund, there was no changes from first interim on revenue. However, in expenditures, we did have a decrease of $16,000 for transfer to services and other operating costs, and $194,368 for high school pool servicing and the Vernon Hall repairs and abatement at Lincoln. Then this is actually on Measure BB, ES, SMS, and Measure M, which is all series. And so it's all of everything kind of packed up together. But it is budgeted by sub-fund in the measures and series in our second interim board item attachment. So greater detail is there if you really want to be able to see that. But you can see that we had a decrease in fund by $18,540,500 since first interim. And then capital facilities fund, there was no changes in that area at this time. And special reserve fund for capital outlay, looking at the same thing here, no change. The bond interest and redemption fund, but fund 51, no changes here as well. And then our retiree benefit fund for OPEB, and we have no changes here since first interim.
Melody, I did want to speak to, just, you don't have to go back, but Fund 25, we mentioned that there were still no changes. Just a reminder to the board that that is our developer fee fund, where any development that happens within our cities, they pay us for those, and that's how we get the revenue. Just as a heads up that this revenue, this particular fund, we're choosing to not make adjustments at the second interim. We are probably not even half, we're actually a little, probably half, we've collected about half of the revenue that you see there on the first interim, 1.7 million. But we know from past experience that development usually happens in the spring months, between, or the last 6 months of the school year, rather January through June. So we're choosing not to make that adjustments now, but when we bring back third revision to you, it's just a heads up that you may see a larger adjustment than normal, because we're kind of holding out for third budget revision in the event that the development does happen during the spring. Just so you're not super shocked when we make the larger adjustment at the third revision.
Thank you. So the district's financial position over the current and the next 2 fiscal years, that's what we're going to look at here on the multi-year projections. And then state revenue cost of living increases over the next 3 years is 0%. And that's what we actually have built in there because that's what we know at the moment. That might change, we don't know for sure. LCFF gap is fully funded at 100%, and then our student enrollment declining each year at 9,263 as of February the 23rd, 2021 for the 2021 year. We have local revenue from parcel taxes, which is your property-wide, GSH, your city of Malibu, Santa Monica joint uses, Santa Monica Education Foundation, the Malibu fundraising, your leases, your rentals, and other local income. As you can see, for the 2021 year, that additional dollars is 40.5 million. For 2021, 22 is 42.2 and 44.6 for the 22-23 year. Our employee health and welfare increases of 5%, and we have a step and column increase of 1.5 for each year in our multi-year. We do have our 3% reserve for economic uncertainties as required by the state. And then we have reserves for future deficit spending offset by the budget reductions in the form of fiscal stabilization plan. And then we have a reserve for up to 2 months, which Jonathan went over that with us a little while ago on the general fund expenditures. And then we have a projected property tax increase of 5% per year. And we'll see that here in a moment. This does not include a potential salary schedule change as a result of negotiations with SMCTA or SEIU or SMASA. So this is our multi-year revenue projections for 21-22, 22-23. I'm not going to concentrate anything on these particular columns as we just kind of went over all that information, but this is really to kind of draw your attention to column 5 and column G where the arrows are at here. The property taxes, we said we have an increase in there of 5% per year. That's kind of common what we've done year after year after year. Based on historical data. So as you can see, it's upticking slightly from second interim to the new projected year for 21-22, and then it upticks another 5% at $102.3 million for the 22-23, which causes the total LCF funding to also have a slight increase year after year. Then for our multi-year total revenue projections for the 21-22 year, what I did is I went in and highlighted because nothing really changed in these particular areas. We're staying pretty constant when you look at other federal and lottery and mandated block grants. So all of that is pretty much the same as what we've actually looked at. But line item 13, 14, and 15 did have some changes in it here and there. And if you look from the 2021 year to 21-22, you can see there's a slight increase to that. We've been working with the I'm sorry, that's on measure R, and just a portion of that is just in increases that we're anticipating. I apologize, I kind of got ahead of myself here. Line 14 is measure Y and GSH, City of Santa Monica. And as you can see, we have $12.5 million in projected revenue in the second interim. However, as you go over to 21-22, in working with the City of Santa Monica, and our Financial Oversight Committee has been working with them as well, we've actually confirmed that they believe there's going to be a slight uptick on that particular piece. I believe about a 14% uptick from this particular fiscal year into the next fiscal year. And I think a good portion of that has to do with the fact that vaccines are out. COVID is hopefully kind of starting to tuck itself away and go away. And so you can see the increase year after year that they're actually projecting. So we try to stay as true as possible to stay with their particular numbers. Kind of the same thing happens with joint use agreement. We talked about that at the beginning, where we're losing revenues there. However, we know that COVID is changing and hopefully going away. Therefore, we think that there will be a slight uptick there. So we went ahead and budgeted those within. Everything stayed constant on line 16, 17, but City of Santa Monica Ed Foundation, they're having a harder time doing fundraising for the next fiscal year because everything's in the rears. So that would be for what they're fundraising now would be for 21-22. It went from usually a little over $2 million down to $1.8 million. And we just think that that's going to be an anomaly. It's going to hopefully just be within that particular year. And then we went ahead and budgeted the third year out with a $2 million, which is what we normally do. I'm not going to get into all of these other pieces because everything pretty much stayed the same on Malibu fundraising, the lease and rentals, the interest earned, and then revenue associated with our trans and what have you. So all of that's pretty much the same. We do have for line 36 our local general fund contribution. We are increasing that ever so slightly, about close to $1 million per year, as you can see, from $30.3 million to 31.7, and then in the third year, 32.3 million, giving us increases in our total revenues, which are actually upticking year after year. As far as expenditures go, I think I might actually let Gerardo talk about this and let him highlight a few things that he is seeing here.
Sure. We'll concentrate on three larger areas. So the ones are the salaries and benefits, which are certificated and classified salaries. For those 2 out years with those blue arrows, columns F and G, those currently have built in the regular step and column increases that all the staff have. Correspondingly with line 31, their benefits, those benefit pieces include both statutory benefits as well as health benefits. For that health benefits piece, if we draw our eye to line 35, where we talk about health and welfare benefits, that's the medical, dental, and vision that we have. As our prior slide showed, those are normally budgeted at a 5% increase year over year. The point to that is that our salary for certificated and classified, as well as the associated benefits, are expected to increase as they normally do by the standard step and column increases, in addition to the possible 5% health benefit piece. If you draw your eye to line 40, For textbooks and supplies, right now you see that there is around 1.4 in the second interim. A reminder that a lot of our supply costs are coming from the restricted general fund for all of those COVID Act dollars that we went over previously. So that's why you see a lot lower amount of 1.4. But as we go to the 2 out years, remember we saw that chart that had the deadline to expend all of those pots of money. Those restricted pots of money will go away. The general fund will have to then revert back to the normal, quote unquote, normal spending for those supply costs. So that's why the increase there. If you look at line 41 for other operational costs, which is a roll up of line 41 through 56, that's increasing ever so well slightly in 21, 22, and the majority of that is in our utilities as we expect us returning to full operation. So you can see that utilities line in line 46 is moving from 2.7 for this year, and we're anticipating it to ramp back up to 3.2. Another one of those lines is the pupil fees lawsuit that Melody mentioned earlier, line 54. So we received guidance that is highly unlikely that the payout, any payout of those will occur between now and June 30th. And so it was prudent for us to move that particular expenditure over to the 21-22 year. If you then go down to that highlighted line, line 64, remember that we are required to have a fiscal stabilization plan for the, as required by our county office, Los Angeles County Office of Education, where we're saying that we will reduce spending by 3.9 million in the year 21-22, as well as 3.5 million in the year 22-23. And you're probably thinking, okay, well, earlier you told us that we had a deficit still. So if you look at total expenditures line 71, you can see that our expenditures are similar at second interim of this year in column D, and they're similar to column F for the next year. The only reason that is because we have those reductions built in our fiscal stabilization plan. And as well as the 22-23 year. If you go one more slide so we can see the ending fund balances. So even with that reduction that we have of 3.5 and the 3.9 in the prior year, we're still anticipating a deficit model for the year 21-22. So I wouldn't say that the budget is on the upswing, because we still have lots of work to do as far as making reductions so that our revenue will equal our expenditures. For that last year out, we are indeed anticipating a surplus, but again, the caveat to that is that surplus will only be viable if we do indeed proceed with a $3.5 million budget reduction as highlighted there in line 64 of expenditures for the year 22-23. So that's, we've already covered the components of the ending fund balance for line 73 through 79 for the current year, but you can see what those are for the next 2 years in column F and G for 21-22, as well as 22-23. A reminder that we have line 79, our reserve for up to 2 months, and this is the test. How much should that be if we're doing good? It should be around 26.8 million, and we can see that it's only about 10 million. So again, lots of work to do as far as building our reserve, reducing expenditures so that they hopefully equals revenue.
Thank you. So we also kind of talked about the statewide average already. And as you can see here, we've got Santa Monica, Malibu Unified School District reserve as of 2018-19 actuals at a change from prior year, a negative 7.85%. And I don't know, is there something else you want to talk about on this particular one?
No, it's just, this is the latest data we have for 18-19 for statewide averages. So we're just comparing the statewide average to our average as of the 18-19 year. So that's what that's showing. And we already covered the 12.49% which is our reserve as of the second interim.
Got it. So we are going for a positive certification for our second interim report. And the district will be able to meet its obligations in the current and the next 2 fiscal years. And we're looking for our next steps to be to receive board direction on the district budget recommendations and then the board approval of the 2021 second interim. And on March 17th, we will be having our final audit report for the 2019-20 year. And with that, we are done, and I'll stop sharing so that you can see. There we go.
Thanks so much, Melody, and thank you, Gerardo. I know we have 2 public comments before there is any board discussion and a vote to accept or reject this plan. Are there any clarifying questions from board members? Okay, seeing none, we will go to our 2 public comments and then we will come back for discussion. Lori, can you introduce our speakers? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep.
We
track
have 2.
of
I'll
my
preview it.
phone.
It's Nikki Kohlhoff and
We have
Mark
2
Verville.
speakers, yes, Nikki Kohlhoff and Mark Verville. I see Nikki, so. Sarah, can you unmute her? There you go. You're unmuted.
Okay. Well, first, I hope that everybody's watching notices that there were no clarifying questions from the entire school board on a budget that is in a fiscal stabilization plan. But I have some questions, so maybe the board can ask them for me to staff when I'm done. I'm wondering how action can be taken on the SACS portion, which is the actual submission to the county, because that didn't post till yesterday. That would be a Brown Act violation to take action on something not posted. Second, we're deficit spending here still and needing to build reserves that are abysmally low. So I'm going to come back to new programs. How can you justify career academies and building a $70 million building? Yes, that's capital, but there's a program that's going in it and you never even asked what it cost. We're supposed to be cutting costs, not putting in new expensive programs. Third, we have declining enrollment of 11%. It's bad in that people are losing confidence in the district, but what it does accomplish is lower class size. And I would like somebody to ask for assurances that we are not going to lay off teachers in order to increase class sizes to the legal maximum, which none of our community wants. There are layoffs at the end of the meeting. If folks stick around for that, they're of the junior folks who get let go every year, but we need to know if those are permanent or not. So those are eight teachers, not the certificated tenured ones yet. The reserve is really low, really low. So I don't see how we can get a positive statement to the county with being 18 million short in reserve. Also, developer fees. This is what I wrote to you last May after all the teacher layoffs, that I asked about looking at development fees again, because those haven't been reassessed with a Nexus study from the city since 2006. They weren't reassessed when you guys didn't comment on the downtown EIR, which added students to the district. One of the board members commented that it wasn't necessary to reassess because additional development is unlikely. That is an absurd and out of touch comment in Santa Monica with a upzoning binge since 2015. The California state pushing coastal development. Santa Monica has been assigned 9,000 units in the next 8 years. Not reassessing development fees is leaving money on the table. It's really irresponsible that you all haven't done that yet. It's been suggested for years by the public. Maybe it's because we have too many people on the board with developer interests. And then 5, we asked for other local revenue from the FOC, and it was presented at sort of a high level, and the granular data is not provided to the community. And we really need access to all granular level data in this budget, not just the summaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Verville.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, good evening. In reviewing the second interim unrestricted general fund budget, I noted that it has a deficit of 5.5 million, as has been noted in the presentation. While it's an improvement over the adopted budget's 7.2 million deficit, The second interim deficit is still apparently includes an $8 million in cost savings pursuant to the financial stabilization plan approved by the LA County Department of Education. An updated FSP is scheduled to be submitted to LA County on March 17th, but it's unclear if it will be materially different than the first interim FSP. While there may be receipts of additional one-time revenues from the Federal CARES Act and the American Recovery Plan to eliminate this year's budgeted operating deficit, which I'm not quite sure of yet, but the structural deficit remains and is noted by the LA County Department of Education. The following two projected budget years of FY22 and 23 have financial stabilization plan reductions of almost 9 million and 6.5 million respectively, of which about 45% are indicated as expenditure postponements. In addition, the projected budgets for those years appear to have additional unallocated placeholder savings of 4 million and 3.6 million respectively. Further complicating the district's financial picture is the growth in the employment-related long-term liabilities, including unfunded pension and other post-employment benefit and compensated absence liabilities. These have grown 15.6% per year since 2015 and totaled a reported 229 million at June 30, 2020. The actual liability at June 30 is higher as it is reported 1 year in arrears. It's not clear how these are going to be managed. While there is not a direct link between bond costs to taxpayers, interest and expense, and the efficiency of capital project spending, there is a direct link between bond costs and the district's operational financial management of the unrestricted general fund, which is the core operating financial vehicle for the district. Factors noted by Moody's that could lead to credit downgrades include deficit spending and use of reserves. And of course, a credit downgrade increases bond interest rates. I'm concerned that the district's focus on the building agenda and the related $560 million in progress facilities projects, with more on the way, add to the district's financial management challenges. The total facilities improvement plan expenditures, including recently completed projects, totals 916 million, or about 100,000 per enrolled student. These operational financial issues, if not satisfactorily resolved, will impact district funding requirements, bond ratings, and ultimately costs to the residents. Realistic plans and demonstrated progress are required to be shared with the community in an accessible manner to ensure trust across all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all our speakers on this item.
And again, out of respect for the time that we have and the lack of and another timestamp, I can't go back and refute the litany of falsehoods that was shared in some of those comments. I will just say the implication that board members do not do their homework is insulting. This is a 30-hour-a-week volunteer job. We have all sat through budget presentations. We have talked with Melody and Gerardo at length about this, which is why clarifying questions are asked before board meetings. Second, this is the second time that speaker has made incorrect comments about our bond rating and Moody's. I am happy to talk with him offline, but we have a very strong bond rating. We have saved our taxpayers $22 million over the past year by refinancing. And it's like, public comment, you can say what you want, but let's try to at least speak factually. Comments on the presentation from board members. Do we have any? Yes, Jennifer.
Can I, and I'm sorry if this was a clarifying question. We did have word that the state might help us with the food services deficit that we encountered. Do we think that will, do we have any update on that?
Sure, I can speak to that. So just a reminder, again, as a whole, Melody covered the food service scenario. A reminder that the food service department generates their revenue by the meals that they serve. And so when they serve meals, they're reimbursed by the federal and state government. Because we're in closure, that revenue is not coming in at the rate as it did previously. And so with revenue essentially stopping, we've kept all the expenditures associated with that fund for food services, because remember, we are still doing community feeding during the pandemic. And so it is correct that the federal government did already give us a portion of that, what it costs to do the community feeding. So unfortunately, that amount was only around $60,000 because they're only reimbursing us the cost of what we give out. They're not reimbursing the cost of any staff on board or any of other food costs that are not related to the community feeding. So unfortunately, we doled out around $60,000 of food product. And then in the same way, the CARES Act federal portion did give us those funds back in the form of reimbursement.
So Gerardo, that 60,000 is the FEMA allotment that our state senators told us about when we met with them to discuss this item.
That is
It doesn't include the salaries and benefits of the employees that we continue to keep.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions on this item? If there are none, I will ask for if there's a motion to accept this second interim. There's a motion by Richard, seconded by Craig. Are there any further comments or questions? And I'll do a roll call vote to accept this second interim. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Keith? It's a thumbs up. Maria? It's a thumbs up. Richard?
Yes.
Is Brianna, are you still with us? I don't hear her. Estelle, are you still with us? I don't hear her either. I'm a yes, so the second interim is passed 7-0. In the brief amount of time we have before our 6 o'clock timestamp, even though it is 6 o'clock right now, I will ask, Sarah, is Brianna here? I would love to get her SAMO report if she's with us.
Let's take a look and see if she's still on. She was on earlier.
I don't see her now.
I don't see her now, but oh, wait, hold on. I see her.
President Keene, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Just in relation to the food service item, you will later take action on an item allowing us to proceed with the $900,000 interfund transfer that we've just covered in the presentation. So just for the board member context, LACO requires a separate action for us to do that. So when you come to that item later, we will have already covered it in the presentation.
Thank you, Gerard. I appreciate that ahead of time.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I appreciate it. Sarah, did you find Brianna?
I found her and then she disappeared.
Oh.
She might be having she was having connectivity issues last time, so maybe again.
Okay. If that's the case, then we're going to go to our 6 o'clock timestamp because I don't have time to get through. I don't think I have time to get through communications in the time that it would take before in that time frame. So we will go to our 6 o'clock timestamp then, which is item N1 DLAC report. Dr. Rossi or Dr. Moore, who will be introducing?
I will be, President Keene. I also wanted to remind everyone that our presentation is going to be bilingual. So if your language of preference is English, please choose English. Quiero recordarles a todos que esta presentación va a ser bilingüe, así que si su idioma de preferencia es español, por favor, escojan español. Thank you. Good afternoon, President Keene, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Bendrati, and members of Executive Cabinet. I am Dr. Frida Rossi, and I serve as the Family Engagement Coordinator for our district. In this capacity, I've had the great honor and privilege to work with ELAC and DLAC parents for the past 3 years. Our DLAC officers have requested this opportunity to present to the board. I want to share my screen. Okay. And with me today are DLAC President Laura Hernandez, Vice President Daisy Vega, and Secretary Alicia Miñano. So I will hand it over to Laura Hernandez to start. Thank you. I can't hear you, Sarah.
Sorry, I was muted. I apologize. Can you say that again?
Laura Hernandez.
Yes. Laura Hernandez.
And then Daisy Vega. And Alicia Miñano.
Alicia is, okay, so all three should be able to unmute themselves.
Okay, thank you. Laura?
Sí, muchas gracias, Frida. Buenas noches, presidente King, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente Dr. Drati y miembros del gabinete ejecutivo. Gracias por darnos esta oportunidad de dirigirnos a ustedes como miembros de DILAC. Mi nombre es Laura Hernández, soy presidenta de DILAC y madre de 2 niños de educación especial y aprendices de inglés. Conmigo hoy está Daisy Vega, vicepresidenta de DILAC, y Alicia Miñano, secretaria de DILAC. En esta diapositiva comparto el propósito de nuestro comité que se encuentra en los estatutos de DILAC. De parte de este comité, hemos identificado áreas de crecimiento basados en el propósito de DILAC. A continuación, le paso la palabra a Alicia.
Can I interrupt real quick? I'm not hearing the Spanish translation. I'm not sure if that's me or.
Yes, I was.
You all need to
Not just
choose,
you.
you all need to choose English.
We
We
did.
did, and
it's
it's not
It's not
happening.
working.
Yes. I can
Yes.
hear you now.
So should we
Okay.
start again?
Yes,
Start again.
please.
Yeah, thank you.
Laura, okay, so.
Claro que sí, no hay problema. Gracias. Buenas noches, presidente King, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente Dr. Drati y miembros del gabinete ejecutivo. Gracias por darnos esta oportunidad de dirigirnos a usted como miembros de DILAC. Mi nombre es Laura Hernández y soy madre de 2 niños de aprendices de inglés y educación especial. Conmigo hoy está Daisy Vega, vicepresidenta de DILAC, y Alicia Mignano, secretaria de DILAC. En esta diapositiva comparto el propósito de nuestro comité que se encuentra en los estatutos de DILAC. De parte de este comité, hemos identificado áreas de crecimiento basado en el propósito de DILAC. Le cedo la palabra a Alicia.
Good evening, Board President King and members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Drati, and members of the Executive Cabinet. My name is Alicia Miñano, and I am the mother of a kindergarten student at Grant Elementary School and DLAC Secretary. The first area of growth that we have identified is evaluation of EL programs. We request an in-depth needs assessment of English learner programs across the district to inform the development of these programs and supports at all levels in the district. We request a report of the findings of the needs assessment to ensure the development of program implementation systems, including intensive programs during the school year and summer school for all English learners. We ask for a report of all funds for English learners in their entirety, and to inform DLAC of the use of those funds and the effectiveness of the programs funded. The next area, Laura will be sharing the next slide.
Muchas gracias, Alicia. La tercera área de crecimiento es el desarrollo de un sistema de monitoreo de rendimiento para aprendices de inglés. Pedimos la inclusión de un reporte de progreso del desarrollo de inglés como parte de las libretas de calificaciones para todos los aprendices de inglés. Pedimos establecer un sistema de monitoreo que incluya rol del personal, uso de protocolos y asesoramiento de aprendices de inglés para asegurar la reclasificación antes de entrar al nivel de secundaria. Pedimos que el plan de aprendiz de inglés se comunique a los padres o tutores y que se les informe del personal responsable por ejecutar el plan. Le cedo la palabra a Alicia.
The next area of growth that we've identified is the development of the family engagement policy as part of the SPSA. We ask that principals follow the process required by law in the development of the school plan during school site council meetings and English learner advisory committees, including bylaws. we ask for the implementation of a family involvement policy in the SPSAs to ensure that all schools develop a parent engagement plan to ensure that sites provide resources and workshops for the success of English learners in schools. We ask that all schools have ELACs as required by law and be constituted according to the bylaws. The next, Daisy, our Vice President, will be sharing the next slide.
Gracias, Alicia. Buenas noches, Presidente Ken, miembros de la mesa directiva, Superintendente, Dr. Drati, y miembros y gabinetes de ejecutivo. Soy Daisy Vega, madre de 3 hijos en las escuelas James y Roger. Soy la vicepresidenta de DILAC. La próxima área de crecimiento hemos identificado y tienen que ver con diversidad, equidad, inclusión para asegurar justicia social. Emplear un personal diverso que se refleja la demografía de los estudiantes para asegurar la integración de sensibilidad cultural hacia padres, tutores, familias y aprendices de inglés y de color. Llevar a cabo por medio de una encuesta la perspectiva de los estudiantes y familias de aprendices de inglés y de color acerca de sus experiencias con el racismo y discriminación basada en el lenguaje. Emplear interpretación, traducción, para asegurar el acceso lingüístico durante juntas con personal al nivel de escuelas y al nivel de distrito. No siempre están disponibles las enlaces comunitarios. Gracias. Alicia. Oh, perdón, Laura. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Daisy. La próxima área de crecimiento es de programas de educación especial para aprendices de inglés. Tenemos las siguientes recomendaciones. Asegurar la justicia lingüística por medio de la traducción de planes individuales educativos en el idioma del padre o tutor antes y durante la junta. Emplear a intérpretes capacitados para asegurar acceso lingüístico durante juntas de IEP que están capacitados con el programa de educación especial. No siempre están disponibles las enlaces comunitarias bilingües. Asegurar la implementación de un plan de reclasificación para aprendices de inglés con IEP, ya que hoy en día no existe uno. Asegurar inclusión de estudiantes de educación especial en todas las actividades escolares, por ejemplo, excursiones y asambleas. Entrenamientos del personal en torno a temas de justicia social, justicia restaurativa y justicia lingüística para asegurar la inclusión de todos los grupos de estudiantes. Le paso la palabra a Daisy.
Sorry, lo siento. La representante de DILAC en Malibu Middle School ha identificado los siguientes puntos. El programa de música en lo actual no es disponible para aprendices de inglés cuando entran al nivel de secundaria. El programa de deportes en la ciudad no es accesible para estudiantes de bajos recursos en Malibu. Y esto crea exclusión para los estudiantes que son de bajos recursos y a la vez identificados como aprendices de inglés. Se pide una evaluación de programas para aprendices de inglés en Malibu para identificar áreas de mejoramiento. Gracias. Alicia.
The next area of growth is related to staff and communication. We have the following recommendations. We request a communication plan for parents of English learners to ensure that they are informed about the programs and the staff responsible for monitoring the programs. We recommend we keep our bilingual community liaisons in the schools to continue supporting Spanish-speaking parents. We recommend that we keep the family engagement coordinator position to continue to receive support with ELAC and DLAC related trainings that assist parents, guardians to better understand the education system and improve engagement. We also request that we hire a bilingual coordinator or director at the district level who specifically serves to lead and oversee the programs for all English learners. And additionally, we would like to see bilingual school principals, Spanish, English, to ensure cultural sensitivity and promote relationships between principals and parents of Spanish-speaking families. Laura, our president, will be sharing the next slide.
Gracias, Alicia. Por último, estos puntos se han presentado anteriormente por igual a la mesa directiva y al personal del distrito durante las juntas de DILAC, sin respuesta y sin seguimiento. Pedimos que el distrito responda a nuestros pedidos por escrito. Debe haber un sistema de responsabilidad de parte del distrito. Pedimos que el personal sobre los programas de aprendices de inglés se involucre en todas las reuniones de DILAC. Se pide el desarrollo y presentación de talleres específicamente para padres de aprendices de inglés de los programas EL. Este es el tercer año de esta petición. Gracias a la mesa directiva por esta oportunidad de brindar nuestras recomendaciones. A la señora María León Vázquez por su continuo apoyo como enlace de la mesa de DILAC. A Dr. Ratti por aprobar la capacitación que nos sirvió para involucrarnos en este proceso. A Dr. Mora por presentar el informe que pedimos de DILAC. Disculpe. Queremos agradecer a Frida por su apoyo y sobre todo a los padres por el apoyo e iniciativa de hacer cambios que beneficiarán a nuestros hijos. Agradecemos la representación de ILAC y DILAC por su tiempo y dedicación en estos comités.
I'm so sorry. I see that Josie Fajardo, the representative from Malibu, is here, and I know that we were allotted 45 minutes. I would like to request from the board that she be allowed to speak about the Malibu English learner parents, if she's here and she didn't quite know how to fill out the form to do public comment.
No, I see that some of you are signed up in public comments, but you really intended to be part of the report, right?
What I'm asking for is for Josie Fajardo.
Josie hadn't signed up, but I see, for instance, I know Daisy is signed up, but really that was so Daisy could speak, and there's some others too, I think. Of course, I feel like she's part of the report.
Could you repeat the name? I apologize.
Her name is Josie Fajardo, and she's a representative of Malibu. Yes. Please, thank you.
Yeah, Josie should be able to unmute herself and start her video now.
And then Mrs. McNano, I think what Mr. Lieber was asking is if you have other people that you want to be a part of the presentation, then just include them as a part of the presentation.
No, Dr. Draghi, it was only our president, vice president, and our secretary. They're finished with their presentation.
Okay.
Josie's trying, our Malibu Middle School DLAC rep was trying to fill out the request for public comment, but wasn't able to. So
okay.
DLAC Secretary Mignano is asking if she could speak. So
right. So she's going to speak as a public comment, correct, Dr. Rossi?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So before we get to public comment, I'm just going to respectfully ask if there's anything clarifying that anybody needs to ask of the report. And if there's nothing clarifying, we'll then go to public comment and then come back for discussion. So Dr. Moore, is there anything you would like to add at this point, or you'd like to wait until? Okay, so let's go to public comment, and we'll include the representative from Malibu who did not sign up. Thank you.
Why don't we go, Sarah, if you found Josie first, let's hear from her first. And then we have 3 more: Diana Maruri, Nancy Orozco, and Luisa Guzman.
I saw Josie. She was just here.
Oh, and I do have Josie. I don't make.
Oh, I just put her name in.
Okay.
Oh, here she is. Okay, here we are. Josie should be able to unmute. Oh. Can you unmute?
Josie, tienes que prender tu micrófono.
Clicked on it so she can unmute.
Josie, tienes que prender ya. Okay.
Ya, ok. Sí, hola, buenas tardes a todos. No puedo decir nombre por nombre porque entré un poquito tarde a la junta. Muchísimas gracias por tomarme en cuenta. Sí, estamos un poquito, soy Josie Fajardo. Tengo un niño en middle school en el 6º grado. Y soy representante de ILAC. Y he escuchado a los padres de que están pidiendo ayuda con lo que es música, apoyo con lo que es también programas para bilingües que ayuden a los maestros y a los niños, que vienen niños que no hablan inglés y están necesitando, tanto las maestras como los niños están pidiendo ese apoyo para que los niños puedan avanzar, porque si entran y no hablan inglés, están necesitando muchísima ayuda. Y lo que queremos es a personas bilingües que vengan a ayudar a los niños y a los maestros, tanto como en música también, y que apoyen en programas como a los niños y maestros en lo que es bullying. Es muy importante tanto para los padres como para los alumnos y como para maestros que ayuden en estos programas. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Sarah, have you found any of the other 3, Diana Maruri, Nancy Orozco, and Luisa Guzman?
Buenas noches a todo el Consejo Escolar. Gracias por la presentación que dieron las personas de DILAC que nos representan. Mi nombre es Diana Maruri y soy la presidenta de ILAC de la escuela John Muir. Yo tengo 2 niños, un niño de 10 años que está en 4º grado de educación especial y tengo otro niño que tiene 7 años y está en 2º grado en la escuela John Muir. En este momento, como presidenta de ILAC, les solicito que realicen ustedes auditorías, primeramente a la escuela John Muir, por cosas que están sucediendo. En este momento, como padres, necesitamos el soporte del consejo escolar y que intervenga en la escuela John Muir. Estoy muy preocupada por lo que está pasando en este momento en la escuela. Como presidenta de John Muir, miré hace 2 semanas un documento que es el plan de CEPSA del 18 de noviembre del 2020 con una firma que no es la mía. Yo no he firmado ningún documento electrónicamente. Como presidenta de ILAC y en representación de los padres de ILAC de la escuela John Muir, necesitamos que nos den una respuesta por escrito. Este no es un tema personal porque yo no me elegí. Yo estoy representando a los padres de la escuela John Muir, como lo dice la ley, para poder nosotros como padres poder dar recomendaciones al consejo escolar. Y en este momento de preocupación, nosotros queremos que aparte de lo que me está sucediendo a mí en este momento, también se pueda revisar otros documentos donde los diferentes comités que existen en cada escuela sean revisados por el consejo escolar. Con lo que me está sucediendo en este momento, se puede mirar que hay los procesos del distrito que no están siendo auditados ni revisados. Ustedes como consejo escolar están aprobando cosas y uno de los planes tan importantes, que es un CEPSA, que está apoyando a las estrategias de la escuela en los niños, no están siendo validados. Ustedes están confiando en lo que los presidentes, directores de las escuelas les están diciendo, pero están jugando con nuestra responsabilidad de padre y compromiso que estamos dando a las escuelas. Nuestro tiempo es para poder apoyar a nuestros hijos y sobre todo en este momento como aprendices de inglés. Les hago un llamado de ayuda a todos los padres que estamos en los diferentes comités de las escuelas para que se revise lo que está sucediendo y que yo pueda tener una respuesta por escrito para poder
The
saber.
speaker's time is up.
Gracias.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nancy Orozco.
Buenas tardes. Muchas gracias a los miembros de la Junta Escolar y la Mesa Ejecutiva por permitirme hablar. Soy un padre de Yomihuir. Tengo 2 niñas. Una estudió en Yomihuir, ahorita ya está en YAM, pero quisiera apoyar a mi escuela con respecto a los niños aprendices del inglés. Mi comentario es que mi niña se fue todavía clasificada a YAM y estoy teniendo el mismo problema con la segunda niña. Me encantaría que hubiera más control. Estuve en la junta la vez pasada y el doctor Drati dijo que a nivel de escuelas estamos bien, pero considero que nuestra escuela necesita un poquito más de que la estén viendo que verdaderamente los programas estén funcionando bien. Y mi comentario sería que yo soy maestra en mi país y me encantaría que sé que los niños aprendices del inglés los empiezan a evaluar desde kinder y me encantaría que el programa empezara desde kinder para que en 3er grado ellos puedan ser reclasificados y así yo sé que 2 años después a ellos los siguen evaluando y que sería 4º y 5º para que cuando ellos vayan a middle school ya vayan reclasificados. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The last speaker is Luisa Guzman.
Let's see.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Luisa Guzmán y soy madre de 2 hijos, uno en Yolmir y otra en preescolar, que es en Washington West. Muchas gracias a toda la mesa directiva presente por darme este espacio para poder hacerles saber que nuestra escuela también, que es Yolmir, necesita refuerzos para programas para poder reclasificar a nuestros aprendices de inglés. Y también toda información que se maneje ahí que también sea dada en nuestro idioma, en la cual igual no es proporcionada. Tenemos que andar preguntando a la comunitaria de Yolmir siempre para cualquier información. Muchas gracias. También quiero darle a Elena por toda esa ayuda que con ella ha sido una gran ventaja y que nos ha servido ella bastantísimo también por todo su tiempo y queremos por favor que nos ayuden y como mencionó nuestra compañera Diana también que de ahí ella nos representa y muchas gracias por todo lo que ella ha estado haciendo por nosotros, pero en realidad queremos hechos, no queremos palabras también. Estoy decepcionadamente porque anteriormente también ya hablamos sobre estos problemas y siguen igual con lo mismo y la verdad no vemos ningún avance, no vemos nada. Así que por favor le pedimos de la manera más atenta ayuda, por favor, para todos nuestros estudiantes de aprendiz del inglés. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I believe that's our last speaker on this item.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our speakers and the presenters. I will ask Dr. Moore if she wants to jump in at this point. Dr. Moore.
Thank you so much, President Keene, board members, Dr. Drotti, cabinet guests. I want to just first and foremost thank our DLAC families and our executive board of DLAC for coming and presenting this evening. Muchas gracias a nuestro grupo de miembros de DLAC, a nuestro presidente, vicepresidente y secretaria por venir y dar esta presentación. Se los agradezco de todo corazón. I appreciate the delineation of your suggestions and recommendations as we move forward. I look forward to being able to respond to these because although there is a lot of growth that we all need to do as we continue to engage in these cycles of inquiry and really look at how we can strengthen our practice. There are a lot of things that are currently in place that you have highlighted, right, that you have asked for. So we can we have an opportunity to really showcase what has been taking place in regards to the reclassification of our English learners, the strengthening of our programming across our schools and across our district. There's been a lot of work and a lot of steps that have been taken as we look at the evaluation of our programs and see how we can better support our English learners. So I'm looking forward to being able to showcase that and highlight that, while at the same time looking at how we continue to improve and strengthen, because there continues to be an area, of need. And when we look at our data, right, we see that our English learners are progressing and that they are reclassifying. And we know that we still need to continue to refine our practice. So I will be looking forward to coming and being able to present to the board where we are on these particular areas, what work we've done, what we have implemented, and what we have currently taking place, and what our plans are as we move forward. I've been able to engage with our DLAC and sharing with them the progress that we've been making on some of these asks. And I look forward to being able to showcase that work with all of you. So thank you again for this work and for your time and dedication. And we look forward to continuing to strengthen our partnership in support of our English learners.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Dr. Rossi, would you like to say something, or would you want to wait until you hear some comments?
No, I don't have anything to add. I'm just, the parents, I want to make sure that the parents are showcased. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rossi. So I'll ask my board members who would like to make a comment. If you raise hands, I'll start a queue. I'll make a comment then. So I know that from having had discussions today with some of our elected officials on the much larger level than here, there's going to be a huge focus on learning loss. We know that, but there's going to be dollars following learning loss. We're going to be significant dollars following learning loss. And I'm wondering if we can use this as an opportunity to really dig in a little deeper, use those funds to do this sort of survey analysis that people have asked for, and maybe come up with some real concrete steps. So maybe address our current situation through the lens of learning loss, not just with COVID, but more historically, and we can really come up with some solid answers and a game plan. It's really hard to come up with a game plan now, but there's a lot of really interesting topics that were raised tonight that deserve introspection. And now that we have some funds coming in, we know how it works. If there's no dollars behind it, it's really hard to do anything. So I'm just going to put that out there now to Dr. Mora and team, that if we do find something that's interesting, there could be learning loss dollars to help us support DLAC and our, the ELL reclassifications, the work that we've been wanting to do. So I'm just throwing that out there as an idea. So thank you all for presenting tonight. Thank you to Alicia and Laura and Daisy for presenting tonight. Really appreciate that. Board members, Maria. And
yes,
then
good night. Good evening, everybody. Thank you to the parents that participated tonight. I know it took a lot because it's, for many of you to understand, when English is not your first language, I mean, it's a difficult task to be able to ask parents to come in and feeling insecure because they understand, they speak and understand a little bit of English, but that's not their main strength of language. So for them to do it in Spanish, and as well as they did, thank you so much for coming. I've been the liaison for DLAC now, probably for the last 5 to 6 years. For the first time in this last couple of years, we've really had the strength of these parents developed, through our coordinator of family engagement. And thanks to Dr. Rossi, we've really had that opportunity to do that with parents, and they've blossomed. They've really been able to ask really good questions. You saw tonight the presentation is all based upon what they've learned in a lot of the presentations and how the program, is supposed to be run. So having said that, I know that you presented, parents, you presented a lot of points tonight, and I think as Dr. Morris said, some of them I think we're already doing, and some of them are in progress. Others, you made some good suggestions that I think we're going to take into consideration. I think it's a good time because we're looking at budget, and as we're looking at the budget and what I'm calling you Dr. King already, what John King mentioned earlier in terms of potentially other monies that can be brought in from loss of learning, that perhaps we can engage the position that we have already for a coordinator in this area and really bring in more support in that area, kind of like we do with special education, so that we can guarantee that the needs of all of EL children can be met, because there's somebody that would be responsible for the transition of those children from kindergarten to, hopefully, I'm saying 8th grade or max, to reclassify. Our research says that there's no reason why if our students begin at kindergarten, that they should not, unless it's something that's extraordinary, they should be reclassifying by 5th grade. And if we can do that, that would be great, because as I think was mentioned by some of the parents, that the fact that they don't reclassify leaves them at a disadvantage to be able to get involved with our stellar music program and choral program. And we have a stellar, and yet they're not able to do that. So I would appreciate if we kind of looked at it, and thank you, parents. I think you brought in some good suggestions, and thank you, Dr. Mora, because I know I'm going to be working with you on this. So thank you all very much, and we will follow through. So we will follow through.
Thank you, Maria. I really thank you. I have Jennifer, and then Lori.
So I just wanted to thank the parents as well. And I really wanted to thank Dr. Rossi as well for inviting me to my first DLAC meeting. And thank you, Ms. Hernandez and Ms. Mignana. It was really wonderful to be with you. And I would just kind of echo what Maria was saying, in the fact that, I come from a, sort of more of a PTA background, and we know how parents can really engage when they're engaged in the process with their children and the schools, that they can make a difference. And that's what I saw at the meeting. And it was really robust, and it's messy, and but it's great. And I really hope I'm invited back, and I would like to do everything I can. Maria, thank you so much for just sort of reaching out to me. And I'm really, and Dr. Mora, I can see that the work is going on, and I can see that it's going to get better, and that we should continue on that path, and we should bring more and more of our parents into the process, because it's the thing that makes us better. So thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Jennifer. Lori?
I want to echo what Jennifer and Maria have said, and I want to thank all of you too, especially you parents who came here to speak. I'm both impressed, and I do attribute it part of that, and do want to thank Dr. Rossi, Dr. Mora, Maria, others for helping make this happen, and I think strengthen you all to be able to put your thoughts together in this incredibly thoughtful report, and to bring it here tonight. And I guess I want to say, I feel kind of emotional about it, because I think, as Jen expressed, the more you come here and the more you participate in helping identify what's not working right and what else you need, the more we can be better and serve the needs of your students. And so hearing you speak, I don't think it's probably productive for us to go item by item tonight, though first I thought about that. But I do want to recognize that we obviously have a lot of, as Dr. Morris said, we have things that we do well, that we do want to showcase, but we also, it's clear, need to do a whole lot to make what we're doing better and to improve. And your list is really concrete and it's really helpful, because I guess the bottom line is, I want to say what Jen is saying, I think, which is, and Maria clearly, which is, we want to work with you. We want to work with you positively to address the needs that you are expressing here, some of the things that we really aren't doing well enough, despite good intentions. And now that they're here on paper or on the computer, whatever I'm looking at, a laptop, I think we have a better idea of some of the questions we need to ask, and some of what we need to learn more in depth about what is and isn't being delivered. And so a lot does fall on Dr. Mora, I think, to come back to us and try to address most of the requests you've made. I think many of them seem reasonable. Some of them are more aspirational, and we'll work on them, but there's not an immediate answer. But there's so many good ideas here. Just to pick out one that I had never even understood before, about talking about having report cards or whatever kind of progress reports include what is going on in terms of reclassification or movement towards reclassification. So, I mean, there's those things which might seem small, but seem like they could be eminently doable. And then there are bigger things, like really sort of doing a survey of the entire English learner set of programs, and what is and isn't working well, and what needs to be enhanced or improved. But there's a lot here, and I don't want to be dismissive in saying that I want Dr. Moore to come back, but I think that's better than us trying to. We can't answer all of these things for you tonight, obviously. I think what I hope you want is to know that we want to be your partners, and we want to deliver on this. And I think that's what we're going to ask Dr. Mora and other staff to do, which is to help address the things that you have brought to us.
Thank you, Lori. Appreciate that. Any other board members wish to make a comment, or shall we just thank our guests for the presentation and move on? Thank you all so much. And to echo what my colleague said, thank you for this, and we look forward to partnering moving forward. Oh, I'm sorry, Keith, I didn't see you there. My apologies. Keith gets the last word. Actually, Keith, and then Dr. Trotty gets the last word.
Thank you. Y otra vez, gracias por tu presente. Sabemos que cada niño tiene su propia historia y su camino hacia el éxito. Los niños vienen con una variedad de intereses, habilidades y capacidades, y necesitan amor, apoyo y oportunidad para desarrollar su potencial. El aprendizaje de inglés es uno, y también la capacidad de ser independiente y seguro y comprometido, y el distrito se compromete a proporcionar este. The district is committed, as you have heard, to support the needs of your students in English, to provide opportunity exposure, and to be their best selves. And that takes a family. And it's clear that the leadership of Dr. Dradi, Dr. Mora, Dr. Rossi, and others in recognizing that the family is a key part of that element has been addressed and has been discussed. And the district is moving forward in that way with best practices and with the right motion. So we'll continue to do so. So próxima vez estamos hablando más mejor. So gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. We will finish with Dr. Dradi. And no word, Dr. Dradi, no pressure to present your remarks in Spanish.
You're ready. I am both impressed and jealous, Mr. Coleman. Well, I want to thank the speakers for coming out tonight. First, I want to thank you for going through days of grueling trainings around SPSAs and just how the system works. And I know you have to volunteer your time to do that. And I thank you for that. So, but hopefully you can see exposing you to the information that you have can help empower you to best support your students, your peers, and then also help partner with us to help create the system. You know, sometimes as a district, we work from the perspective of the school district and all that, but having people on the grounds that are receiving the services or not receiving the services and how it's going is important. And I think you being the ear and eye for us to see if the things that we're doing or not doing is going to be essential here. So thank you for that. We are committed. I think the best path forward, board members, when I met with the DLAC leadership yesterday, and we talked about quickly going back, Dr. Mora, I, and Dr. Rossi, to go back and really itemize all the different recommendations and put down in paper what success looks like in terms of our activities. So I think that's going to be essential to monitor that and to hold ourselves accountable, and also to be able to have clarity around what we are doing and not doing and where we need to improve. So that's going to be our next step. And parents, thank you for really doing this. So, and more importantly, I know it wasn't easy going through all those different trainings, so I do appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Drotti. And I have to tell you, just to sum up this conversation, you have nothing to, I mean, I know you have nothing to say like, oh, I wish I could do that. You're hesitant sometimes to tell your own personal story, but I will never forget.
Crazy, or is John muted?
Huh?
No,
I'm speaking.
Not muted.
I'm here. Oh, hopefully, maybe
You can hear John.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, Craig. I'll send you a transcript. But I just want to say about Ben, I'll never forget our first meeting together where you taught us that the language you spoke growing up, your dialect of Lobai in Uganda, and coming to America, coming here to California as an English language learner. And I think it's important for our district to remember the fact that we have people leading our district that share this history, that share this common. I mean, for me, it only goes back to my wife's grandmother. I'm sorry, my wife's mother, who came to this country as solely a Yiddish speaker. I went to kindergarten not knowing there was such a thing as English until people started speaking this strange language in front of her. And she's, 70 years old, 74 years old. So I think we do have a real affinity for this work in our district. And so, Dr. Drotti, I just want to thank you for your leadership on these issues. And I know how personal this is to you. So thank you. Thank you very much. We have a little bit of time before our 7 o'clock timestamp. So I will take us back to our communications. And I'd like to see if Brianna got some internet and can give us her SAMO report.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Brianna.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I will not be able to be showing my face because then my internet gets a little worse. So thank you for that. But good evening, members of the board and fellow SMMUSD stakeholders. My name is Brianna Cornejo Perez, and tonight I'll be delivering my report on behalf of Santa Monica High School. Upcoming student body events include our Associated Student Body elections that will take place from April 12th to the 16th. We are excited to have a new group of student leaders join our leadership class. In regard to student activities, our sports teams are safely returning to campus with the help of our dedicated coaches and available COVID-19 testing. We have entered the second phase in the return of our sports teams, which now includes lacrosse, baseball, volleyball, and basketball. Another student activity includes the Santa Monica High School's jazz band that wonderfully performed a live virtual concert towards the middle of February. I would highly encourage the families of our district and community members to access this concert for an enjoyable evening of student-produced music. Also to report is our school's plan to adopt a physics-first approach in our science-based courses. Students will be taking physics courses in the 9th grade as opposed to biology. As reported in our school's newspaper, the Samo High, incoming freshmen from the 2021-2022 school year will have the option to take physics as their first science course. On another note, our teachers have reported getting the COVID-19 vaccine throughout the week. We are thrilled to hear the continued work being done to protect our teachers. We hope the vaccine appointments will be increasingly accessible before any plans return to campus. The students of Santa Monica High School are eager to engage in safe campus activities as we slowly transition to a new model of engagement and learning. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Brianna. I just want to thank you for your your stick-with-itness to it to get your report in tonight. We really do appreciate you sharing the information and taking part in our meetings. And again, we encourage you to participate in any discussion that you care to chime in on. We'll now take to our union reports with Sarah Braff, SMM CTA.
Over the last 11 months, including the summer, we have bargained with the district in good faith and with open minds to craft an emergency MOU that now has 8 subsequent addendums. Our teachers, administrators, and parents have put in a lot of extra work and extra time to create a distance learning plus model that we have now been asked to set aside as we craft a 9th addendum to address a return to in-campus learning in a hybrid model for TK5. We have not completed this process, but we are hopeful that we will soon. Our members met on Monday with a group of health and public safety experts we invited to answer questions and help us review the proposed plans for opening our campuses. Their information alleviated many of our worst fears, and we are happy that the state and the country have at last allowed educators and support staff to begin being vaccinated. We know this pandemic has been hard, and it will continue to be hard on our students, our staff, and our school community. But please know we are looking forward to meeting both our new and our returning students in person. We've missed them and we are excited to move ahead. Still, this will not be an easy or smooth transition. We know some kids will need to remain in distance learning, as will some teachers, while others return to in-person learning. So I ask everyone, proceed with kindness, respect, and empathy as you ask our teachers and administrative staff to pivot once again, to figure out not only how to establish a robust hybrid learning plan safely, but to implement it in such a way as to meet the needs of all our primary school kids while simultaneously teaching every school day as we have since August. This is a challenge that deserves respect. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sarah. For our SEIU report, we have a guest. Instead of Chris Mock, we will be hearing from a representative from SEIU Local 99, Max Arias. Max, if you are here, we will have you do the SEIU report.
I am here. Good evening, board members. Thank you, President and Superintendent. I'm Max Arias. I'm Executive Director of SEIU Local 99. I first want to start by recognizing the steps this board has taken to address issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion in Santa Monica, Malibu. Your study of these issues is a first step. So I ask that you listen to my words today with an open mind and an open heart, as these words are really representation of what our members feel and what they are actually demanding and what they need to be able to thrive. Recognizing Black History Month, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Black Lives Matter, Women's History Month, and Cesar Chavez Day as celebratory measures. But it's far too little. We know that there is very real discrimination and systemic racism in our society. And many of our members have told me that they feel it is also present in this school district. If the district is serious about addressing the issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion, it needs to commit to taking action and listen to the people of color, Black and brown, that have been on the front lines during the pandemic supporting students in our communities. Yes, our members are essential workers in this school district, and a majority of them Black and brown workers. And many of them have been on the front lines throughout this crisis, as they have been for decades. Our members have brought their ongoing concerns regarding harassment, bullying, and discriminatory treatment to you. But still issues continue to arise. And there is no real change. So it's clear that there is a culture of inequity and exclusion at SMMUSD. This pandemic has now exposed the gravity of this injustice. Black and brown workers in this school district have been feeding families in need, cleaning and disinfecting schools, and getting classrooms and campuses ready for a safe return to in-person classes for students and teachers. It has been Black and brown essential workers who have risked the greatest exposure to the virus. Yet, this district refuses to recognize them with hero pay. I read in an article that you, President Keene, claimed that you hadn't heard. I don't know if that's true, but this article said that you hadn't heard about this demand for hero pay. But we raised it at a board meeting, and actually we have made clear written proposals to the district demanding hero pay. This disregard for people who have kept the Santa Monica Malibu community safe and operating through this crisis is unconscionable. We see you have savings of over $200,000 over classified staff. Let's reinvest it. You call them heroes, you say they're essential, but they are treated as expendable. You're gonna hear later from some of these workers. Please open your heart. Please open your mind. I challenge you to truly hear the voices and begin today to build a more inclusive and equitable school district. This is an opportunity for the district to do what's right and take bold, courageous action by asking the administration to go back to the table immediately with us and give us hero pay and be ready to listen to workers and respond with actions, not words. LAUSD has been paying hero pay since the beginning of the pandemic. Hacienda La Puente just approved hero pay for workers in the front line, retroactive to January 1, 2021. We know the district can do better. Then we need to continue the work of truly begin to dismantle these racist structures that create inequities in our society. And we can start doing something here in the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Arias. I will then turn to our PTA Council report with Gabrielle Cohen.
Hello, thank you, President Keene, board members, Dr. Drotti, and all the community members. First, I just have a few quick announcements. The Women in STEM Club at Lincoln Middle School are participating in the Grades of Green Climate Solutions campaign to combat climate change in our community. They're making a video and partnering with Heal the Bay. They have 3 beach cleanup days coming up, and they would love people to come join them. It will, of course, be properly social distanced. Those dates are March 6th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., March 7th from 10 to 2 p.m., and March 13th from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. This will be at the Santa Monica Beach between Pier and Pacific Palisades. In order to track your trash pickup, you need to download the app Literati, L-I-T-T-E-R-A-T-I, and enter the code, I'm gonna say it slow, 824597. And for any other student groups who are doing things, please reach out to your PTAs and let us know what we can do to help you. Also, there is a free PTA speaker series that you can sign up for by going to CAPTA6.org, CAPTA6.org. The 2 that are coming up are March 10th at 6 p.m. on tackling technology, which many of our parents need, and March 18th at 7 p.m. on the well-balanced student. PTA Council is sending out emails right now with helpful resources that we pulled off of various district sites. So please check communications from your PTA units with this information. We have more information coming your way. PTA Council has also made this week Gratitude and Empathy Week. To read our statement, please go to our website, smmpta.org. Our units are joining in on this, so many of them have also posted this on their websites and social media. In our conversations about empathy and gratitude, I realized there are still 2 groups we have previously not mentioned that we have great gratitude for. So first of all, to the parents and caregivers out there, thank you. We know how hard you're all working to keep it together for the students and yourselves. You are advocating for them, tutoring them, parenting them, taking care of their mental health, and most likely working harder than you ever have before. We know that it can wear on you, but please keep up the good work. The most important group I want to mention is the students. We are so proud of you. We know how difficult this time has been for so many of you. You, just like the rest of us, want everything to be normal again. You are showing us and yourselves how truly resilient you are. You are doing the best you can to get through this time. So many of you have learned to advocate for yourselves during this time. You are going to your teachers and parents and letting them know you need help. Learning to express yourself and ask for help is one of life's greatest lessons. We are grateful to have such smart, caring, and resilient students among us. And we want to remind you that there is light at the end of the tunnel. You are the reason we are all here. Hang in there, and we promise to keep advocating for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Okay, it is 7:01. So I think it's probably best, we have a 7 o'clock timestamp, and I don't think we can do any other parts of the agenda that are in line right now. So I'm going to bring us to our 7 o'clock timestamp item, which is the reopening discussion, item J1. And I will introduce Dr. Drotti to start this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. I'm gonna share my screen. Somebody give me a signal if they can see the PowerPoint. Oh, great, thank you. So as you all know, I'm gonna just turn my superintendent's reports that often are not discussion items. We have decided to make it a discussion item so that way we can have more dialogue around just what's happening in terms of our preparation for reopening. So for tonight, I'll talk about I'll talk in this format. First, I'll talk about the submission of our safety plan to the state of California, and also to the LA County Office of Education for reopening, and I'll explain why we have to do that. And then we'll talk about the implications for reopening upon reaching the threshold of 25 per 100,000 for elementary schools. And in there, I'll talk about a few things like our readiness in terms of facilities, and also the difference. There seems to be some confusion out there about what cohorts are, what stable groups are, and our challenge as we plan for elementary and secondary around the language of cohorting and stable groups. So we'll talk about that because I think it's important. And then then after that, we'll talk about next steps for elementary. And then we'll dive into when we actually reach the 7 per 100,000 case rate, which is pretty close before we're permitted to go into the red tier. So with that said, and then we'll leave it for discussion. With that said, excuse me, I'll first talk about as a district, what each district has to do in order to reopen for elementary schools, and that is essentially submitting the safety plans for COVID-19 and how you're going to reopen to the state and also the county. We did submit this on March 1st. It's on the district website for those that want to see what it looks like. But in there, we describe how we had planned to keep the students safe and keep the staff safe while we bring students back. Why is this necessary? Remember, prior to this, in order to open in the purple tier, which we are still, which 26 per 100,000 is still, that's a purple tier. In the past, it was that you have to apply for a waiver and get approval. And this is halfway in between. The new process for reopening under this new approach with the 26 per 100,000 that was decided in late February, in middle of February, is that you have to submit your safety plan and then you wait for a week. So right now we're counting down. We submitted it on Monday and we're waiting for 7 days. And if we don't hear anything, then you're open. There is no, you need to adjust this or adjust that. So I'm keeping an eye on any response back, but I think we got 2 more days, and then that'll essentially be it. That'll give us permission to then reopen elementary. So the way our current plan, based on the last agreement we have with CTA, is that we plan to reopen our schools on March 15th. That's coming up for elementary. And so every elementary runner are preparing, feverishly preparing for that reopening. For those, and then within the safety protocols. I'm hoping all of you are keeping in communication with your principals, because sometimes, when you just speak from district level about the reopening, you're not going to necessarily get the nuances of how things are going to take place at your site. So I'm imploring everyone that has questions about how they are how the schools plan to reopen on March 15th for elementary, and the pace by which we bring students on campus. Please go attend the principal meetings. I know all of them have been meeting from last week and this week. They're having all kinds of, I don't know if they call it town hall, but they call this huge principal chats, I guess. So please be a part of that, because you get to hear the nuances of how each site will reopen. We have, and then also in there, they would also talk about a ramping up. I don't know if they'll mention it completely, but we're in the process of discussing when and how fast we're going to ramp up. But my aspiration in all of this is to ramp up. You start off with some experiences on campus, not at the full extent. That's allowed by the model that we're implementing. But by April 12th, when we come back from spring break, we would have worked out the kinks and taught students how to learn under the current model, which we're about to transition to, which is a hybrid, the AM PM schedule in most of the schools. And there's 2 other variations of it. But the idea is that we need to reorient everybody how to learn under these conditions, the routines and all that. So that's going to take place starting March 15th for a couple of weeks, and then when we come back for spring break, the expectation, at least from my expectation, is to ramp up to the fullest extent possible. Right now, like I said, we're in negotiations, and I can't speak too much about that right now, but I just want you to know that our desire, or my desire, is to ramp up by April 12th for elementary. So for those of you that are in, there's always information about, hey, are the classrooms ready? You know, that we are ready. And this is just a few, I just figured it's best to probably put pictures up about how things look when they come on campus. For those of you that want to actually see what's going on your sites, as I mentioned, please be in contact with your principal. I think some of them are organizing tours or whatnot for the next couple of weeks here to assure staff and parents that things are good. So please be in touch with your site leaders. They'll explain to you how things look. I believe all of them are actually taking pictures, and we're filming certain classrooms, how to set up and all that. So these pictures are examples of things at the schools.
Should I go in the water, Los Angeles?
I think somebody's talking. Here you go. So as you can see here, we have plexiglass in some of the front offices, the washing stations. We have air scrubbers. We have signs. We have screens, which we'll have to screen students in. And here, I believe this is I think that's Rogers. You'll see directional signs would tell people to traffic flow, where people should stand. There's a picture of how we're separating the classrooms and so on. So, and then also students' equipment that they'll be using. As you can see there, we took pictures of that. But as I mentioned, there'll be a lot more information when the principals, if you engage with the principals and find out when you can actually see pictures and videos or whatnot about what's going on in the school sites. I know some of the principals are setting up tours, so please be in touch with some of them. Here are more pictures of the bottle filling stations. You know, there's hand washing stations that we have situated all over campuses, and then also signs and how we navigate the outside space. I want to talk a little bit about the cohort versus stable group approach, and I think this has huge implications on how we move forward. And I only bring this up to talk about the frustrating aspects of some of this, because there's so much confusion out there. There's the cohort system that the county and the health department have had us work under, which is prior to us going into the red, and also when the county and the state wanted school districts to open up for small group instruction and to support stable groups and so on. So they created what we call not stable groups, but groups that need the most support, like special education, English learners, and so on. Those things that we have always implemented within those cohort protocols, we started those way back in November, and so those services have been taking place, but those students were organized into what we call cohorts. And there was a limit to how many students can be on campus on campus and also in the classroom, and which was about 16 and with 2 adults. So that was the structure. When we go into the 26, the overall reopening under the 26 per 100,000 threshold, which is right now, we can now organize to what we call stable groups. And stable groups are limited. The size of it is limited by the spacing that you have, I guess the staffing that you have to be able to supervise the students, as well as the main thing is there has to be a 6-foot distancing and expectation of it. There are those that seem to think that we can do 4 feet. That is not the strong recommendation of the health department. They just said if you cannot achieve 6-foot distancing and so on, you can certainly we prefer 6-foot distancing, but if you can't, you have to demonstrate that you tried it, and then the 4-foot distancing then you then put in place, and with some certain things in place like plexiglass and things between students and so on. That's not a requirement, but it is. They said if you're going to break the 6-foot distancing rule, then the plexiglass is a piece. So in our analysis of that, that's not going to impact whether, certainly certain classes that deal with that, we'll try to make our way through the 4-foot distancing, but majority of our situation would allow for 6-foot distancing, would not allow for the, there wouldn't be that much of a difference between the 6-foot distancing versus a 4-foot distancing. It's not going to impact whether we split kids in a certain way or not. Now, and all this depends on, there will be inherently be students that will not come on campus at all, that have to be taught from home still. Those numbers will also help us dictate how many students we can bring on campus. So the less students we have on campus, the more we can ramp up the opportunities for students to be on campus, right? So that's coming, and but I wanted to talk about the difference between stable groups and cohort. But the most frustrating thing about the stable groups also we're dealing with right now is it's constantly changing. Today, I had a meeting with about several other superintendents. I happen to invite 2 of my principals with me, because every superintendent is struggling with the current language of stable groups that's written, because there's a limitation on how students can go from one class to the next, because the idea is that stable groups shouldn't be passed beyond 2 adults. If you just imagine how that implications on secondary schools. Our students don't work in a day with 2 adults; they work with several different periods and so on. So that's a struggle. So as a result, a lot of superintendents have been meeting with the health department. So they've taken a lot of our notes. They're actually going to revise the stable group language they promised by Monday. So that's going to help. And then also from the state level, the red tier, they're looking at how they can possibly relax even further the stable grouping language, so that way it's more amicable for secondary schools to open up in the way we think we can. So with that said, my only reason for bringing that other board member is to say that we are confined by what's written. So imagine if the stable group language wasn't written. By the way, myself and several other superintendents forced that language, the current language, which was adopted in 2018, to reflect what we hear we need to do. But imagine if they didn't have the stable language, and we would just operate under the cohort model, it would be virtually impossible to even establish the schedule that the elementaries are currently working on. Okay, so I just want everybody to understand the moving parts of this, and then they're not done with the stable group language changes. So that further impacts how we plan. So this is more or less to just say, look, as things move, as things change, people are going to have to understand that we're doing the best we can to respond to what's written and what's not written, and so on, and what needs to be written. So because the practitioners are trying to create schedules that make sense regarding these rules. What are the next steps for elementary? So I think most of the elementaries really have pretty good firm grasp on how they're going to bring on stable groups on their campuses. Like I said, predominantly there's going to have to be some kind of a hybrid AM PM schedule that exists in most of the schools, but there's 2 other variations that schools are considering. We think we can implement given their landscape, their staffing orientation, and also the school size based on who came back and who didn't this year, gave way to other approaches within the safety protocols. And within those variations, the amount of time students will be on campus will be still similar to the rest of everybody else. So for somebody to say, how come they're doing this, that, I want to say that those, the time, amount of time is consistent. So, but those other schools need those variations to operate their programs. So that's kind of like so I wanted to kind of qualify that by saying that there are 3 variations of the hybrid approach that we're considering. And for families that, and particularly one or 2 of the approaches, there'll have to be a situation, not all 3 of them actually, there's going to be a situation where students are not going to be able to come on campus. And also staff that, because of what health reasons, that they're going to have ability to teach from home, and that's going to have to be an HR matter, but we're going to do our best to try to support the students that will stay distance, because the implication is that if the teachers are tied up teaching, how do they address the students that are at home? Is what every district is wrestling with, that operate a hybrid, and every district is operating a hybrid, at least the public schools operating a hybrid to be able to achieve the stable group cohorting and the 6-foot distancing. So that is an issue, but I think what we're going to do is do our best to try to match the teachers at the site with the students. I said we're going to do our best, and so if you're at say Franklin or Webster, there might be a chance that we can identify a teacher on the site to be the distance learning teacher, and then we'll do our best on that. But if the numbers do not match, we have to revert to what other districts are doing, which is a district-wide approach in which we have to identify specific teachers that are going to have to teach all students for whatever grade level we'll assign the teacher to. So if we have a teacher that cannot come back, is not going to be able to come back, or we need the teacher to do this, then we'll identify for the different grade spans, and then assign students to those grade spans. So that's a design for that. And like I said, our efforts will first try to match the teachers with the site, and in a perfect world, if it was the actual teacher, but that's going to be challenging. So I want to kind of qualify that so people understand the nature. If you're not sure about what do I mean by this, I implore for you to go to those principal meetings, because you really have to understand the structure. You have to understand the structure to understand what this is talking about, and it'll take much longer if I talk about the different variations of the structures, because you're already hearing that at your elementary schools. When we go into the red tier, which is 7 per 100,000, this is when the secondary schools can come back. Right now, incidentally, we are about 7.2. Robert Farrar anticipates that we're gonna get to the red tier. The idea is that you're supposed to be in this in a 7 for 100,000 for 2 weeks before the county authorizes the district to be in the red tier. So I want to be very clear. We can't just open without being released to open. Okay, so you might see 7 for 100,000 in the county, parents and community members and the staff. You might see that. There's not automatically we're going. The county wants everybody to wait for a span of time. I believe it's 2 weeks before they say, okay, now you can go into 7 for 100,000, and that's dictated by the health department, not by the superintendent of SMMUSD. It's by the health department, and once we're authorized to do that, we'll go on. So we anticipate that ought to be close to or right after spring break, close to or right. So we're planning for that in mind to bring secondary students back. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do between now and then to achieve a schedule within the stable group system. Hopefully, our conversation today with the health department and LACO will help inform the language that needs to be adjusted for our schedule to make a lot more sense. But so there might be some revisions to what we have already planned in terms of bringing students back. So more conversations to come on that. But our goal is to bring secondary students back but when we hit the 7 for 100,000. And then we'll probably start off like elementary, slower, and then we'll ramp up. Okay, and then we'll ramp up. And that'll be middle school and high school. Athletics, great news. You heard from the student report today that athletics, they have finally released athletics for competition. So our athletes are excited to come back. Our coaches are excited to come back. So all those programs are starting. Unfortunately, I'm not sure all programs are going to continue to play out. So it may just be the spring sports. There was some talk of maybe the fall sports doing something. I'm just not sure if all that's going to pan out. And obviously you have different leagues, you have different districts where there are things that poses a challenge. But we believe that whatever we can do in the sports competition, we're going to try to do. And I know our athletes are excited to come back. One last thing before I leave for questions is that I want to talk about Senate Bill and SB AB 86. This is legislation that addresses K-12 education, and it's likely to pass on the 5th. So this is where the governor and the legislators want to incentivize the reopening of schools, and they want to tie money to it. We're going to investigate that more, but based on our cursory investigation, our reopening plans would allow us to receive the maximum amount of money if we were to apply for it. So we're not going to be limited. So long as we stick with our plan, our proposed plan, we'll stick with it. Okay, let me back off. Because I'm speaking ahead of the agreement we have. But if let me restate it this way: if my aspirations are in place and we actually are able to do the pacing like I think we can do of coming back, we'll be able to collect the full amount of money that's being allocated to districts that want to reopen. Vaccinations, vaccinations. Great news is that the school districts were school district employees were given the authorization to start getting vaccinated. It started this Monday that we moved to stage 1B, and it's happening. Just to let you know how excited our staff are. Within, as of yesterday, we either have 600 or we have 600 of our 2,000 employees either have been or have scheduled an appointment within this week to get vaccinated. So that's a lot out of the 2,000, and this pace is good. There are 3 different mechanisms by which educators get vaccinated. First and foremost, we have a great partnership with St. John's of Santa Monica. They have graciously decided to support us. So we have a group of staff, just we're funneling them through. For that group, we are prioritizing who is currently on campus, like the custodial staff, other people that are working, office staff that are working, and also elementary educators, because they're going to be on the docket first to come back. So we're prioritizing them. It doesn't mean that you have to wait. You can still, staff members are also going after some of those mega sites. I happen to actually, I got anxious and applied to try to get an appointment this last Friday, and all of a sudden they accepted me on Saturday. I wasn't sure. I went anyway, and they accepted it. So I got my first shot at a mega site on Saturday, and I know a lot of our staff have as well. So that's another option. And then lastly, personal health care provider, Kaiser, wherever you're with, that's another option as well. So between the three options, we feel confident that our staff will be vaccinated, almost fully vaccinated by the time we come back from spring break. So, and that's April 12th. Update on negotiations. We're right in the middle of negotiations right now. Our current focus is elementary. Thank you to the CTA for coming to the table. I know they've been willing, and it's been a good conversation. We are close to having an agreement. Unfortunately, I can't get into details of these things because it goes against the negotiation rules. But I just want to say that the staff has come, the CTA has come, negotiating team has come willingly to anxiously to try to have a plan. Our interests are aligned. We just have to now work out some details on a few things, and I hope to make an announcement sometime this week that we have a tentative agreement. So we're gonna keep plowing forward on that. Our goal is to quickly, after we deal with elementary, jump into secondary, and so we're gonna be the next 2 weeks really be busy to address the reopening. And then with that said, I'll stop here. I'll stop sharing, and then have you guys ask any questions you might have. If I don't have answers to some of these, I have staff members able to respond as well. But Mr. Keen, I'll leave it up to you.
Great, thanks. So this is where we would go to clarifying. And I do have a couple clarifying questions to ask of you. By the way, members of the audience, if there's a hand up, I can't really help you with that. If you need to sign up to make a public comment, please go into the Google Doc. If there's some technical problem, you can just email the board and we can look for that email. So the clarifying question, Dr. Drotti. So if I hear what you just said,
yeah,
you are not in the middle of negotiations. You feel that you are very, very
close,
far down the road for negotiations. And because you are in negotiations, you cannot, therefore we cannot talk about the substance of what's being said in there. That would be negotiating in bad faith.
Yes. Yes.
I think I speak for a lot of people, not just the board. We were all very hopeful that we would have the announcement tonight. But I do want to say that to temper the frustration with that, one thing that makes our district work so well is that we are not confrontational. We work as a unit to find mutual interests, and that's how we solve our problems. It takes longer. So even though I am frustrated, I would have liked to have the big announcement tonight. I understand that you are working in good faith, interest-based bargaining, trying to do what is best for the district, the students of this district.
Yes.
I will just ask you these two clarifying questions. One, has the board, with the guidance that we've given you, been clear about what we would like, what the board in general would like to see in terms of acceleration?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Has the board been clear? I feel like I'm doing like my cousin Vinny. Has the board been clear with you in our concern over what we call cohort C, distance learners who will not be able to come back in the classroom? And have we shared with you our concern and tasked you to find solutions to address this as best as possible?
Absolutely.
Okay. So those are the two. So again, I wish we could get into specifics right now. We can't. That would be bad faith. I don't want to do that. I want to thank you for the hard work that you and the union have been doing. They've put in, for the people that are listening, they have worked every day this week trying to solve this problem of this pandemic. The enemy of our district is the pandemic. It's not any subgroup within our district. Um, Yes, sir.
Would you please, would you be willing to just put in your own words what you think? Ben says, yes, he understands, he's got what he needs from the board, but would you be able to just reiterate what that is, our board position, so that the public can hear you say it?
I'm so nervous to say things. The board has unanimously said, given direction to Dr. Drotti, that we would like to see an April 12 return in a hybrid model that also finds a way to defend distance learners.
Thank you, John.
Okay, I hope I can say that. And we have been very clear with that, and Dr. Drotti has heard us.
Yeah.
That's as close to wink, wink, or any nudge, nudge as I can do. I just want people to know that everybody is so hard at work right now. On that note, we have a long list of public speakers. We have, I think, close to 60, which means that we will do 2 minutes per speaker. I also want to tell our speakers, okay, let me read that. Everybody will have their 2 minutes. I just want to be cognizant of the fact that we want to hear what you have to say. And if there is mutual interest in hearing what we have to say as this discussion, I ask that you try to do your best to not be redundant on the topics that have been said. But this is your time. This is a public meeting where you get to say what you want. So I will turn it over to Board Vice President Lieberman for our list of speakers.
Okay, I'm going to call you three at a time.
Unless there are any more clarifying questions. Okay, I will turn it over to Vice President Lieberman.
I'm going to call speakers 3 at a time, and Sarah will be timing you, and I think she has the ability to mute you when your 2 minutes are over. So just expect that, and please just try to keep yourself to 2 minutes. Excuse me. The first 3 speakers are Elian Payuk, Noel Lewis, and then Sharon Young.
Hello, good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and thank you very much for the clarifying questions. It's nice to hear that we are at least trying to move towards a model of more in-person learning. The goal, I think, from all the parents, at least in our group, Open Up SMMUSD, is to have the kids in school as much as possible, ideally 5 days a week. And especially now, if the teachers are getting vaccinated, by the time we get back from spring break, there really should not be any medical or scientific reason to have them stay at home, since by that point, everyone is clearly well protected. So that is really wonderful to hear. My specific concern is that it feels that during the course of the pandemic, we've been playing a lot of catch up and not staying ahead of things. And I'd like to hear more about how we're planning also for the future, not just in April, but what we're thinking down the road. How are we doing in terms of setting up temporary structures and planning for full return back in August? I think we want to hear that we're deep into the planning and that we're not going to wait too much longer. If things keep improving, then we should be able to really anticipate a lot of return later down the line. And there's every scientific reason to think that things will keep improving with the vaccines rolling out. And so that's really my ask, is that we not only return the kids back to school, but that we really focus on sending communication to us so we can know that that as parents, that our kids will have full-time school to a much greater extent than just what we're getting now. Because the DL Plus that was proposed to us is literally 2 hours each week the next 2 weeks. And to think of that continuing is quite miserable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sharon Young, followed by, I'm sorry, Noel Lewis, and then Sharon Young.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Well, good evening. Good to be back. I wanted to first find out when and how the agreement was made to return to hybrid, because I thought that had to be public record or some notice from a closed session. So I was a little curious about that. Again, I'm with Open Up, and we really are asking for the students to return to school to the max possible accommodation. I think we probably have about 12 attorneys in the group, so we read the regs pretty clearly. And so, we know that we are entitled to core academic learning in hybrid at this point, TK through 6. I'm wondering if we can just move past distance learning and get to targeted orientation and training and open safely based on whatever MOU is arrived at next. And lastly, for this subject, please know that we've been hearing from Title I school principals that on-campus core teaching is impossible, although they had 11 months to plan, and in no way will we accept 15 or 14 locations and sites opening in Title I schools, not having on-campus academics, widening the gap. And per the remarks before, our issues are with the leadership and administration. We don't have any sort of personal attack here planned. This is really that there were many options to plan and pivot, and they weren't taken, and deadlines were missed, and bad things happened, including the fact that we were being notified that vaccines were available in December, and in December you chose to just abolish empathy and optimism and go to distance learning through June. So there is still a trust issue there. As far as continual forecasting and planning, we would love updates about emergency structures so that we are planning for the fall in the event that the numbers don't change significantly or that new viruses take hold.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you. Sharon Young, Pro Team, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, I'm so sorry. Sanyal, Lauren Deskovich.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I want to express appreciation to the district and the school board for everything that has been done to date. I know it has been really tough with the pandemic, but I think everyone is trying their hardest. I want to come back to the value of equity. I know that is important to this district and to this school board. And I want to put a focus on the distance learners. Some children cannot return to school for a number of reasons. And there are only a couple of months left in this school year after spring break. So I think the district needs to think hard about how to get those kids back in person who need to be in person for psychosocial or academic reasons, and also how best to serve those kids whose parents are not yet ready to send them back in person. Cutting those children, particularly young children, off from their classroom, from their classmates, and from their teachers is not serving them well. And so I realize this is an alternative viewpoint to those that you've heard, but I want to make sure that you understand that viewpoint. The other thing is I think we need to plan thoughtfully for the fall, and perhaps that should include identifying which children may want to continue remote learning so that those children can be grouped appropriately at the beginning of the year so that there are not huge disruptions in their, their learning structure. And then finally, I think, another reason to make sure that you can actually take all the steps necessary to keep children grouped with their class is that for continuity's sake, even if you return in hybrid, what happens if a kid is exposed and needs to quarantine? What happens if a child needs to travel and then needs to isolate after their trip? I think when you plan for the hybrid, you're going to need to plan for disruptions. And while I appreciate the difficulty of teaching both in class and online at the same time, I think it can be done. Those of us who have had to manage both virtual and in-person meetings understand
time
this.
is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pro Team Sanyal.
Operatim Sanyal.
Operatim, I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
I'm gonna get that
Actually,
right.
I'll be honest, actually, you probably pronounced it more correctly. Whatever. Hi, members of the board. Hi, everybody else. I'm here, kind of echoing what Sharon said, to ask you to strongly emphasize the needs of our most vulnerable students, the ones who have to continue distance learning for the next several months at least, and do everything that you can to keep them with their established teachers and classmates. My daughter's an Roosevelt Elementary student, kindergartner, and she adores her class, she adores her teacher, and she, like all of us, she's been dealing with this screen-based thing, and she knows that she can't go back in, when her friend is going back in a couple of weeks for 90 minutes, she knows that she can't, and she's heartbroken, but she's handled it with pretty good poise I probably couldn't have mustered. I'm really glad that the district has been protecting the most vulnerable students as much as they can. And I really appreciate all the hard work from administrators, teachers, and other parents to keep that going. But I just want to make sure that we encourage the board to find a way to make sure that the distance learning students can stay with their teachers in a way that doesn't disrupt their education, especially with only 2 months left, which is not enough time to ramp up to new things. Especially Dr. Drati said, 2 weeks, the students will have gotten used to the new paradigm. Most of the kindergartners have never been in school, so 2 weeks isn't really that much time for them to get used to any paradigm. They're learning how to be students in the first place. So I really would like to ask the board to emphasize trying to keep students with their teachers in whatever way we can. I know I've already emailed y'all, and so more details in there. But I want to make sure that you keep the most vulnerable students in mind as you make these changes, and consider what's fair to them as well as to the students who can come back in person.
Thank you. Lauren Daskovich, Sean Milliken, and then Alicia Mignano.
Hi. As a supporter of Open Up Santa Monica Malibu schools, I do echo that we need our students to return to school to the maximal extent possible under current LAC DPH guidelines. Please move to core academic learning in a true hybrid and bypass DL+. DL+ as defined is not hybrid, and we are requesting core in-person instruction, utilizing emergency outdoor structures as needed. As an Edison parent, we keep hearing that change to the ratio of online versus in-person students will threaten our status as an immersion program. I'm wondering why it isn't possible to hire an additional dual language teacher to help our students have a choice. And finally, as a physician working full-time for the Los Angeles County Safety Net with primarily Latinx and Black patients, I am particularly concerned about the narrative that I've heard, supported by leadership, that Black and Latinx populations are at highest risk for COVID, so we must prevent these groups from being put at risk by, quote, the whims of the privileged for in-person schooling. This language is dangerous and misleading. These populations are not at higher risk due to genetics, but rather to social and financial inequities that include higher rates of essential worker family members, as we heard from SEIU. Distance learning does not level this playing field. In fact, marginalized children in these families are at a greater risk of suffering deleterious effects from a lack of in-person schooling, actually perpetuating inequity. These are clearly complicated issues, ones that we should be tackling together as an SMMUSD community, not divided. It's not wrong for any family to ask for what is best for their child. And given the overwhelming amount of data we now have showing the severe risks of distance learning to children and the safety of school reopening for children of all colors, parents requesting a return to in-person schooling should not be demonized. Distance learning is not the default equitable choice. It requires at least one device, working internet, and a quiet space to learn, things that can be a challenge for any family and certainly for the most marginalized. Rather than cultivating a culture of fear, we should instead be exploring what obstacles our families, especially Black and Latinx families, have to returning to in-person learning and helping to address those. Every family deserves not just a choice, but a well-informed one. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Milliken, Alicia Mignano, and then Gail Feldman.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am speaking on behalf of the distance learning cohort, I guess you would call it. So my family has members that are immunocompromised and are not able to, so we're not able to send our daughter to school. She really wants to go to school. She's very excited to go to school, but she can't go because of our family situation. Our daughter lost her grandmother to COVID-related incidents earlier this year. Her teachers helped her through that situation. And she has bonded with her teachers over the year. She loves her teachers, and having to literally leave her classroom, find a teacher that is no longer, that she doesn't know, and having to try to bond a new relationship is going to be incredibly tough for her. She's shy. She has a hard time, in navigating new situations. And I'm also very concerned about her ongoing studies. She's in 5th grade at Roosevelt. She has wonderful teachers. It's a wonderful school. And I have nothing against the staff. I certainly love all of the teachers, but I really want to emphasize that it's incredibly important that she has continuity, and that all of the children who are in this cohort and are in a situation like her, where they have family members that have reasons that, they can't return to school, not be punished and not be put at these significant disadvantages. This is really hard for an elementary school student. to be ripped away from her classroom, ripped away from her teachers in such a radical way, without preparation time, without any kind of real planning. So I
Speaker's time
implore.
is up.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I really implore that you guys find a way to incorporate the distance learning kids into their existing classes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alicia Mignano, Gail Feldman, and then Robin Havasi.
Good evening. I am here with Open Up SMM, and I want to say that our group, we love our teachers. We think that vaccines are a game changer, and we understand that this is a polarizing discussion. We have students that need to come back that need the support, that need to be back in school. And then we have families that can't come back. So I am really hopeful and thankful to the board for this update. And yes, it's a really difficult situation. It's really hard to see some of the parents at the meetings with, oxygen tanks and explain their experiences. And it's also really hard to hear the mothers talking about their 7-year-olds and how they're not doing well emotionally. So I understand this is a very emotional conversation, and let's keep working together. Let's find a way to bring our students back, and let's find a way to keep our students that can't come back. But yeah, we love our teachers, and let's get through this together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Gail Feldman, Robin Havasi, and Dudek.
2 nights ago, we learned that Roosevelt would be moving to a full hybrid program following spring break. There'll be 2 cohorts for in-school learners. And then there is cohort C. Cohort C are the children that can't return to school. These are some of the most vulnerable children in the district that are dealing with either their own fragile health or that of a parent. These are children that have experienced or watched a parent have frightening medical emergencies, become debilitated, go through chemo, and use machines to help them breathe. That partially describes my past year. Many of these children, including mine, have suffered so much. There was a lot of talk about equity for the children in cohort C, and yet there's no plan other than we were told they would not be allowed to Zoom or live stream into their class. They will not be allowed to be with their same teachers. They will not be with their same classmates. These are the children that need continuity the most, not the disruption of starting with new teachers with only 7 functional weeks of school following spring break. That is not equity, that is cruel. It's imperative you find a way to keep these children in their classrooms with their current teachers, whether that's implementing a different hybrid program similar to other district schools or installing an interactive Zoom or live stream program into the classroom. My child has suffered enormous losses this year. Her teacher has been the one stabilizing force in her life. My child's 5th grade teacher comforted her through the loss of family members at every scary event. He helped her more than anyone else with these experiences. Separating my child from her beloved teacher may be the proverbial straw that breaks my little camel's back. My child is devastated. She said if the district takes her away from her teacher, she never wants to go to school in this district ever again. And I don't blame her. I mean, this is cruel. There is no equity when a district rips the most vulnerable children away from their basic comfort and stability. So please ensure that they can Zoom into their classrooms and stay with their current teachers. These children deserve continuity and stability. Your job is to protect all of our babies. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Havasi, and Dudek, followed by Lee Foshi Klein.
Hi, I'm here with the Open Up SMM USD group. I'm a parent of a kindergarten and a 6th grader in Lincoln. To be honest, I don't really know what to say. I was at the doctor with our oldest daughter this Monday. I needed to go out from the room because the doctor needs to talk to her alone. And when I came in again, she told us that she needs to go and start to talk to a psychiatrist. And they're gonna call and book a meeting, and it's gone 4 days. They are totally booked up. We can't, yeah, we can't get an appointment. And this morning, my wife found a razor in her bed. I 100% sympathize with the parents and families who actually need to keep their kids at home, but all others, we really need to have the kids back in school. There is, John, you said it before, there is dollars for the English learners and the kids with special needs, and for their loss of learning. And I think there is enormous loss of learning for all kids. I was in the budget meeting with Dr. Mora, was it last week, I think? And there is a lot of money who have not been spent. They go back in a general fund for the kids with special needs. But I mean, we need to find a way to get the kids back in school and catch up. They are so behind. We don't know what to do anymore.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Sorry, Mike. Ann Dudek, then Lee Foshi Klein, and then Nikki Kohoff.
Hi. I'm greatly encouraged at the idea of a true core hybrid model involving first-time instruction in person available to all elementary school students in the district without variations. Equity between all students in the district is essential. Negotiations should embrace this. Budget allocations for COVID-19 funds should be used to, if necessary, hire qualified immersion teachers, purchase safety supplies, and create safety plans for teachers to build trust. I am concerned that students at Edison will not be offered equity with other elementary schools in terms of in-person, full core hybrid on-campus opportunities because it has been labeled as too hard. That's unacceptable. We have funding, and it is wrong to deny any student the same opportunities to benefit from in-person instruction. Full AM/PM hybrid video streamed classes should be offered as soon as possible. Other school districts have provided this for all students with hybrid models with current teachers. And we should plan and prepare for full reopening in the fall. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Lee Foshi Klein, Nikki Kohoff, and then Caroline Mays.
Good evening. I am a Roosevelt third grade parent, and it is a disservice to students and families to not provide live streaming for distance learning students during elementary school reopening. Placing students with different teachers and classmates after many months with their current teachers and classmates during this unprecedented time in this pandemic is detrimental to their emotional and social well-being. To do so will be alienating students by placing them with strangers and tearing them away from their peers and teachers. Their teachers have been a lifeline to maintain a sense of normalcy. And displacing children during this delicate transition is counterproductive to all of our goal of safe in-person schooling. So please provide live streaming for distance learning students. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Kohoff, Caroline Mays, Jasper Koch.
Hi. There we go. Okay. As a reminder, the deficiency that the county stated was in the district's plan is, quote, describe the actions the LEA will take to offer classroom-based instruction whenever possible. The district was supposed to have a board meeting to discuss this deficiency within 15 days of October 26th. It did not do that. John Keene attached them as information items instead. I sent the board a long comment explaining why small groups are not necessary once we hit red for secondary. I'm speaking to secondary primarily here. It is inconsistent with the interpretation of other provisions in the state guidance, and it's also not what other schools are doing. So either everybody else is wrong or we're doing it wrong. Planning has to begin ASAP for 100% synchronous hybrid at the high school. That is the only way to get kids back. DL Plus is not hybrid, and it's a waste of time because it's way harder to get 2,800 kids to campus for something outside of school hours than just doing synchronous hybrid. Everyone would continue on Zoom just from a different location. The teacher would be in the class, half would be in school, half would be at home. It takes care of all the distance learners. They're Zooming into the exact same class, no teacher loss, no schedule changes. 30 to 50% may not return at the high school, which leaves plenty of space for distancing in the class. Cohorts do not have to be stable groups, only distancing. You could divide them alphabetically to keep families together. You could do by neighborhood to preserve carpools. There's several options. Monday, Tuesday would be group A. Thursday, Friday, group B. Wednesday's an asynchronous day already anyway. Teachers don't have to make different lessons. There can still be breakout rooms. The teachers don't have to shuffle, schedules don't have to change, and DL kids get instruction as well. It really solves all of the problem. Other districts are already doing it. It's a no-brainer. We just need to move forward with that right now. Skip DL Plus. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline Mays, Jasper Koch, then Thea Holmes.
Hi. I wanted to say Roosevelt had a PTA meeting this morning, and I was optimistic about hybrid starting in April. I'm nervous that the negotiations with the union aren't formalized yet, so I'm just gonna reiterate that we need our students to return to schools to the fullest extent possible under the current LA Department of Public Health regulations. I am still disappointed and confused that our district wasn't ready to move on February 16th when our kids could have gone back. I mean, we've heard countless examples of how so many kids in our district across the country are suffering. They need to be in school. They need that structure. And then another point I want to make is I do advocate for live streaming. It does seem at this point to move our vulnerable children to a new teacher and shake things up isn't equitable to them. So if live streaming is possible, other schools and districts are doing it successfully. If it's possible, I think that we should prioritize that. And thirdly, I would feel comfortable or have more faith that schools start in the fall if the district was more open to using emergency structures just to accommodate more students, like show some innovation, some flexibility, just give us more options for getting as many kids back on campus as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasper Koch, Thea Holmes, and then Melissa Holmes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank Dr. Dradi and the members of the board for your service to our community. I think the comments tonight make it clear how difficult your job is, and I appreciate what you're trying to do. I appreciate you trying to negotiate with the union to open up in a hybrid model per April 12th. I think that's what a lot of parents would like to hear. Also want to thank our wonderful teachers and essential workers for what they're doing. Okay, so I'm also with the, obviously from my background, with the Open Up Santa Monica and Malibu schools group. I'd like to add my voice to ask that you open up to the maximum extent possible under the regulations, meaning moving to a hybrid model, right, with in-person instruction as soon as possible, ideally with core academic instruction, while also providing continuity of instruction for those students that need to stay home. We've heard some wrenching stories tonight, to the maximum extent possible, possibly using live streaming. I think we'd really like to see how you're spending the money from this bill that's coming through. We know you've already received $10 million in COVID funding to deal with these issues and to provide continuity of care, maybe hiring additional teachers for those students that would feel comfortable with that. Certainly my student would be fine with that. I know other students are not. And I think we really want to have confidence that this district is ready to reopen 100% in the fall, in August at the very latest, and seeing a clear plan for that, and also a clear articulation how to deal with setbacks like variant spreading and cases going up. And lastly, I appreciate you hearing us at the last board meeting and making this a main agenda item for this board meeting. And I ask you to please keep making this, of course, the main focus of your work. Thank you.
Lori, sorry to jump in. I just want to respond to what Jasper just said. First, thank you for your comment. We will make at every board meeting, as long as we are dealing with COVID, we will have this item timestamped in this between 7 and 8 o'clock time. So it's convenient for parents. You can have your dinner and you'll know when to come here for this. So it was suggested by some parents. It's a great idea. So thank you all.
Thea Holmes, followed by Melissa Holmes, followed by Heidi Jariwala.
There's a Thea Cappuccilli that is it the same family? Or is Melissa, are you doing both Thea and you? Okay, got it. Okay. Can we hear you?
Can you hear,
Here, try
me?
again. Yes.
Now? Okay, sorry, my microphone was muted. Thea's my 9-year-old. She wanted to speak, and then she decided she wanted the night off to play Roblox and watch TV. So we said, okay. So if that's okay, we'll skip Thea and I will speak. Hi, I'm Melissa Holmes. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak again. I'd like to start by giving just a quick shout out to our amazing teachers, Ms. Brassois, Ms. Erkey, Dr. McGee, Ms. Hoffman, Mr. DeLeo, and Ms. County, and all of the school staff. They've been working really hard to give my kids the best experience that they possibly can. So we appreciate that. I'd also like to quote from a recent UNICEF statement that says, "No effort should be spared to keep schools open or prioritize them in reopening plans." So I really hope we're not sparing any efforts. That includes using temporary structures. That includes thinking about our space creatively. That includes using the money that we have. I failed to mention, I'm also with Open Up SMM Schools. I'd like to request that we abandon DL Plus and move right into asynchronous hybrid. I would like to not have the people who need to remain in distance learning be alienated by our Open Up plans. I'm also very concerned about secondary school, middle school, and high school. I have a 6th grader who's really struggling and having a hard time. And I would also like to request a consistent approach among all the schools. With all of these different approaches, it's very hard to understand what's going on and to ensure that all of the approaches are equitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Jariwala, Adam Fenderson, and then Lizeth Bejarano.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Heidi Jariwala. I'm a parent of a 5th grader at Roosevelt Elementary, and I'm advocating for the Distance Learning Plus, since that is the model that parents and teachers and stakeholders have voted on and the board voted December 6th. I am interested in reopening schools, but we need a fully developed plan on how that provides equity to all our children. And we need to be able to see that plan fully developed before we could move ahead with that. And I feel at this late time in the school year, given one of the other speakers' notes about how other schools have had 11 months to plan that and haven't been able to do it, I don't see how that happens. That is my stance on Distance Learning Plus and a hybrid model. With my remaining time, I just want to respond to Dr. Dradi's presentation in how we reopen schools. I don't understand how no response from the state is an affirmation that we can reopen. Are we waiting for an email that will never come? We are not planning to reopen our schools on March 15th. We are planning to move ahead with Distance Learning Plus on March 15th. Precise language is imperative. Ramp up, he uses this phrase. There was no discussion with the stakeholders on ramping up. it will take a long time to reorient he says, quote, reorient, it'll take a very long time. It'll take time to reorient everyone on how to learn under these conditions. I agree. And I just don't know we have the time, and it will disrupt our students. It'll disrupt our students, our teachers. It'll just disrupt what we've got going right now. This is very frustrating for all, and I do appreciate how difficult this is for all families. And I do appreciate that we have an opportunity for each family to show up and advocate for their child and their family's needs.
Your
And
time is up.
thank you.
Thank you. Adam Fenderson, followed by Lizeth Bejarano, and then Melinda Franklin.
Hi, thank you guys. Hi, is it working? Great. Thank you guys very much. Dr. Dradi, John, everybody on the board. Hey, thank you guys so much for working on this so hard. We really appreciate it. I just want to say thank you to our teachers. Teachers are doing an amazing job. I have a question, Dr. Dradi. I'm actually wondering specifically, you turn this into the city to explain basically what the county of what we're going to do. And as far as I understood, what you turned in said up to 10 hours a week. Is that correct? Can I get an answer? I don't know.
Adam, why don't you finish your comment, and then if Dr. Dradi can clarify something for you, he will.
So what I understood is that it said up to 10 hours a week. And I'm just wondering if we continue to turn these in when we go farther, because the idea of ramping up, I'm with Open Up SMM Schools too. I think ramping up is a great idea, but I do want to make sure that we are ready to go at the drop of a hat to move to the next level. So I think we need to ramp up, like we've all said, at the exact level of what the district and what the Department of Health allows. And so I just want to know if we have to continue to turn things in and tell people what we're doing, because we should be moving away from DL plus into a hybrid so that we can actually teach our students on campus. I agree that it should be synchronous. I think we need to be making sure that everybody gets to stay with their teacher. And if we can do that synchronously, that would be great. But I just want to make sure that we are ramping up at that level at the most that we possibly can, and not waiting to ramp up when each place is ready or when each site is ready or when each school is ready, but absolutely as soon as we can to the fullest extent. So that's my question. And again, thank you guys for all your hard work, and John for putting this on the agenda every week.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking, Ben, again, we don't want to get in the habit of a back and forth you ask a question during comment, because that's not really the purpose of it. Ben, is this something you want to incorporate in responses after comments, or is it something you can just knock out quickly, but we can't make a habit out of this?
So I just don't want to get into, like I said, I'm in the middle of negotiations right now.
Okay.
So I don't want to get into some details that I want to say that my aspiration is to ramp up. For those of you that want to know what that may look like after April 12th for my aspirations, please be a part of those conversations at your site level. They are going over what the schedule will look like and so on. So please be in contact with your principals. I know they're talking about these things.
And these safety plans don't limit us. That's a plan we put in. They don't put a cap on us. They just are a safety plan that we submit at that point in time.
Yeah, that's just the rules. I know there's a previous person I mentioned what do you mean by turn.
Yeah.
We playing by the rules. If we want to reopen, I got to turn that document in.
We're playing the bureaucratic rule.
Yeah.
Says it all. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, let's try to. For other comments, we write them down and we can address them during the comments after. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
Lizeth Bejarano, Melinda Franklin, and then Jay Fenderson.
Hello, good evening. Thank you all. Thank you, board, for moving this earlier. We have seen how the sausage is made. I don't envy your jobs. This is not pretty. What I wanted to speak, I'm also with Open School Santa Monica, and I would normally be for someone who I would not want to separate my child, but I've been looking a lot of the data and all of the percentages and all of the people, and it looks like there's been a consistent about 70% across the board, some even higher for children who do want to return. And as much as we want to be inclusive. I do remember that in that December, even though 28% of the parents participated, there was a hybrid plus with the whole live streaming thing that could have been inclusive, because what happens that now that we don't have this live streaming, now the 70% plus is going to be sacrificed for the people who want to remain in distance learning. And we need to figure out a way to do that, because my heart would, does go out to those families who cannot return, but they're not willing to, if they can't go back and they're not willing to change teachers, like there has to be some compromise, because we're sacrificing everything for not being able to return. So I just want to for you all to take into consideration. And also, we have all of the parents, our eyes are on you. We know that the union makes things very difficult. I have seen it firsthand. So I empathize with you all for that. But, we just got to keep our eyes on the prize, because we cannot be in this situation come fall. We just want to know, make sure that we're not scrambling and that we're, doing everything we can. And we need to be working together. The kids are important, and they've been sort of back and forth. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda Franklin, followed by Jay Fenderson, and then Stephanie Malayal.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the board, district administrators, principals, and our beloved teachers for working together to progress reopening our schools in light of the new improved circumstances we find ourselves in. Thanks also, John, for timestamping this agenda item for parents. We all got extremely tired and last time. So thank you for that. We appreciate that process improvement. March 15th cannot come soon enough for our kids. It's unfortunate, however, to see the inequities among the sites' reopening plans. Children at some sites will be fortunate to be back on campus 2 full days a week before spring break, which is great, while Roosevelt kids will only get 90 minutes a week, and Franklin kids not much more. We applaud the sites that are leading the way. At the same time, all kids in this district are equally important, and the district has a responsibility not to leave whole schools full of kids behind. The district was supposed to reopen, as we all know, with DL+2 to start. At Franklin, the site wanted to offer a second purely social emotional opportunity, but said it was a lack of non-teacher staffing holding us back, non-teacher staffing. Please take some of our $10 million in reopening funds to provide temporary staffing or whatever these sites need. So all sites will provide either 1 full day or 2 shorter opportunities weekly to all kids on March 15th. So all our district's children have a baseline of support. That was the fundamental principle of Distance Learning Plus, and I'd ask you to provide resources to these sites so that we can live up to that promise. I also feel like it's heartening to hear the potential that elementary school children will transition to robust in-person learning after spring break. We look forward to hearing more details. And of course, we support getting kids back learning in person as much and as soon as possible. Everyone cares about safety, and I know the district has done a lot of work to ensure school sites are safe, and I'd encourage lots of communication to teachers and parents about safety so everyone is safe and feels safe.
Speaker's time is up.
I was just going to thank the teachers, if I might just thank the teachers and how they've adapted to DLs, and we really appreciate and value you and looking forward to seeing you back in school on March 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Fenderson, Stephanie Malayal, James Klein.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say thank you to the board, to Dr. Dradi, all the teachers, everyone working so hard. It's really encouraging. Last time the board meeting went so long, and there are so many voices heard, and it's really encouraging to see that you all are listening and the progress is being made. So thank you for hearing us, and it's a very difficult time for all of us. And so I think I've heard, stories of students who are suffering in distance learning, stories of students who are, wanting to go back to school. And so I know that it's very difficult, but I'm hoping that we're able to return to as much in-person learning as possible while protecting the needs of our students. The big question I had, and I know Adam brought it up earlier, was that in the safety plan that was submitted, I read that there were going to be up to 4 days a week of learning and up to a total of 10 hours. And so I just wanted some clarification as to, is this the plan for the rest of the year? Is this the plan that is being put forward to start next fall? Because that is concerning if that's what we're telling the county that we are going to do. When I know many of us here, I'm with Open Up SMMUSD, we want to return to fully open as fully as the county allows us to, as safely as possible, and maximize that in-person core curriculum learning for our students. So that is my big question. Would love some clarification at the end. And also would love to see more of those temporary structures being put up, because we did see that is allowable by the school district and permitted by the state. So if we can maximize the number of students that we can get on our campuses, I think that is going to be really helpful for us all. Thank you again for all the work you guys are doing. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Stephanie Malayo, James Klein, and then Ayal Yerman.
Good evening. First of all, I want to say thank you to our teachers. I know that this is a brave new world that we're all dealing with, and it's been trying and taxing on us all. And we're grateful for the teachers for helping us and our children navigate it. And that's been a great experience watching the teachers and watching them work through this. However, I also want to say that I feel like at the district, we are constantly playing catch up. And I'm excited now that we are finally focusing on a hybrid model, but it needs to be to the fullest extent possible. In every campus, every grade as they become eligible must be required to participate to the greatest possible extent. No school, no grade should be left behind. Once we're in a hybrid model, everybody needs to be in the hybrid model. We should no longer be focusing on DL+. We need to start focusing on hybrid and getting that up and running. We also need to know that there are robust plans in motion being made for the 21-22 school year, so that we can start just start that school year off on the right foot. I think we keep hearing about this live streaming. I'm hoping that's something that maybe is sounding new to us, but I'm hoping the district has already fully explored it and plans are in motion if that will work. I also just wanted to say, as an IEP parent, I find it very disingenuous to keep hearing about how IEP students are back on campus. I have an IEP student. I've never been contacted about going back on campus. I know many other parents who are parents of IEP students who also have never been contacted about going back on campus. So I do find that a little bit disingenuous that we keep touting that. But that's all I have to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you. James Klein, Ayal Yerman, Lori Taffet.
Good evening. I'm hopeful for a successful reopening of schools, and I am thankful for the efforts made to that end. I want to echo the concerns regarding students who must remain in distance learning being separated from their teachers and classmates. I believe that a live streaming solution for those students would work well and accelerate ramping up in-person education for all students. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for your brevity. Ayal Yerman, Lori Taffet, and then Mike Mays.
Hi, everyone. I'm also with Open Up Santa Monica Schools. First of all, I really want to thank the board, the district, for change of music and pace, and we are all together. So that's great to hear. And especially I wanted to thank the teachers who have worked so hard, more maybe than anyone else during this year. I don't want to go over everything that has already been said. I just want to make two suggestions for focus on important on my end. One is plan ahead, and that includes both hybrid in April and next year. Plan ahead. And the second thing is be able to adapt to change, because this will happen, right? The numbers will suddenly go down, maybe go up, we hope not. So I think the board needs to have this meeting every 2 weeks, get a report by the district, and be ready to vote on any changes that are needed to be made. I think if we keep doing things as a 3-month plans and 3-month rollout, it won't work. We need to be very, sorry for my lack of English, be very streamlined with being able to change, but also plan ahead. Otherwise, we don't have anything concurrent to work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Lori Taffet, followed by Mike Mays, and then Shauna Shaked.
Hi, my name is Lori Taffet. I have a 3rd grader and I'm part of Open Up SMMUSD. Thank you to the board for listening and time stamping this conversation for 7 p.m. It's really appreciated. I was extremely happy to hear that the board and Dr. Dradi are ready to pivot to core academic learning in a hybrid mode, as the county now allows for TK through 6. We all know that in LA County, aside from LAUSD and Burbank, all elementary school districts have already returned to in-person core academic learning in a hybrid mode. Have these districts faced the same issues and problems as us? As Dr. Dradi said, yes, they have. However, they are back in school, and that's a significant difference. We are aware that the district has received $10 million in COVID funding. This is in the public record. We're aware that this gives us the necessary funds to hire extra teachers as needed, shade structures, and any other extra needs for the distance learning families so they feel supported as well. You have the power and the means to create equitable experiences for all students. I'm hearing here tonight that there simply isn't enough time to plan or prepare for what was always an inevitable transition. Not having a plan and being prepared to quickly pivot is a failure that is very, very disheartening. However, I want to stress that today's greatest leaders accept failure as an extremely important part of innovating in times such as these. Failure can be a tremendous teacher. And if one is humble and smart enough to accept and admit this, then the road to success is guaranteed. The mandate is clear: in-person core academic learning in a hybrid mode with a clear plan of support for our distance learning families. Failure isn't fatal, but failure to change is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Mays, Shauna Shaked, and then Neil Gardner.
Hi all, this is Mike, another parent with Open Up Santa Monica, Malibu. So I want to stress to the school board and the district leadership that this is a once in 100-year pandemic, and it requires us to come up with once in 100-year solutions. I recognize that there are certain state and county guidelines, but I strongly encourage this group to be creative and push boundaries with the same energy and vigor of our elementary students. For example, let's consider emergency and other outdoor structures that enable the most students to be on campus, to have new and creative learning spaces, and that we update our campus vision, knowing that this virus may be around annually and for a long time. That we innovate as much as possible with these 4-foot guidelines that Dr. Dradi mentioned, to consider distancing and think about reconfiguring our learning spaces to accommodate as many students as possible. That we ensure live streaming is an option to support cohort C and any students who need to quarantine. And based on current national averages, we know that likely around 30% of parents will want to keep their students at home for some time. We need to support these parents, students as well. Almost all businesses have successfully shifted to this live streaming and remote environment. We need to engage parents who've been working this way and continue to find best practices and insights from everyone in the community. We need to continue to look at how close we are with infection rates for middle and high school students and accelerate and make more transparent our project plans. That you as a leadership group do more to engage us in the creation, management, and tracking of progress to these plans. Another point I'd like to make is that there's hundreds of schools around the country who are ahead of us in the reopening process, in collecting data and understanding what's working and what is not. We should build bridges and reach out to these school boards, to these groups of teachers and the students, and organize the learnings and data to inform and iterate on our path forward. As parents, we have been agile, flexible, and creative for the last 12 months. Our teachers have similarly adapted the new ways
The
of working.
speaker's time is up.
I ask that you be as creative as a teenager sneaking in 5 minutes past curfew, and we'll all be successful if we can do even part of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shauna Shaked, Neil Gardner, and then Harriet Fraser.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time, making the time for this discussion. I'm here with Open Up SMM USD. I'm a mother of a first grader at McKinley. And I do really want to reiterate, thank you to the board for hearing us at the last meeting. I am not as exhausted as I was at 11:30 at night, and I really appreciate that and appreciate feeling heard, and I hope we continue to feel heard. I really appreciate hearing from the distance learning cohort. I'm admitting that I'm learning that now. I can see part of the struggles that's involved, and I can see that they want continuity. And I understand that these parents want to keep connection with their teachers. I support what they're asking for, which is maintaining that connection. And I don't feel like our perspectives need to be pitted against each other. And I'd like to ask that you open up to the maximum extent possible. And I look forward to having the ramp up and more comprehensive in-person learning after spring break, including temporary structures. I do have a question, if you're able to answer it, is if someone can elaborate on why it's not possible for the ramp up in person while allowing distance learners to stay engaged with their current teachers. It could be through live streaming, which folks are asking for. It could be through on-campus children having some time on campus with an alternate teacher so the main teacher can stay connected to their online learners. And so if you're able to elaborate on that, that might help us understand why we're all caring parents and want what's best for our children, and why, how are we in conflict? So thank you.
Thank you. Neil Gardner, Sarah, you're saying you don't see?
I didn't see Neil. I tried his first or last name. Nothing came up.
Okay, let's then hear from Harriet Fraser, and then Justin Nelson and Gail Gilman.
Thank you for time stamping this. We really appreciate that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm here from Open Up SMM Schools also. We are all here because of our students, and I'm speaking for them today. You have your jobs because of the students. The Board of Education volunteer their time because of the students. And goodness knows the teachers have been doing a phenomenal job doing the best they can in Zoom school under the most trying circumstances. We're in a crisis. And a crisis like this needs leadership from the top of our organization. It doesn't need devolved responsibility to poor principals who are trying to deal with the day-to-day of Zoom school. That sows discord and inequity. You, the administration and the school board, have had a year now to plan for this moment. And it should have been the #1 priority until students are all back in school. Instead, the waivers were late, and a flawed plan, unlike any in the country, was voted on in December, and no one in leadership has adapted to the changing situation until now. Don't get me wrong, I'm really glad that you are pivoting to hybrid, but it's difficult when it's now 3 weeks after TK to 6 were allowed to return. It's also not fair on the principals to leave them to do all this work to make a DL plus plan when that was clearly going to be untenable for TK-12 at this point in the pandemic, with the rates coming down as they are. And the teachers having to pivot once more when they thought they were doing one thing and now it's another. We were always going to get these rates down and needed a more robust plan for those able to return and for those needing to continue as distance learners. With a year to plan, the elementary schools are now already 22 days late, and the 6 to 12, we've been given notice that the rate will be under 7 by the 9th of March, and so reopening can happen on the 23rd of March. All the districts around us put up reasonable schedules the minute the rates came down.
Thank you, Harriet. Justin Nelson, followed by Gail Gilman, and then Ilana Radin Segal.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for allotting this time for the families to first of all thank our school administration. I have twin boys at Roosevelt, and they've just done a dynamic job. So I just applaud them, and I appreciate all the time that the board and Dr. Dradi has been putting forth in the efforts to get our kids back to school. My question is that and it's been asked before, and I'm just gonna, in a different way, if the numbers are going to allow for a full student body count to for the fall, but we are still required the 6-foot distancings, do the schools have enough space for every child that would want to return in person? And if not, what is the district doing to secure space to accommodate for all of our children? And this will dovetail into a second question, is that we've been hearing this a number of times in these meetings, and I know that we have a timestamp for these for COVID only, but I think it might be a good idea for us to have a carve out meetings for parents to specifically address all our concerns on COVID return or returning our students to school. I believe, you have a 5-hour meeting so far. I think it would be too much to ask for 2 hours for our parents to do it once a month about this. And lastly, I think you've heard from a lot of parents that there's a sense of hopelessness because we're learning that, is it the teachers, is it this? I think we just need a better amount of communication to the parents so we can answer our own children who sometimes come to us with tears in their eyes about when they're going to go back to school, when will they see their friends. And as parents and as their biggest advocate, we want to give them the answers that they absolutely deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Gilman, Alana Radin Segal, Trevor Fouché or Fucher. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what.
Hi, my name is Gail Gilman. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for time stamping this agenda item tonight and moving forward. I also just really want to thank the teachers for spending 5 hours a day on Zoom with our children. I'm worried as much about our teachers as I am about our students for having to spend so much time staring at a computer screen every day. It's not a way to learn, and it breaks my heart. As Dr. Dradi said, this week, the ACR reached 7.2 per 100,000, and it is imminent that the upper schools will be allowed to return before the break, but logistically after the break. I am requesting that parents of high school students and middle school students are provided with sample schedules and a proposed return plan before we leave for that break. If we really intend and desire our students to be back at school when it is legal, when we are legally eligible according to the DPH, then we need to have a plan and a schedule in front of us and be ready to go as soon as we return. I don't know why that wouldn't be possible if we're just in a planning phase with blocks. I think Nikki did a great job of outlining a plan, and it's unfortunately more than I've heard from anyone about the high school students. If we're prioritizing students, I would ask that we please prioritize the seniors. It breaks my heart they haven't seen each other for 1.5 years and they will go off into the world and say goodbye to each other without time on campus. So I implore you to have that plan ready that we can go immediately after spring break. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Alana, and then Alana, Trevor, and then Jeremy McCallum.
Hi, Superintendent Dradi, members of the boards, teachers, and fellow parents. My name is Ilana Siegel. This is my husband, Alan. Our daughter, Lily, is a 5th grader at Roosevelt Elementary School. First of all, we want to thank the teachers and administrators for working so hard in the past year during these unprecedented, trying times. You are truly amazing. We are here because my husband and I are deeply distraught about what we heard about the plans for Cohort C. We feel that this plan is so unfair to the most vulnerable students with just 3 months left till the end of the school year. We are thrilled for the parents for which reopening schools is offering help and hope. But for those of us who are not well enough and are not vaccinated and we have health issues, we cannot send our children back to school right now. The current plan is really troubling. Our daughter loves school. She has been continuing to thrive at home with remote learning, and she adores her current teachers. She and her other friends in Cohort C deserve to have the continuity for the few months left of 5th grade. How unfair would it be to pull them out of their classroom now and have them not continue with the daily school routine they have adapted so well to? What we are proposing, what everybody else has been mentioning as well, is to include them with live streaming in their classrooms that they are in right now. My sister is a middle school teacher in Broward County in Florida, and she has been teaching that way for the last 4 months. She has half of her class at home and half of her class in class, and she walks around with a little camera right here, and she does live streaming. She says she's making it work. The technology.
Speaker's time is up.
Doing it for 4 months. Please do, I beg of you to do that. Do not do this to our children that need help the most. Do not detach them from their classrooms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Trevor, whose name I think I botched. Is he here, Sarah? Here you are. How do you pronounce it?
Fouché.
Fouché. Oh, I was right. Okay, good.
So thank you. Last spring, I was very proud of Dr. Bendrati and the board for closing the schools early. It was real leadership, and it kept our kids and staff safe, which is what we all want. But we can't live in fear forever. I know it's been said before, but our elementary school is planning DL Plus just 2 hours a week at school, and this is not meaningful. I appreciate your commitment to open the schools to the fullest extent permissible by law for all of the families who are able to return. Thank you to everyone who's helping to make this possible.
Thank you. Jeremy McCallum, followed by Julie Rousseau, and then Amir Torkamani.
Hi, my name is Jeremy McCallum. I'm a parent of a high schooler and a middle schooler. First, I just wanted to, again, thank you for the timestamp and the update. Dr. Dradi, I understand you are in the middle of negotiations, but appreciate you updating us on what you could talk about. John, thank you for explicitly stating a hybrid model is the goal moving forward from the board's perspective. As a member of Open Santa Monica, I'm in favor of an immediate return to core curriculum learning on campus to the greatest extent possible under county guidelines. So I appreciate hearing that. My really question is, are we prepared for middle and high school to open in a hybrid model on April 12th? What Harriet said earlier is completely accurate, right? This has been going on for a year. Have we sent out surveys? Do we know who's going to come back? Have we planned this? Are we ready for the space requirements? I do not like the idea of ramping up, of starting with DL Plus. I understand there's certain language we can and cannot use right now, but it seems like that could be complex, that we should adopt the hybrid model and implement it as soon as possible. Finally, I just want to remind you that we have a wonderful community of smart, passionate people and parents that will do whatever is needed to help you work out the details. So I just ask of you to ask different groups, our groups, for assistance when you need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, you don't see Julie? So let's move on to Amir Torkamani, then Tommy Lee, and then Vladimir Manuel. Emmanuel, I'm not sure which.
Yeah, hi, everyone. I was pretty pleased to hear a lot of the progress that's been made. I guess I think the thing that's missing right now that I think is leading to a lot of confusion is we keep talking about ramping up. And, I saw one of the documents online that says after spring break, I guess it's going to be up to 4 days a week. I think it would be really helpful to know specifically on what the dates are or what the case rates are at and what's going to happen at those stages and ramping up really mean. I mean, I think that, given that the teachers are getting vaccinated and the way that the case rate is going right now, there really should be no obstacle to opening to the maximum extent possible, particularly after spring break. But if that's not what's happening, I think that there needs to be a little bit more clarity. I don't know if you can provide it now because of the negotiations, but whenever you can, on what ramping up means. If it's, at X date or Y case rate, we're adding a day, whatever it is, some more clarity on that would be really appreciated, I think. And I won't take any more of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tommy Lee, Vladimir, and then Magdalena Edwards.
Hi, my name is Tommy Lee. I'm a parent of a TK student at Roosevelt. First, I want to thank particularly the teachers and the SMMUSD staff for working so hard to reopen. I support Open Up SMMUSD, and I urge you all to open to the fullest extent permissible by the law. In short, I don't think we should be, making up plans. We should instead just follow the Department of Public Health's guidelines and open to following, their guidelines. To be honest, I've been frustrated that restaurants and retail have been open while schools haven't been open. I think my bottom line is, if the Gap is open, school should be open. School is kind of the very last thing that should close. It's as essential as, one of the first things we do when we develop a third world country is to build schools. I think it's that level of essential for, a functioning society. Businesses and private schools have moved heaven and earth to stay open. I know they've literally converted parking spaces to outdoor dining, and they have lobbyists working hard to make it open. And, I just hope that our school district is similarly moving heaven and earth to open up the schools to the maximum extent possible for our students. I see a lot of tired faces on Zoom today, and so I'm guessing that you guys are moving heaven and earth to open up, and I do appreciate that. I really do. And I'm really pleased with the progress since the last board meeting, and I can tell you guys are working hard. Real quick, I just wanted to say that my kid's TK teacher is doing a great job in really making TK special despite the difficult times. I think some of us disagree on some aspects, but I think we all want the same thing. Anyways, that's all. Thank you for your time, all.
Thank you very much. Vladimir? Vladimir?
I don't see Vladimir.
Okay, Magdalena Edwards, Deanne Ozaki, and then Clara Cormans, you put number 1, so I don't know if you meant J1. So if you're here and this is what you're here for, you will be the third speaker.
I don't see Magdalena. Let me look for Deanne. I do see Deanne Ozaki.
Okay.
Hello?
You're on. We hear you.
Okay.
I can see you, but I can hear you.
I'm here to speak on behalf of the 50% of parents who voted for distance learning for their children, and to reiterate that an equal education for this vulnerable section of the student population requires live, interactive instruction from their current teachers. You haven't heard much from the distance-only learners because on December 17th, the district proposed and the school board approved Distance Learning Plus as the official learning plan for the remainder of the school year. I wanted to share a story with you. When the city started planning for the renovation of Memorial Park, I attended one of the early planning meetings. At my table was 2 architects, a sports guy, a resident, and myself. On the table were 3 renditions. We were supposed to circle what we liked on each plan. No one liked the first rendition, so the architect put a big X through it. The sports guy liked the second rendition because of the field layout, and I liked the third rendition because of the on-site parking. So the architect took the rendition with the preferred with the preferred field layout and asked if anyone was interested in a structure on that layout. No one was interested, so the architect took a pen and drew on-site parking over the unwanted structure. I asked if we were allowed to do that, and his response was, why not? So my question to the board and district is, why not? Why do parents have to choose between a plan that works solely for the distance learners or a plan that works solely for those who want to return to school? Why not create a plan that works for both? All the distance learners want is live interactive instruction from their current teachers for the few remaining months of the school year. With that accomplished, the return to school families can decide what they want return to school to look like. I've written to you multiple times with suggestions on how to accomplish this. However, under any plan, What is unacceptable and inequitable is asynchronous or online learning without their current teachers for the distance-only learners. Basically, it's a rendition with a big X through it, and no one wants that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, oh, you don't see Clara, okay.
I don't see Clara.
Human Hamadi, Suzanne Jacobson, and then Joanna Provencher.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Human Hamadi. I'm a physician and a parent of 2 young kids in Santa Monica. I've also been very active on a local, state, and national level on the school reopening movement. First, I wanted to thank you, the board, as well as our teachers and union for everything you've been doing. This academic year, however, will soon be over. No matter what we do now, it won't undo the damage that's already been done to this academic year. We can't turn back the clock, but we can't give up on it, as it must also serve as a dress rehearsal for this fall, which is something we've neglected to some degree as we focus so hard on the immediate return to school that our kids so badly need. And we can all agree that we must be open for full-time in-person instruction for all who want it in fall of 2021, with no exceptions. No hybrid plus, no distance hybrid plus, whatever name you want to give to it, but 5 full days of in-person instruction, no matter what it takes. And by that time, about 9 months from now, every teacher and staff member will have been fully vaccinated. All models are showing that COVID case numbers will be crashing in the community by end of summer. And remember, Santa Monica's COVID numbers have always been far below the LA County average to begin with. So we're going to be at a near nil level in our community. Additionally, all the measures in place that we've been taking, that Dr. Dradi showed, to ensure the schools will be the safest imaginable place for students and teachers, far safer than any public spaces that they would otherwise access outside of school. But to be fully open by the first day of fall 2021, we cannot wait until August to begin planning. And many of us fear that'll happen. Those plans must start today, as we have to address a COVID plan, classroom assignments, plan for kids who don't want to be in school, have discussions with the teachers as well as the union. And those plans and those discussions and bargaining must begin today, in parallel with planning the remainder of this academic year, and they have to be completed by around May 15th, with a very extremely specific plan, which equally applies to every school in the district, rather than a fragmented approach where parents, like you see tonight, are concerned that their kids are getting something less.
The speaker's
Why
time
this
is up.
urgency? I've seen dozens, if not hundreds of families so concerned that we may not be ready for the fall that they're applying to private schools, only to hear that they're full, even if they've added more classes and teachers. And the few that still have available open spaces are charging thousands of dollars in non-refundable
The speaker's
deposits.
time is up.
No.
Thank
So
you.
I just beg you to do the right thing and start planning today, and we're here.
Thank you. Suzanne Jacobson, followed by Joanna Provencher, and then Cynthia Maloney.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Jacobson, and I'm with Open Schools Santa Monica. I have a son who is in 8th grade at Lincoln Middle School, and he is struggling. He is miserable. Bruce Lee said, mistakes are forgivable if one has the courage to admit them. The idea of distance learning class is a mistake. It is the wrong choice. It needs to be bypassed entirely in favor of a hybrid model. It is disruptive, it is not in-person learning, and it will make a very, very bad situation even worse. We need to reopen all of SMM USD schools now using Zoom technology. With a Zoom hybrid, there can be very little schedule disruption. We need to immediately stop all plans for construction at SAMO. Respectfully, we are in a once-in-a-century pandemic. Can we not pivot and focus on what's most important right now? We are a small district. Can we not be agile? The most important issue now is getting kids back into real classrooms and letting them be free to learn once again. I ask that you please use the emergency zoning code for temporary shade structures so as to allow the maximum number of students on campus to return safely. We are close to the numbers allowing middle school and high school to return. Please be dynamic in union negotiation. Children are the most vulnerable members of our society. Do we not want, as educators and parents, to put their education, health, and well-being first? If we do not put the needs of our kids first, then who will? Things do not happen, things are made to happen. Throughout this pandemic, public health authorities have urged us to follow the science. Yet when it comes to safely opening our schools, it's politics, not science, that has closed our schools and abandoned all our kids, including our poorest and most vulnerable. UNICEF just posted a statement that no effort should be spared to reopen the schools now. The reason public education exists is to serve kids. I ask again, who is looking out for the best interest of our children? Please.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Joanna Provencher, Cynthia Maloney, and then Lucy without a last name.
Okay. Hi, I am a parent at Roosevelt, and I'm here to advocate for not only the distant learning supporters, but also those parents who are on the fence that are just scared right now because they don't know what choice to make. Because as people keep stating, we are in the middle of a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. So we need to do this the best way possible and safest way possible for every single person. And those that say they don't want to leave any kid behind, let's not leave any kid behind. There is a way that we can both sides do this successfully. So I'm advocating for at least zooming in for teacher from maybe live streaming, but also maybe just for live instruction and letting us still have the DLPs that we have every day when our kids are doing okay with those for the parents that can't go back due to health reasons or whatever. And to those parents that are scared or just can't decide, I just wanted to ask, with the money that's been allocated for all this, because it's a pandemic, if there's any possibility to get testing to identify the positive cases in students and teachers, rely on the honor system that each family will follow guidelines and get tested if needed. With the positive case count this year has taught us the honor system doesn't work. So I think a lot of people are just nervous about going back. They want to go back, but there is a fear. So I just really want to talk about the distant learning and the cohort C and all these kids. Every single kid has lost so much this year. I don't want to see these kids who can't go back get one last thing taken from them. My son has bonded so much with his teacher, and the only consistency he's had is those familiar faces on Zoom. So I'm just really asking you guys to do your best to please give those students who can't return the chance to have the same teacher and the same faces for the handful of weeks we're back in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we? Sorry. Cynthia, you don't see Lucy? Lucy, do you see Lucy? And after Lucy will be Shelley Erkey and Bill Trail. There you go.
There's Lucy.
All right, I got it. Thank you. So I just want to say we need to reopen tomorrow. Okay, we were allowed to reopen on February 16th and Santa Monica didn't do anything. We were allowed to apply for the TK-2 waiver in October. We didn't do anything. All right, you kept those poor little children who cannot be like on a computer out of school until now. We're in March now, okay? And, you know, it's very emotional for everybody, and I really understand that. And I just want to say that my child's teacher was changed twice this year. He lost his grandmother in October from cancer, stage 4, okay? It's horrific. Any loss of a family member is horrific. But it's not a reason to keep schools closed. And on February 16th, the state and the county said, we can reopen schools. And this district didn't do anything. And the only emotion I got from John King today was when the Moody's bond issue was raised. That's it. I see you shaking your head.
You know,
that's fine.
There's a civility that we have, and you're talking about personal things.
I have a First Amendment right, John. I have a First Amendment right. Okay?
Please finish your 2 minutes.
I'm just saying that the only reaction John had tonight, and he's having it right now, right, is when finances are raised. It's interesting. It's interesting. And you can't shut people down from talking just because you don't want to hear it. And you do it every single meeting. And for the people congratulating you,
The speaker's
for
time is
having,
up.
Thank you. Shelley Erkey, followed by Phil Trail, and then Rita Cashrew.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, great, thanks. So it seems moot, but I want to ask the district to stick with the Distance Learning Plus reopening plan that was approved in December and ratified by SMMCTA just 2 weeks ago. As a middle school educator, I strongly believe DL Plus is superior to hybrid at this point in the year when it comes to academic, social, emotional connections, mental health, and safety. It is frustrating that we are suddenly relitigating all of this and chaotically throwing together convoluted hybrid plans while forcing families and teachers into difficult return decisions most didn't think they were going to have to make because this was already settled back in December. And for what? Just the last 8 weeks or so of school, several of which could be state testing. Welcome back, kids. Sit for hours and days in front of a computer and take these tests with a mask on while not talking to anyone. I'm excited about the plus activities we have planned at Lincoln and welcoming my 6th graders onto campus for the first time in a way that is fun and relaxed, yet still provides learning and connections while keeping the academic stability of the DL program. I was proud of our district for equitably engaging all stakeholders in reopening conversations in the fall. While most districts were stuck in that binary narrative of remote versus hybrid, we got innovative and came up with a consensus plan. We should be proud of that community collaboration, and instead we're blowing it all up for 8 weeks of hybrid. DL Plus, while not perfect, addressed the majority of concerns of all sides. It is not a lesser reopening plan, especially at this point in the year. I have yet to see how hybrid addresses any of our shared concerns better than DL Plus would. Many schools doing hybrid are struggling with consistency, stability, staffing, stressful classroom situations, none of which is good for academics or mental health. DL Plus instead of hybrid allows us to focus on prioritizing the utmost of safety while our community gets vaccinated, especially now with variants that could infect and sicken kids at higher rates and cause a spring surge. Academic continuity for all of the students so they can stay with their current teachers and classmates while avoiding disruption due to quarantines. Remember, some teachers can't come back for hybrid, but can for DL Plus, and I'm one of them, and I'm devastated at the thought of not finishing the year with my kids. Academic strength, since teachers will be able to fully focus on all students and not have divided attention between in-person and online students at the same time, and prioritizing our kids' SEL connections. So in closing, please stick with already approved DL Plus reopening plan. It gets our kids on campuses in a meaningful
Thank you. Thank you very much. Phil Trail, followed by Rita Cashrew, and then Mahtab Almquist.
Hi, thank you everyone. My name is Phil Trail. I've got 3 kids in the Santa Monica school system, one at elementary, one at middle, and one at Samo High. I support Open Up Santa Monica Schools, so I'm pleased about the movement with elementary, but I've got so many questions about how and when middle and high school might open. Are you finding out what other schools are doing, what other districts are doing? Is live streaming, which sounds like the perfect solution, is that possible? And if not, why not? And it just seems to me that these kind of questions are a result of the ongoing lack of communication between the districts and the parents, which causes so many frustrated conversations between the parents who just really want to help as much as we can. And that negativity about the district then obviously filters down to the kids, which isn't good for anyone. So I guess if I had one request, it's please improve your communication to the parents and the students for our sake and for yours and for everyone's. Thank you. I'll stop now because I just heard Rita's next and she's more important than me.
Thank you. Rita Cashrew, then Mahtab Almquist, and then Jamie Lloyd Smith.
Hi, thanks for letting me talk. I want to first say that as a member of the COVID-19 Compliance Task Force, a parent of a senior, a sophomore, and a 5th grader, I cannot express enough of my gratitude for all the amazing work, the behind the scenes work that Dr. Drotti is doing, the board is doing, the district administrators, nurses, principals, teachers, staff, in balancing the fluctuating course of this pandemic with state and local restrictions and trying to keep the safety and the needs of everyone in our community as a whole. So that's parents, students, teachers, staff. And so I really want to emphasize that I know there's potentially issues with communications that I have brought up with the district, but the behind the scenes work of the district and all of the employees is they've been working on this for months and months. So you may not be seeing it, but it's happening, and it's happening real time, and it's happening with a lot of love and a lot of care for everybody involved in the community. So I want to share that. Okay, now I'm going to switch hats, and as a boarded internist, pediatrician, immunologist, section chief of immunology at UCLA, I want to say that our district needs to continue to use science to base how we're going to guide reopening. And based on the lower SARS-CoV-2 burden in the community, based on the growing scientific evidence that schools do not drive community transmission of SARS-CoV-2 if proper mitigation is put in place, which the district COVID-19 safety plan has done a beautiful job doing. And again, I can't give enough shout outs to the people involved with doing that. I feel Santa Monica Malibu is properly prepared to bypass DL Plus and move forward with a synchronous, and I repeat, synchronous core hybrid with live streaming. I agree with a lot of the
The
parents'
speaker's
views.
time is up.
Thank you so much, Rita. Where am I? I'm sorry, Matab Almquist, Jamie Lloyd Smith, and then we have 3 speakers after that who signed up late, so they will each have 1 minute.
Hi, members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi to you, members of the board, and Dr. Dradi. No need to say I agree with fellow Open Up speakers. I also want to say to those teachers in here that are wanting in opening up the schools are not us parents being against you. We appreciate you, and we love that you love to teach our children. Dr. Dradi, this is no longer about the teachers or the parents, nor is it about the kids. This is not about COVID anymore for the majority of us. You are straightforward letting the union use our kids in your negotiations. You are not doing what your job description says. You have shown this community that your top priority is not advocating or acting in the best interest of our children. You need to step up your game rapidly. Open up for 5 days a week, no matter what name you choose to give that learning. Experience and activity are not learning. El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Long Beach, Redondo Beach, Newport Mesa, Palo Alto. Do you need more names of those districts that have managed to open up in at least 4-day hybrid? Why do you insist on creating a new plan? Just use what the other districts are doing. And Sarah Braff, you say 11 months and you've been working hard on a hybrid. Where is it? And why are you negotiating with our children in the middle? You have said that teachers would love to teach outdoors. Why aren't you using the funds for this? Build temporary pergolas, tents, and also get more teachers, not more online tools. You are not confined by what's written, Dr. Dradi. You are being puppets. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Lloyd Smith, you're the final 2-minute speaker, and then we have 3 speakers who all have 1 minute. Tasha Buccioni, Peggy O'Mara Searles, and Berenice Onofre.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm a parent of a first grader, another supporter of Open Up Santa Monica Schools. I do want to thank you all for the hard work you're doing to move toward reopening. I have to say the progress is very encouraging, as is the switch toward, seriously moving on the hybrid option. Thanks also for locking in this more humane time slot. I want to say, the science has been clear for a while. Finally, the state and the county agree it's safe now for elementary schools to reopen. With the teachers getting vaccinated at a rapid rate, which is great news, it's going to be even safer for everybody. Sarah Braff mentioned earlier, a few of us parents who have relevant expertise had a great meeting with the teachers union earlier this week to share information about safety and about how to go back with minimal risk. We do support our teachers and the other staff, and we're glad that the district is working with everybody to bring people back as safely as possible. I also echo the point Rita just made. The safety plan is very strong. The community conditions are improving a lot. It really is a safe situation now for the majority of families. So I'm glad we're going to start reopening. I'm going to hit some of the open up talking points. We need core academic content taught in person to the greatest extent possible under the current conditions. I'm pleased to see that the board seems to be favoring a move toward a full hybrid after spring break. I hope that comes to pass with core academic content. I echo the call for a specific commitment as soon as possible. My heart goes out to the families who aren't able to come back, and I hope the board takes their needs into consideration. It sounds as though synchronous streaming may be a preferred option for them. I do want to emphasize, we will need to ramp up further. We're going to have to go to fully open at some stage. Maybe that'll be this spring. It'll certainly be in fall, I hope. And we've heard about these funds. We've heard about options like temporary shade structures, like plexiglass, you name it.
The speaker's time is up
now so that we can all plan to get back in the fall and maintain our faith in the system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, these last three speakers will each have 1 minute. Actually, there's a fourth, I guess. 4 speakers, each of whom will have 1 minute. Tasha Buccioni, Peggy O'Mara Searles, Berenice Onofre, and Heather Pitts.
I don't see Tasha. I do see Peggy.
Hello. Okay. Hi, I'm Peggy O'Mara. I'm a parent, a teacher, and alumni. And for those of you who need target practice, I am a union rep on the negotiations team. And I'm here to first thank not only my team, Grant Clark, who is the leader, and all the union reps working tirelessly to get our kids back in school and our teachers back in school. I want to thank them. I want to thank the district, and especially Mark Kelly for leading the district side. I want to say that I'm going to quote Grant Clark. He said, "There is no equity in a pandemic." That is 100% true. And we cannot do a one size fit all here. And I am offended as a parent, a teacher, and a union rep that families are saying it's the union's fault that we are not back in school. It is the pandemic's fault we are not back in school. I ask any parents who say this is not a diverse, robust curriculum to go out and look at the amount of minutes that other schools have been giving in a distance learning format and just be grateful for what we have. My children go to Grant School, their teacher taught through having COVID. That's how dedicated the teachers are. I
the
think
speaker's time is up.
No.
Thank you, Peggy. Thanks for speaking. But Berenice Onofre and then Heather Pitts.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Dr. We need to bring the students back to school as allowed by the health department. The vulnerable students have lost 1 year of schooling. Also, I would like to ask Superintendent Dradi, we would appreciate that you include Latino team in your mailings. We became aware that you only include PTA, Puente, and African American parents groups. We are in a world crisis and cannot afford to exclude parent groups at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Pitts, you're the last speaker, if you're here.
I don't see, let me search by last name. I don't see her.
Okay.
Okay, that concludes the public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you all to the public for taking part in that. And we will now open this up to board discussion or questions for staff. So I will look around my Zoom screen and look for hands. Although I can't see all the board members right now, the way the screen is set up. So I'm going to need help. Does anybody have any questions, comments, clarifying? All right, I'll go first again. Okay. Oh, Laura, you can go first. I like go first. I like wait to see if other people want to talk. And
I
if no
think
one wants to,
I'm going to probably speak for everyone when I say this is a little bit difficult because there is, I think there's only so much we can say. I think you at the outset expressed to everyone the board's desire. Ben has expressed, I think, shared as much as he's able to about the status of negotiations, and we really can't get into deeply to that. So I think maybe the best thing to do is to reiterate what you said earlier, which is that I think the board and staff are working together to on the terms that are acceptable to everyone so that we can come back on April 12th. And right now, the elementary schools are being addressed. And I believe Dr. Dradi said, for those who didn't hear it, that next week, hopefully, the negotiations will continue into a discussion about middle and high schools. And of course, the numbers will continue to be what they are. And that will make that either more or less possible in terms of what can happen right away. I'm other than reiterating those things, I just want to say, I do want to say to everyone, I appreciate most of the positiveness of the way people expressed what I know is an incredible amount of frustration, pain, all kinds of emotions that we all feel from what we've lived through for the last year. So I guess I just want to remind us all that we're all in this together, and again, appreciate the fact that I think most people acknowledge that. We are working towards getting kids back in school, and I just, without sort of going into the gory details of the different possible models that elementary schools might use, I just want to say to everyone that when the board decided to try to pursue Distance Plus in November, things were very different than they are now. And we did that because we wanted to say, we know how frustrating it is to be limited to distance learning, but we know that the numbers and the health situation that people are facing does not allow us to open. So we were looking for ways to we were looking for opportunities to have some kind of human in-person touches and to develop that eventually to what would in effect be a hybrid. So I want to say, without again going into the different models that are being discussed in different schools, whether you call them Distance Plus or you call them hybrid, they're all hybrids at this point that are being discussed. Hybrid doesn't have a magic answer that is AM, PM, or 2 days a week, or different school districts are doing it differently. And for those who have said, be creative, be innovative, think about all the different ways you could possibly bring life and learning and in-person experiences and social emotional experiences to our kids. That's exactly what I think we've been attempting to do, and that's what DL Plus was supposed to do. We are now further on. We know, I mean, I don't need to explain, and no one needs to repeat what the transmissibility rates are now, and hopefully, you know, we're all hoping that they just continue to get better and nothing changes for the worse. But we don't have a crystal ball, and I don't know anyone who does. And so we are planning based on the numbers now. We're planning to get kids back in school. We will obviously look toward the future to see how much more we can open our schools, but it might be less depending on what happens. But I think what we should all celebrate is we are getting vaccinations for all of our employees. More and more of the population is going to get vaccinated. Hopefully the COVID-19 will continue to, recede in the larger community. And we will be operating and adjusting accordingly. We hear what you're saying, and we hope you can hear us, that we're trying to do what's best to get our students back in the classroom for as much time as is possible, given that the requirements, the safety requirements do limit how many you can put on a campus, so that there, by the very nature, limits how many hours we can be on campus. So I'll stop and let somebody else take up from there, but I don't know how much we can say about the specifics beyond that.
Looking around. I'm looking.
Do you want me to-
Maria.
you want me to say, okay, let me go on. No, thank you to all the parents. We are listening. I think it's been a real difficult time since we closed about a year ago, almost a year ago, where we had a lot of shifting, where we had, like you said, once in a lifetime kind of pandemic that we're living through, and nobody had direction. Even the county and the state were all trying to, say something in terms of where do we go. So in a sense, we have been working with our teachers and administrators and everybody as a good team in getting us to finishing up last year and then opening up this year with as best of distance learning program as we could for all our kids. And again, situations got worse, in the fall. It got, during Christmas, and all of a sudden here we are. Things are changing. They're getting better. The vaccine's coming out. And so I guess to this to say that I think it's easy to say that we can be nimble enough to move. And those are great words, to pivot and everything else. But sometimes it's difficult to pivot when you're really dealing with, with human beings that you have to involve and take into consideration all the different aspects to make sure that as we move, we do with safely and with everybody, in mind, in terms of not just only teachers, but students and families and so forth. So I think, we're pushing really hard, and we're being supportive of Dr. Doughty moving this forward. And hopefully by April, we will reopen in a hybrid model. What that would look like, we're still negotiating that piece. That's all I could say. I don't know. We don't know yet. But that's what I think you've heard. And I think the conversations, you keep having those conversations with your principals and parents in your particular schools. The only thing that came up that I wanted to ask Dr. Doughty, that, and because I don't think I've heard that, but I had it in mind because I know LAUSD is doing it anyway, is testing. One of the parents did ask about testing in terms of, I don't know, was it teachers or for families, for the kids? I don't know the aspect of it, of how that testing piece comes into play when even once we get vaccinated. It's almost like they say, you just can't, you still have to have your guard up. You can't just say, okay, I'm vaccinated, I'm good, but you still have to have precautions in that respect. So I don't know if testing is one of the pieces that you're also talking with you're negotiating that piece.
Yeah, Ben, do you want to hop on and answer that question about our testing protocols?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. We're in the process of finalizing our agreement with Valencia Labs. They are the organization that's doing most of the testing in the county, the Culver City, and so on. So the focus a lot of times is on staff. What's going on in LA Unified, LAUSD is they are helping the community with testing.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, they don't have students on campus,
right?
Nor do they have teachers on campus, but they're helping the community. Our testing system is going to be a part of our safety plan that we turned in, that we would have. Sorry, late. I'm drawing a blank on the term. I don't know, Dr. Kelly, you can help me with this.
Surveillance testing program.
Surveillance testing, thank you. Surveillance testing. So we have that in place. We will have it in place. We won't be able to force students to be tested. That's not what we're going to do. Is screen people. That is a part of the safety plan. But testing is available, but we won't be able to force students for testing.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's one of the interesting, because as I've driven around Santa Monica, even in Venice, I've noticed that there's been a lot of pop-ups in parking lots of people setting up testing, and you can get your results in 15 minutes. So I don't know if it's being put on, being supported by the county or whatever. But I know, I want to thank you, Dr. Dradi, because Dr. Dradi is one of the behind the scenes, was able to negotiate with St. John's, Providence St. John's Hospital in allowing, giving us priority for our teachers to get vaccinated. So it was great to hear that, because I know for many of us who, like I was able to work through my medical group at Providence St. John to get my first vaccine through them, rather than having to go to these mega sites like, Dodgers or the Forum or something like that. So, which is nice, it was less, anxiety for me to have gone to my doctor's office or one of the doctor's offices here in Santa Monica than to go to these places. But like I said, just saying, all I can say is I hope that the families will support us, will please be part of the team with us as we move forward. I think we're going towards a positive direction, and we don't know. It might be that by the time the fall comes, we might be in a situation when we can all be back without all in the classroom. We don't know. The way things are going right now, it may be, because we didn't think we were going to be in the red this quick, and we are probably come next week. So things are moving quicker than we thought, and we're here for the best. And I think as part of the board, I'm here and everybody's here. And just to let you know, I have a grandson here that's a kindergartner. And for him, if we would have had the choice to have brought him back in October, November, we wouldn't, because he's got an issue. So with health issues, so there's no way that we would have brought him back. And right now, I know my son and my daughter-in-law are thinking about it very strongly, whether they're going to bring him back in March or April when we get back. So like I said, but we're going to try our, like I said, I'm sure that he'll get accommodated if he decides to stay at home. So anyway, thank you.
Maria. Again, I've got a terrible screen, so I can't really see anybody.
John?
Yes, sir. Richard, I can hear Richard. I see Richard now. Richard.
I might time myself to be really quick. I just want to thank every one of the speakers. I want to thank you, John and Lori, for the work you did this evening, and also to Dr. Dradi and his staff, and to Sarah Braff and her team. And I really appreciate what Lori said, and reiterating what you said at the beginning about are really in this process of bargaining. What I wanted to share specifically is to say that many of us school board members were able to tour some of the schools and to see the work that's being done to prepare to bring the students back. And I was fortunate enough to go with John and Lori, and we pretended as if we were kids being dropped off and did all of the protocols. And we were able to meet with the principal, assistant principal, and have the staff there. And I just want to say that our team is working really, really hard, and also listening deeply and thoughtfully. And I know it might not seem that way sometimes, but I hope that those persons who are here this evening listening to the varied positions and perspectives understand that everyone wants the same thing, the best for our students. And there are lots of different things to be considered. And Dr. Dradi comes to work every day with his team and is positive. He's got a great spirit, and he is working well with the teachers and the parents. And I look forward, John, to getting news from you and Dr. Dradi soon about how the negotiations are unfolding. Thank you very much.
Can I add something to that? I think it's kind of it's heavy in my heart about this. I want to be able to tell the community, look, no one is sleeping at the wheel. No one's not trying to, but we have to manage the emotions of all the stakeholders. And for those that somehow try to separate the teachers are one thing and the union is another, it's not. They're one and the same. If the teachers wanted something that somehow they think union is stopping them, that's not the case. It's one and the same. So I don't think you can't say, oh, this is one way about teachers and then the union's another way. So I'm only saying that just to say the tears that you see from the parents, the same tears you see from teachers. The real fear about coming, that's real. And our attempt all along, maybe that was a mistake. I thought we wanted to be collaborative in developing something all along. So that way all the stakeholders are moving forward. The option, we can always go at this by ourselves. right? Meaning I get direction from board, just say, let's open no matter what I happen to collaborate with anybody. Certainly we can do that, but there's repercussions for that. There are districts that are done it that way, and I would venture to say that learning probably isn't taking place distance or in person at that point, because you're dealing with constant sub rotations or people sick outs or whatever. So this is about getting people that have real concerns focus moving towards with the eye on the students. And there isn't a single person not focused on students' needs here. And I wanted to address that because some people come here and think no one's thinking of kids. That's far from accurate. No one's coming out here saying, I want to hurt students. And I know the teachers aren't. I know the administrators are working hard. I know the board members aren't. And so I just felt I needed to say that just based on some of the comments that were made here tonight.
Thanks, Ben. I appreciate that. I don't see any other hands, so I'm just going to say a couple things quickly. And the first thing I need to say, I need to apologize. It's not okay for me to lose my temper, and I did. So I apologize to that speaker. I've been saying at many meetings over the past few months that all of us are hurting during this process. All of us have children. All of us have experienced loss. I am not immune from that. My family has been suffering. And I'm fine with anybody coming on and disagreeing, but at a certain point, when we make individual attacks, we are making somebody else the enemy. And I'm sorry, the enemy is the virus. So I apologize for losing my temper. I shouldn't have done that. But let's remember that all of us are dealing with this same enemy. And you don't know what's in someone's heart or what's in someone's head. So please think of that before you make comments that are cruel. And not just to me, Dr. Drotti was attacked. Anyway, I just want to say one last thing and then we'll move on to the next item. Oh, sorry, Keith, go ahead. Why don't you wrap it up? Go ahead, Keith.
Keith, you're muted. Wait, you're still muted. There you go.
Super. Well, first and foremost, I wanted to also really express my appreciation for everyone that's taken the time to think and share their comments tonight. And as folks had said, you know, we are all parents too. I have a middle schooler as well. And, you know, again, we've all been challenged and we've all experienced different kind of grades of suffering. But one of the things that's been interesting, and it's been refreshing to finally hear people describe, is that we have to find ways to abandon individual agendas truly in favor of a collective approach. And that collective approach is about student achievement, student well-being, and et cetera. And so, you know, this concept of collective impact sometimes can be particularly challenging with lots of emotion and that many have experienced. But I think that we're all moving in hopefully the same direction and hopefully we'll be doing so. And we've heard those sentiments from the SMMUSD and Santa Monica family, whether it was the teachers and the unions, folks from the district, and parents, and even and students as well. So let us continue to do so in that way, in a positive way, looking at all of our robust characteristics in that way. And then lastly, again, folks have empathy. Folks are professional in their capacities. People are passionate about education and are passionate about children. And so this is not happenstance. I recall someone saying that this is more politics than empathy, which I don't really agree with. It's fascinating to hear those kinds of comments, and I'll be humble about that. Not as though my view is, better or more well positioned than others, but I just listen to that and really hope that we can continue to sort of frame our humanity in a way that resides more in positivity and looking at finding reasonable solutions in that way. And again, a number of individuals, certainly cited and thanked Superintendent Drotti, Dr. Drotti, for his leadership early on in making sure that the kids were safe earlier in March of last year. So all that to say, we're all on the same team and we're all in the same family, and this is our community, and let's continue to work together in that manner.
Thanks, Keith. Well said. And I'll just wrap it up by saying we hear you when we hear you talk about communication. I will say sometimes everybody gets so caught up in trying to do the work that the thing that suffers is communication. And that's something that this district has always tried to do better, and we always can do better. So we will continue to work on that as a board. We'll continue to work with staff to make sure we get more and clear communication out to you all. And sometimes something that we have to do also is remind you of the things that have already happened. We tested and demoed live streaming in the fall. We tested different technologies at secondary and at elementary. Like Edison said, Edison? Yeah, we learned how not to make a light bulb. We learned the things that did not work. So now we can build on that and find possibly ideas that will work. So there is a lot of things that have already happened. We've already talked about ways of activating the seniors, getting the seniors on campus. That's something that everybody cares about, giving the graduates an experience before they go. So we will do our best to communicate the new stuff and also to remind you of the things that have already happened in the past. And that's something we will work on moving forward. On that note, any parent that's here, it's 9:30. You're welcome to stick around and watch some real sausage get made as we do consent items and some resolutions. But I understand if there's a big fleeing of everybody from the participant list right now, because now we're going to get into some wonky business as we go to consent. So item H, consent items. I know we have some public comment. I'm sorry, Lori, go ahead.
Yeah, there are four, I believe there are four public
What would be great, Lori, if you could tell me what the comments are on and just suggest that we pull those items, and then maybe we can get a motion to approve consent absent those items, and then we'll revisit them one at a time.
Okay, H2, and then H4, Roman 3. Actually, that's not Roman. That's I don't know what you call that. But H4, 3 little I's.
Okay, H4, 3.
And then there's one more comment. Let me find it. Oh, shoot. Where's Nikki's comment here? Oh, here it is. Let's see, it's H1, 3 I's, 1 4. So 1 3, 1 4, 3 3, 4 3, 5 I. That's a lot.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve? Sorry, is there anything else to pull before I say that? Okay, so we are going to pull items. This is for Sarah. We're pulling items H1, 3, and 4, H2, H3, 3, H4, 3, and H5, 1. I see a motion from Craig, I believe, to approve agenda minus those items, seconded by Maria. Are there any comments on any things from the board members in those consent items? No, so we'll do a roll call vote. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes. Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
I don't know if Brianna or Estelle are still with us. If they are, please speak up.
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's commitment. Thanks, Brianna. And I'm a yes, so consent is approved. I'm telling you, Samo High. Okay, so let's start one at a time. Lori, why don't you call out the item for the comment? We'll just pick them off one by one.
All right, well, Nikki Kohlhoff has 5 items here.
I guess
H1,
either, any of them.
apply, I think it means H1 4, it is Roman. H3, I don't know how you want to do this, John. I honestly don't know. H4, 3, H5, 1.
I think she has the right to speak to each individual item. So I think we take the items one at a time. I mean, unless she wants to combine her comments, but we can.
They were all combined in one chit, so I'm not, in one sign up.
I mean, I don't know if the comment is on consent or if it's on the particular items on consent. So I'd rather err with the items.
Those particular items, I think.
Yeah.
The question.
So let's speak to let's call the first item and she can speak to that. It's H1 3. So let's go to H1 3.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to give you guys the benefit of the doubt, and I don't think I get 3 minutes on every single item. You get 3 minutes for consent. So, that's actually how it works.
Very gracious. Thank you.
In that
Anyway,
case,
Aries.
don't start the clock yet then. In that case.
Okay, I'm just going to go through my items like I normally do. So Aries, that is the first, the Starks. This was the comment I was going to make last time. Also, my battery's about to die. Switch machines. That there are a lot of facility comments in here that you guys are not reviewing, and they really need to feed into the construction plans. And they are, comments about our facilities being in disrepair that need to move up ahead of the bright, shiny new objects. So I don't see how you guys can do this by consent and not incorporate that into facilities plans. Aries, so this is the new SIS. We still need to know what it's tracking, what it's doing. A lot of us submitted that we didn't want our kids on it until we got some sort of a description of what was happening. Separate from that, it's being moved to Measure R. I don't think that's legal. Measure R is not for this kind of stuff. You can't change your plan in the middle of the year. It has to be changed by FOC through a process. You just can't do this. 2.8 million for phase 3 construction manager. I don't know why we need another construction manager. We've got a bond manager. We've got a leaseback contractor. I don't know what this additional $3 million is for, but also while we should be pressing pause, as everyone has asked tonight, on all construction, you need to stop phase 3. This is totally unnecessary right now. To get kids back to SAMMO, this can't be happening. 4.3 sustainability manager. I don't think that this should be a position paid for with any bond money, because this person does not in any way, is not asked by you all to look at actual cost benefit analyses with construction or look at sustainability analysis. They did nothing for phase 3. And in fact, they misspoke to the kids who were asking about the sustainability of the project, and they gave the Team Marine some false information coming from the district, and it was based on no actual analysis. It's really not okay. Our sustainability plan doesn't even have good construction provisions, so there's not anything for this person to do yet. Finally, safety plans. I was wondering why there are only 2 of them. And last week there were going to be a whole bunch of them. We're hearing that SAMMO High is being redone completely to account for a giant pit in the middle, which again shouldn't be happening. So are we actually spending staff time right now on safety plans to accommodate construction that would not be happening? So those are my items. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more comment, Lori?
No, we have three
Oh,
more.
Esther signed up for something on this.
There's
or-
three comments. Lydia Moraro is on H2.
Great.
And Seth Jacobson and Esther Hickman are signed up on H4-3.
Hello. There you go. Hi. Is H2 the Aries purchase via Measure R? That's what I meant to sign up for. Hopefully that is. I also do not understand how the purchase of this software belongs to Measure R. It's my understanding that Measure R is meant to support teaching and programs that directly affect students. I also don't know how legit it is for you to put that in the middle of the year and to plan it for so many years. I believe even if you did put in Measure R asks that you put something in the budget for 1 year, and then you look at the budget, figure out if this item is still needed, and then recommend to have it the next year. So here you have a plan to put that in for 4 years. And really, I really don't think it belongs to Measure R, and I don't know how you'd put that in an audit. I'd like you to really explain how you see that this is benefiting the students and not the administration. Thank you.
Lori?
Oh, okay, and then you want to take all the comments and
I
then.
think we'll get all the comments and we'll get some clarifying answers after.
Okay, so on H4-3, we have Seth Jacobson and Esther Hickman.
Thanks, board members. I know it's been a long night, so I'll be brief. I'm here to encourage you to move forward on the sustainability coordinator position. As a member of the FOC, I'm acutely aware of the budget issues that we're facing, but I also know that having worked with the sustainability coordinator for the last couple of years, we've identified significant savings that could easily have paid for and continue to pay for this position in the general fund. As to comments earlier, the sustainability coordinator actually, along with the FOC, has identified tremendous amount of effort, taken a tremendous amount of effort to identify savings and sustainability options. In fact, we worked very closely with the design and building and the facilities folks to identify all kinds of plans and programs for the new buildings. And it's been very effective. And as you know, you pass a sustainability plan, and without implementation funding and without somebody to actually manage it and operate it, it won't happen. And as you all know, when we canvassed all the students in the district a year and a half ago, their number one concern was climate change and the impact that's going to have. Now, granted, we're dealing with COVID, but hopefully as we come out of COVID, we're going to be back looking at issues that they really care about. So again, I would encourage you to move forward on this position. I know it's difficult given all the other cuts and changes that we're dealing with, but I think it pays for itself and it's a very valuable and important option that you move forward on. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you, Seth. Esther Hickman?
I don't see Esther. Let me try her last name. I don't see Esther.
Okay. Do we have anything else?
Okay, those are the only speakers on consent.
Okay. Clarifying questions on any of these concerns? Things that were brought up? Yes, Maria?
I guess reflecting back on, I think it was Nikki, the list of, because I did go through all the safety plans that were on here, and I've seen a big list of repairs, some that are just minor stuff that I don't know, it looks like it's been ongoing for a while, and I don't know whether somewhere along there are no maintenance stuff. So I don't know if somewhere along the line that list is shared with maintenance so that they know that these items are still need to be, dealt with. Because I'm sure that they're still there because these are the latest safety plans that were filed by, by all the principals in the last month. So,
I don't think we have Carrie on the call right now, and I think that would be something that he would want to address. Oh, we do have Carrie on the call. My apologies, Mr. Upton. But you are muted.
I am here for the long haul. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. Yes, we do take a look at the safety plans. Actually, a lot of the issues in the safety plans we generate to give to these sites for them to then put in their safety plans. We are working through, we've worked through many of those already in maintenance. And then I recently had a meeting with the maintenance team. We have some additional funds for this year. And we have a nice long list of things we're going to allocate to get through, from both Fund 40 and Fund 25. We have about $3 million to spend. So we actually have plans that we'll go through September to get all of that done that we can on those safety plans. So yes, we are addressing this.
Great. And then the note on the safety plans, we approved all the safety plans except these two at the last meeting. These two needed to do a couple more phone calls to the stakeholder groups. So once they did that, I think it was Olympic and Jams that we covered tonight. So I'm going
to that end. I was saying to that end, it's been difficult to try to during this COVID time to get signatures. So that's
nothing easy. It's like I'm going to suggest that we pull item H14, which was the Aries software bid, because I only noticed earlier today the funding, and I meant to reach out to Melody and Gerardo and ask about the funding source of that, and I forgot to do so. So I get to apologize about that too. And I don't know if Melody has the information in front of her to give us the adequate answer right now. So unless she tells me differently, I'm going to suggest we pull that item for our March 17th meeting.
John?
That's perfectly fine to do that.
Yes, Richard.
John, and then I wanted to ask you, this is out of order, so then strike it down if you'd like, but I did get a note that one of our students, an SMMUSD student, Daniel Thurman, wanted to speak also, but wasn't able to get on. Is it possible to let them speak? Are they on the list?
Sure.
No, they're not on the list, but I think I saw somebody on the screen before, so I can understand now what what the issue was. Sure.
Okay, let's do that, and then we'll come back to my suggestion.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. I would only ask for this allows for one of our students. Thank you.
What was the name? I'm sorry.
Daniel Thurman. I only saw it because I saw a person on the screen a minute ago, but
hi, thank you so much. Hi.
There you go.
Thank you so much for recognizing my request to speak and being so attentive. On regards to keeping the position of sustainability coordinator, Seth did a great job outlining some of the necessities, and I think there was a little bit of confusion regarding the abilities of the coordinator in regards to, what they're really able to achieve. In my experience, not only with the coordinator, the past coordinator, and the current coordinator for that matter, they don't have that much power to do what they do. They're not a director role, rather they're asking people all the time. So the things outlined, though in the sustainability plan, energy is outlined, there's just not enough execution that is ready. And as a student and seeing and being in Team Marine and knowing the desires of the students and constantly, talking to them, I think that the need for a sustainability director to be making decisions to amply reflect the needs of the student body is completely in place, especially when a director position would facilitate savings of energy expenditures, for example, in the district and other departments as well. Thank you so much, board.
Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate you speaking and sharing your opinions with us. So back to where we started. I am going to make a suggestion that we pull item H14 until next meeting. Does somebody want to make a motion to? I just want to get more clarification around the funding source on it. I thought this was on an earlier agenda. I think the funding source might have shifted, so I'd like to get clarification. Lori?
Yeah, so yes, I agree with that request. And I just wanted to also speak to the one that Seth Jacobson and the student just spoke to.
Okay, but let's could do one thing at a time. Let me just get this off.
What do you want to do?
I'm seeing if someone wants to make a motion to pull this item until the next agenda.
John, you don't need a motion. You could just pull it without objection.
Oh, I can? Oh, great. So I'm pulling without objection.
Pull it. Just pull it. I wanted to speak to the sustainability coordinator. I think that Seth and Daniel both spoke well to the reasons why we do need this position. And as you can see, it's 50% funded by the general fund and 50% by bond monies, which makes sense to me because sustainability is an issue district-wide for all kinds of reasons. And also this person will be helping make our bond projects more sustainable too. So it makes complete sense to me to do it that way. I think it is an important position. And I think, as Seth said, it pays for itself because of the savings that we make. And I could say a whole lot of other things, but if that covers all the items, I'll move all the rest of the items, save the one that John identified.
Great. So motion by Lori, seconded by Jennifer. Okay, wonderful. So the motion is to approve items H13, H2, H33, H43, H51. I will do a roll call. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Brianna?
Yes.
And I am a yes as well. So consent passes, except that one item, which will be held over until the 17th. And now we go to general public comment. Lori?
Oh boy, we have a lot.
I need to take a look too to see what we
Our
have.
order is so weird. I wasn't, okay, wait, I have to get out of
Yeah.
my agenda and back to the comments.
We have a few general public ones. We have very few.
And that comes before we go to the other.
Yes,
item.
we do that, then we go to the rest of our major actions. And then we have a bunch of comments from
Sorry
major.
about that. Okay, we have Nikki Kohoff, followed by Ilana Siegel and Lydia Morrow. Nope, and then there are a couple more after that. Let's start with those three. No, yeah.
Okay, Nikki.
I had to switch devices. Okay, first, I want to talk about phase 3. It just, I hope, should be painfully obvious after listening to all of the comments tonight that we need the space of the history building in order to bring kids back to school. And it makes no sense whatsoever to do anything to the history building until we were 100% back in person on campus. Not only does that mean not tearing it down, because obviously then we're down a building and can't possibly spread out for hybrid, but it also means not starting any of the abatement. Just because that's not, technically construction does not mean that it prevents, doesn't prevent kids from coming back. As soon as you open those walls to start the abatement, we won't be able to use that building. And that means we're down all of those classrooms. We're hearing that, teachers may have already been moved to other classrooms to double up. That obviously renders hybrid impossible. And hybrid is what we need at the high school. So you all really have to stop phase 3, as enamored with it as you are, and pause. The priority needs to be getting our kids back to school. And the seniors want to have their graduation and enjoy some time on campus. And frankly, the juniors, like my daughter are tired of construction for 4 years. They had the Lincoln Field debacle for their entire 8th grade, which was directly outside all of their classrooms. And then they've had 2 years of construction and a year of COVID. Everybody needs a break. So, you know, just get everybody back to school and don't render that impossible by moving forward on an unnecessary phase 3. Separately, I want to go back to transparency and accountability and just the decorum comments. You know, it's always the folks who disagree who get a decorum comment. And, you know, this meeting, it wasn't just me. So it was, you know, it's consistent. You've heard now, again, more comments from SEIU about retaliation. It is a problem. All of my questions are now sent to outside counsel when I email the district. All of them. That is a waste of money. So I want everybody to know that you guys pay outside counsel to tell me that they don't have to answer a question like how much waste is produced by tearing down the history building, or asking for the demolition contract that the board already approved, but it wasn't attached to the agenda. So what exactly were you looking at? You know, it doesn't engender any trust when you can't answer questions and you can't produce documents that were voted on. Thank
The
you.
speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Ilana Siegel, I'm sorry, I think it was Siegel. She was here earlier.
I don't see her now.
Okay. Then we can move to Lydia Marraro. And then Wendy Dembo, and then Berenice Onofre.
Hello again. I wanted to speak in this public comment about the new swimming pool that is coming to Samoa High. I recently read the study that was produced in 2017 and that allowed you guys to build the pool on the side of the freeway. The 300+ pages of the study outline that in an acute exposure, which is up to 8 hours, no level exceed the allowable amount by the EPA of what is considered to be dangerous for a person. However, this study doesn't at all talk about cumulative exposure, which is what our students will be exposed to. Every day they will go for several hours with their lungs wide open, swim in that swimming pool. And I think that's a major mistake. I think that you should save some money, because although this report indicates that you shall not have any mitigation, such as building a big wall or anything to protect the students from the pollution, because this study was done for an acute situation of 8 hours, you are going to be having to mitigate eventually. So you should save some of your money, of your construction money, to attend to that. An acute exposure study should be ordered. And you will see that if your kids breathe everything that's in that study on the 300 pages every day for several hours, they will get asthma and they will get very sick. So hopefully you guys can order such study. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Dembo, Berenice Onofre, Erica Leslie, and Henry Placencia.
Hi, I just want to say that I had a very nice talk with Richard regarding the lack of art at Lincoln. And I just wanted to check in and make sure with everything that's going on that you had in the school is still working on figuring out a way to get a new art teacher, hopefully at Lincoln, so that everyone who wants to take art at Lincoln can take it, because it's an equity issue, because the kids who are at Malibu Middle School and JAMS can take art, but if you're at Lincoln and you want to take art, you can't take art. So I just want to make sure something's happening that doesn't get lost, and it's not another year where kids in 6th and 7th grade at Lincoln cannot take art. Also, a few years ago, we had a Math Pathways meeting at Lincoln, and at that point, nobody could tell us how the double acceleration was going because the first cohort hadn't graduated, but I think they actually did graduate. So I was wondering if one day we could find out what's happening with the Math Pathways and if the double acceleration is working, or if it would make more sense to have a 6, 7, 7, 8 math as opposed to skipping 6th grade entirely. So that's something that I think the cohort was supposed to, I think, graduated last year. So I'm sure everybody has the data. And I just wanted to also mention that my daughter did take some sort of state test on Monday after school. And it was exciting because it only took her about 20 minutes. And other than that, everything, you know, just waiting to get vaccinated. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Berenice Onofre, Erica Leslie, Henry Placencia.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Bernice Onofre. As many of the board members know, I have been advocating and addressing the issues of ELAC, the English Language Advisory Committee, you know, in the schools. This I have been doing for decades. It was emotional to hear the English learner parents, their courageous advocacy for English learners. The presentation of issues and recommendations are real, and I hope they are fully addressed and investigated for non-compliance. The ELACs, by their bylaws, they have 4 meetings a year. We are in very unusual times, and the English learners are suffering learning loss in a devastating way. I recommend that there be more than 4 ELAC meetings per year at all the schools, because there needs to be communication with parents. Parents are stressed out, and they need to have more information in those meetings. Additionally, I want to make sure that the issue of the single plan be addressed. How is the single plan developed at the ELAC meetings? How is presented to the site council? And how is that the parent who is supposed to sign that document understands what the person is signing? It is very critical. The presentation today brought some to light that it's not something very minor. It's a very big issue. It's actually non-compliance with the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Erica Leslie, Henry Placencia, then Krishan Lawrence.
Good evening, everyone. Can you? Hello?
Hello, Erica.
Okay, just trying to make sure I'm being heard.
I just heard you getting chased by a dog. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
That's my dog, so
Oh, sorry, that
that's
was
why I
Lori's
muted myself.
Thank you, all board members and Dr. Girardi. This is a long, brutal, and vicious meeting for having the patience to sit there just to be an attack, just for being a human being while you're sitting on this board for all these hours. I just came to just say this. We have the Michelle and Barack Obama exploratory, it's too long. Anyway, we have the Michelle and Barack Obama Center, and it's long past time that you paint that wall. It's past time. You guys agreed that this will be done. Please get it done. They graffitied the wall. Now it's time to just get rid of these old, dilapidated trees and put a decent picture up. I'm going for the low hanging fruit, not the stuff that I can't control. I can't control this pandemic. Whatever the county guidelines are, they are. We're just gonna have to live with it. You know, everybody just put your granny panties on and just deal with it, period. So that's all I have to say. Have a good night, you guys. Get some rest.
Thank you, Erica. You too. Okay, now I've lost my screen. Sorry. Henry Placencia, Krishan Lawrence, and Peggy O'Meara Searles.
I don't see Henry. Let me see if his last name, I do not see Henry. Let's look for Krishan. I do see Krishan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Krishan Lawrence, and I am an organizer representative working with SEIU Local 99. I've been sitting here in these meetings for a while now, and I love the work that you guys have been doing and hearing the information provided. But my only problem is we hear the parents' concerns, we hear the students' concerns, and of course, those are major. I'm a parent right now as well, but the only planning I haven't heard in all of this, I hear teachers. I have not once heard real planning or consideration around our classified staff. And we speak to the safety of everyone else, but our staff has not been addressed at all, considering that they have been here on the front line from the very beginning of this pandemic, working with people from the community to other staff, and no real testing or compensation come behind it. I hear all the money being spent, wasted, that can't be found, but I hear the challenges that's been presented tonight, which is a word that's been used a lot. And what I challenge you guys to do in all this major planning that you're doing going forward is to totally, in your planning, consider our classified staff. Even when it was addressed earlier by our executive director, Max Arias, just looking at some of the faces and how some people turned their chairs, looked very upset about him speaking to this. I consider and request that you guys, with all these plans you're doing, don't forget about our staff that has been here and continuing to be here on the front line, supporting all the students and the teachers and the parents that we are considering every month and every meeting I show up to. With that, I say thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. And the last public comment is from Peggy O'Meara Searles.
Hi, thank you again for letting me speak. I didn't get to finish. I know we've all had long days. I just want to thank you all for the work you're doing and giving people time to speak. There's a couple of points I didn't get to touch on. One, I feel like I've pivoted so many times, I've gotten my point shoes for ballet, hearing that word. I really want to address this learning loss. I think all of us need to change it. A lot of what's come out of this experience is positive, considering we're in a pandemic. And there's actually been learning and opportunities gained. So I want us to think to that and speak more to that, especially as a district. I also want to applaud, I didn't get to say this, but our music teachers, our itinerant teachers, and our teachers who move around and who really haven't been pointed out. Our elementary school music teachers go to 10 different sites, deal with 2,500 different students. And I'm a special education teacher. When I go in to do anything, I have special ed kids in mind. And I think anyone who's experienced what we've experienced in this trauma can somehow be, it can be put into perspective of what it's like to be a family and a student with special needs. We are often the outliers in the community. And I also want to speak to looking at the public comments that we get, and the representation in the public comments is disheartening in that it doesn't represent, just like the SEIU member just spoke up. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your name, but really being able to have more of these community conversations. And we had the DLAC present a wonderful and very brave communication tonight. And I want to see and hear when I come to the board as a 4th generation Santa Monican, a clear representation, people to feel safe, to come here, for you guys not to feel attacked, for you know, it's going to happen, but I just want that to open up and be more inclusive. And to any parents that are still here, I think they're all gone, but when we look in the plans that we've been making, I have been very thoughtful. When we think about the schools that have opened, they are mostly privileged schools. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say that, the public schools that are open, we kind of are in the in-between in Santa Monica. And I think we've been fostering an attempt to really listen to our community and their needs. And if we did open, we could be like the restaurants. It could be open, shut, open, shut. And finally, I want to speak to the health and safety of our members. I appreciate that we're all getting vaccines. I hope that you guys are getting vaccines and that we can all be back in class. And in special ed world, we have something called universally designed lessons. It's also something that's come out of architecture. And what that means is giving access to all. So while we don't have a perfect fit for everything, we can give access to everybody in a very structured, robust way. And it's part of our community's responsibility to create and collaborate on that robustness. I, as a parent, don't rely 100% on the school to provide my children's mental health needs, even though they are breaking down. And I have had very significant circumstances in my family. But part of my experience as a parent and being a parent and part of this community is reaching out, joining groups together in a way that is safe and healthy outside of the school so that our children can be mentally healthy, and not putting all of the weight and pressure on the school and the districts, because I think we all can work together to make positive solutions to think outside.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that completes our public comments.
Great. Thank you to the speakers for sticking around after 10, which now brings us to items K, major action items. And our first item is adopt resolution number 20-26. And while I should make Richard read this title, it is Recognizing Women's History Month. And Board Vice President Lieberman will read the resolution, or the whereases, therefore be it resolved.
Waiting for it to open up here. Okay. Now therefore be it resolved that the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Board of Education does hereby adopt this resolution to encourage the celebration of Women's History Month, the instruction to our students on the achievements and contributions of women, fostering in our students a greater understanding of the roles women have played throughout the history of our nation, and helping all students understand their responsibilities in protecting and preserving gender equality.
Wonderful. Do I have a motion to, I see Richard and I see Jen with the second, and Maria, you get the third. And we'll do a roll call. Lori.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Craig.
Yes.
Keith.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Brianna.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. Terrific. Lori, did I give you time to open up the next one? Adopt resolution number 2027, National Middle Level Education Month. And before we go on, if staff wants to address any of these issues, please chime in and let me know. Okay, Lori.
Okay. Now therefore be it resolved that the month of March 2020, but this is 2021, needs to be updated here, be declared National Middle Level Education Month, and that the public be afforded opportunities to attend middle level school events and participate in programs that focus on the nature of young adolescents and celebrate the ways in which our nation's schools respond to their needs and to the needs of the nation. Kind of a funny resolution, given that we passed this when we were closing schools down last year, and here we are, but we're about to open them up. So maybe the timing is perfect.
Okay, on that note, do I have a motion? I see Jennifer and Maria with the second. Craig, you're the third. Roll call. Lori.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Brianna.
Yes.
Keith.
Yes.
Craig.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
And I am a yes also. And I will just quote my dear friend Suzanne Webb, when she was principal in middle school. She would always say, being a middle school teacher, you just got to outlove them. You got to outlove those kids. It's so true. So hats off to all you middle school educators out there. Next one, number 3. And I think we have comments on this one. So we'll read the resolution and then take comments.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District pledges to maintain and grow our arts education programs in the 2021-22 school year and beyond.
And I know we have one comment from Janice Gabbard if she's here.
Yeah, help me because I can't go back and forth.
Yeah, it's Janice would be our comment if she's still here. I do see her name in the participant list. There she is. I see her on the screen. Janet, but you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. It says the host has asked me to start my video. How do I get this little message off of my screen? Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right. So it's late. I just wanted to commend the board and district for designating March as Arts and Music in Schools Month. I am actually a graduate of this district, and I'm the child of 2 graduates and a parent of another one. Well, I learned from some 20 years employed in the television and film production world that some of the biggest geniuses and most grounded and fulfilled people were those who were able to contribute to a group accomplishment through their own individual problem solving, be it lighting a set or wrangling the movement of cameras or creating the illusions of scenery or the application of music or choreography to tell the emotional story. Happiness and sanity are not exclusive to the intellectually gifted or even the most highly educated. Passion for the work is what it's all about. Finding the suitability and use of one's own resources and understanding one's own rhythms is what soul, and that in turn makes life as an adult satisfying and productive. This is why I like to remind all of us of the extraordinary advantages that arts education provides everyone. The arts teach that problems can have more than one solution and that questions can have more than one answer. If they do anything, the arts embrace diversity of outcome. Standard solutions and uniform responses are no virtue in the arts. While the teacher of spelling is not particularly interested in promoting the student's ingenuity, the arts teacher seeks it. Through the arts, students develop skills like resilience, grit, and a growth mindset to help them master their craft, do well academically, and succeed in life after high school. And one of the biggest lessons of all that the arts teach pertains to matters of value. Values are conveyed through the forms of life in which they participate. For children, these forms of life are made palpable by the value choices that the adults around them make. Among the most important of these choices is what schools should teach. The curriculum of the school shapes children's thinking. It's actually a mind-altering device. It symbolizes what adults believe is important for the young to know and what is important to be good at. It tells the young which human aptitudes are important to possess. It gives or denies children opportunities to learn how to think in certain ways. So without question, the position of the arts in the school curriculum symbolizes to the young what adults believe is important. Therefore, I want to thank the board for reminding everyone that now, more than ever, arts and music in our schools are not just core disciplines, they are essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. That was very well said. I appreciate that.
John?
Yes, sir. You have a comment?
I would like to speak to the motion, please. Is there a motion? I'm sorry.
We don't have one yet. I was going to do that, then I'd ask for the comment. Is there a motion? Richard, would you move the resolution? Is there a second?
Maria seconds.
Maria seconded. So now for the comment.
I was thinking Maria would first. So I just want to say thank you to Janice and to the members of our VAPA DAC and to Maria, who's been stalwart, big supporter of our VAPA for serving as our liaison there for many, many years. And this resolution came from our DAC. And I just want to echo how important the arts have been for my senior and throughout the pandemic. And I've so enjoyed being able to see the students of SMMUSD and their resilience in the performing arts. Whether it's, I'm sure you have seen it too, all of the different Zoom performances. I've just been really delighted by that. Watching them perform outside, or I should say rehearse outside, no performances. But I do really want to point out that there's one line particular, one piece of the whereas that I want to say the growing of the dance. So also the dance piece there is big. I want to do a shout out there. And I want to thank our very own Sarah W., who kind of wrote this resolution for us, because in good measure, this was there was a template and we worked on it. She worked on it. So thank you, Sarah. Thank you to the VAPADAC, and thank you to Marie.
Great. On that lovely note, I will call for a roll call vote. Lori.
Yes.
Craig. It's a thumbs up. Brianna.
Yes.
Keith.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that passes unanimously, which now brings us to, I'm going to give Lori a break on this next one and ask Maria to read our recognition resolution 2029, recognizing Cesar Chavez Day.
Yes, his birthday is coming up on March 31st. But let me read another before the last of the whereases. Whereas Chavez and the organization he founded at the UFW achieved the following: the first collective bargaining agreement between farm workers and growers in the continental United States, and the first union contracts requiring rest periods, drinking water, hand washing facilities, and protective clothing against pesticides exposure, and the first ban on pesticide spraying while workers were in the fields, and the first ban on DDT and other dangerous pesticides, and the first and only performing pension plan for retired farm workers, and the first union contracts regulating safety and sanitary conditions in the farm labor camps, and banning discrimination in employment and sexual harassment of female workers, and abolish use of the famous short-handed hoe that crippled generations of farm workers and extended to farm workers state coverage under unemployment, disability, and workers' compensation. Whereas Chavez influenced and inspired millions of Americans of all nationalities to seek social justice and civil rights for the poor and disenfranchised in our society. And whereas in 1990, 300 Santa Monica high school students supported Chavez in a peaceful demonstration in front of the Lowe's Hotel to protest the use of harmful pesticides. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Board of Education does hereby adopt this resolution to honor a man who devoted his life to improving the working conditions, safety, and dignity of so many by recognizing March 31st, 2020 as the anniversary of the birth of Cesar Chavez. The board calls upon all schools and justice-minded people of the community to honor the legacy of Cesar Chavez as a symbol of hope and justice to all persons. And this is passed and adopted this fourth day of March 2021. So
Thank
I
you.
move this.
Moved by Maria, seconded by Jennifer, thirded by Lori. We have one public comment on this, so we should, I believe Berenice Onofre signed up to speak on this.
There you go.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the entire board for this resolution about Cesar Chavez. And I want to thank board member Maria Leon de Vasquez for reading this resolution and for telling the story of Cesar Chavez in short. Cesar Chavez, his work was with the farmers in California. He walked the Santa Monica streets with Samoa students. Therefore, I request that a decision be made to return the Cesar Chavez mural to the circle at Samoa, and that the new building next to it be named Cesar Chavez Hall. Also, I hope that schools are involved with the events and activities. Remember Cesar Chavez, because he is part of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Berenice.
If there are no more comments,
I don't think so. I think there are comments on the later items.
Seeing none, Lori,
Yes.
Lori, okay, Jennifer,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
okay, I just got a sign saying my internet is unstable. Go, like I just did. Lori, could you do the roll call? Lori, my internet is fuzzy. Can you do the roll, finish the roll call, please?
I don't know how far you were.
Actually,
I'll say
Maria,
yes.
Maria's a yes. Brianna,
Yes.
and I heard Keith say yes. Jennifer,
You're muted. Yeah, okay.
nods her head yes, and I'm a yes. Internet came back. So that resolution is adopted, which brings us now to major item K5, adopt resolution regarding the release and non-reelection of certificated temporary employees. Dr. Kelly, I assume you'll introduce this?
Sure. So the next three items, 5, 6, and 7, address a timely notification of certificated employees with regard to their employment for the 21-22 school year. These are typical annual items that we bring to the board. It directs staff to provide notification no later than March 15th to these employees with regard to their status for the upcoming school year. The first one has to do with the release of and non-reelection of certificated temporary employees. These are employees that typically have replaced someone who's on a leave of absence or whose funding is uncertain for the upcoming school year. The second item, number 6, I'll just do all three of them, is the non-reelection of certificated probationary employees. That has to do with in the first 2 years of employment of a certificated person, the principals review their performance and make a determination regarding the permanency status of a particular certificated employee. And then the last is the potential release or reassignment of a certificated administrator.
Okay. I think we'll take each one separately because we do have public comments on one of them. So we'll start with K5.
Actually, we have public comments on all three, but most of them are on K5.
Okay, yeah. So release and non-reelection of certificated temporary employees.
Yes.
Anything clarifying for Dr. Kelly off of that? If not, we'll go to public comment.
Well, I will clarify. I think you said this, but I want to make sure this is true. These are done because we're not clear. There might be funding or there might not be. There might be need, there might not be.
So let me speak to that. With the release and reelection of certificated temporary employees, it's not uncommon that someone was given a temporary contract. It's known at the time of initial employment that they were given a temporary contract that would end at the termination of the school year. There's some provisions that could potentially end earlier, but these were all done for the end of the school year. We are still ascertaining whether the persons that may have been on leave, for example, are returning for next year and the staffing allocations for the various sites and departments that they. In many cases, many of these people are reemployed and become probationary employees in their subsequent year. So that's the temporary one. The other one, number 6, is the determination that the employees would not achieve permanency status in the district.
So the first one, they might be rehired under a new contract. The second one,
correct,
they're losing probationary status.
Not typical that they are rehired with a new contract.
Thank you. Okay, unless there are any other questions, I'm going to read the names on just on K5. Nikki Kolhoff, Lydia Marraro, then Lana Negretti. And there'll be more after that.
Lori, because of the number, we're doing 2 minutes per comment because I think there's 16.
Oh, you're right. There are like 16 comments.
So 2 minutes per comment.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Hi, it's Nikki Kolhoff again. My question is really more big picture. I understand that there are timelines by which these have to be, these actions need to be taken to preserve options next year. But after going through a rash of layoffs last year as a method of closing a budget gap, I would like there to be a discussion on, what that looks like big picture. And also to know if there is still a teacher layoff round of the, permanent teachers, if that's a different date, or if that would have had to be by today also. And to basically just get assurance that because we have declining enrollment, that we won't hear what we heard last year, which is that we need to cut teachers in order to increase class sizes to the maximum allowable amounts. While we don't want everybody to flee the district because it hasn't figured out how to come back to school, we do want to know that whatever decision those folks made, that we get the benefit of reduced class size, which is what everybody wants, instead of laying folks off to fill the budget hole when there are plenty of other ways to do that. Thank you.
Dr. Kelly, are there any layoffs of tenured staff or other staff that will be coming to the board?
At this time, staff is not bringing forth a recommendation for certificated layoffs for next year.
Thank you very much.
John,
Sir?
no, I appreciate your asking for that clarifying question from Dr. Kelly. I just wanted to make, and that we're statutorily required by March 15th to do such things. So I appreciate your asking for that clarity. But just as but Dr. Drotti has signaled and has spoken during his superintendent's report that there wouldn't be those kinds of layoffs too. So I just want to make sure that that I understood that correctly. Prior to tonight is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we've said it multiple times.
Yeah, this is something that Dr. Drotti has been saying for a while.
Yeah, I'm sure people are assuming, okay, we have declining enrollment, and it's happening everywhere across the whole California in our district, and so because of COVID. But we just, to go out and project what's going to happen in the fall, it's hard to anticipate that. So we're just being very cautious about those kind of moves. So,
we have 15 more speakers on this item, and it's already 10:30. So I think that asked and answered. Thanks so much, TJ. Who's next, Larry?
Lydia Moraro, Lana Negretti, and then Elisa Stewart.
Good evening again. Thank you, Janice, for your eloquent comments. Thank you, board, for your time and your sustained attention at this hour. About these pink slips, while we understand that these are a formality and you must notify the people that had one-year contracts that they are ending, I'd like to point out that one of these numbers actually is for 1 hour 10 elementary music teachers. Indeed, the 10th music teacher holding this position last year had to resign due to a family emergency just before school started, and the position was filled by a temporary contract. Now, of course, by looking at these digits, you would have no idea that one of these positions is one of our elementary music teacher. So I ask that you change the procedure and you add the position next to the number so that you as a board member would be fully aware of which contract is ending for which position, and you would be able to ask questions. I would like to ask two things of this board tonight. The first one is to change the procedure, as I mentioned, and the second one is to retain this position of this elementary music teacher and fill it again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Lana Negretti, followed by Elisa Stewart, and then Beth Devakul-Clark.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is the longest meeting ever.
No idea.
I can only imagine. Somebody asked me if I want to do board or city councils, like which meetings are shorter. Anyways, I am here to dovetail on what Lydia is saying. I don't want to be repetitive. So all I'm going to say is to add to that point about keeping that position, I just would like for the board to recognize that while it might have looked like it was a one-year contracted position, it was actually filling the 10th elementary music school teacher. And I work closely with them. And I just want to say that it is so necessary and imperative that we keep those teachers. They are already struggling to spread themselves thin across the board. And our district is mimicked by other districts, because I work with 4 other school districts right now that are each of their goals, Culver City especially, is to mimic what we do in the music world. And that is because we don't have a pull-out program, and because we have enough teachers at each site that teach their specific instrumentation to make our music program the robust, amazing music program that it is. It makes it the most equitable program because we're able to serve the kids who need the attention the most. And if we get rid of that teacher, we don't fill that position because we're looking at it as just a temporary contract, it's a slippery slope of falling back the other way. And I think the kids that will suffer are the ones that need the attention the most. And I also think that now we're going to ask these teachers to spread thin and start teaching outside their mastered instruments, which weakens the program in and of itself. And so that was my comments for you guys tonight. I think it's really imperative, like Lydia said, that we really look next to the numbers. What is this position? And really, was it a contractor position? Or in this case, was it someone who was filling in a permanent position? Is it really necessary to cut, or do we need to really look at it?
Thank you. Elisa Stewart, Beth Clark, and then Marco Marin.
Hello. I have had a child, at least one child enrolled in this district since school year 2000, 2001. While I could talk all night about how important SMMUSD music was to my older, typically developing children, I'm here to tell you about how elementary music classes throw a lifeline to SAI students. My son, who was diagnosed with autism at age 3, is now a 10th grader at Samo High. Before this year, the only time my son had the same classroom experience, that is not SAI, not collab, as the majority of students, was when he was in music class. If you ask him about his classmates in grades K through 9, he will remember only that the boys in the trombone section tell fart jokes. Ridiculous as that sounds, this type of interaction is crucial for a child's social development, especially for a child who has a difficult time making connections. Years ago, a commonly held belief among parents of SAI students in the district was that they herded all our children into elementary choir and let them space out in the hopes that they would drop up music altogether in 6th grade. I'm not saying that that's really what was happening, but we've all, as this group of parents, has been happy to note that in recent years, there's been increased enrollment of middle school and high school SAI students. I've seen this at Samo High. I've seen my son's cohort come up, and more of them are enrolled in instrumental and vocal music at Samo High. I believe that if we lose an elementary music teacher position and elementary music class sizes increase dramatically, then we risk severing a connection that is critical to the social development of SAI students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your serious comment, but also thank you for making some of us laugh. Beth Clark, followed by Sarah, you can't see Marco, so followed by Lindsay Okamura, and then Sean Pauling.
Hi. First, I want to thank you all for everything that you're doing. I commend you. I'm an LUSD school teacher, UTLA, so I feel your pain. So I just want to thank you for that, first and foremost. My name is Beth Clark. My son is Ethan Clark. He's a freshman in Wind Ensemble, AKA Band 5 at Santa Monica High School. He has been fortunate enough to have participated in the SMMUSD Robust Music Program since 3rd grade, beginning with recorders, as you know, and then since then with the trombone since 4th grade. He was first inspired by the incredible Mr. Pauling to pick the trombone. He saw these videos with him playing the trombone down the ski slopes, and then my son was like, that's when I'm gonna play. And he's continued to this day. He has excelled in his music since Roosevelt. The program at Roosevelt Elementary School was stellar. It amazes me how they are able to manage so many students that they each have over 200, and that is with 2 trombone instructors. I'm concerned for the current upcoming 4th and 5th graders that the program could be diluted if we do not continue to have those 2 dedicated trombone teachers as it has been all these years. As I said, I'm an LAUSD school teacher, and LAUSD used to have a robust music program years ago. However, they don't have that anymore. And I've been attempting to build that at my school. I would love for the school that I teach at to have access to the program that my son has. But it would not, what would happen with Santa Monica Unified is if there was too much for one trombone teacher for the entire elementary program, then I would worry that the program would suffer, that the program would be diluted and there would be large class sizes and it wouldn't be as robust as it has been all these years. And I really encourage us to be able to continue it as is and even grow it even stronger. I mean, it's just, it's amazing. It's, you know, as you know, it's got accolades and awards and it's well-deserved. And I just would hate to see that go away.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Lindsay Okamura, Sean Pauling, Heather Klink.
I want to thank you, very patient board and cabinet members, for allowing me to speak to this item. I appreciate your continued support of the music department. I wish instead we were meeting in the green room of Barnum Hall after a stairway performance as we have in past years, but this year, as you know, is very different. And my role as the music educator is different as well, but I believe it's so important, maybe more now than ever. Since 2006, there have been 10 elementary music teachers to teach all students in the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th grade, roughly 2,200 students. Each of the elementary music staff sees an average of 225 students a week, which is already the highest student to teacher ratio in the district, including middle and high school teachers. So I don't know why the district would even consider that this is the correct department to eliminate a position in. Elementary classroom teachers have a ratio of no more than 30 students per teacher. Most are closer down to about 24, 25, because little kids need more attention, not less. The reduction of a music teacher position will make it significantly more difficult to maintain the excellent instruction offered, as it would increase our student to teacher ratio to over 245 students. Schedule-wise, we can't keep offering the programs we do across the 7 sites we each visit per week with only 9 teachers. It actually cannot be done schedule-wise without combining sections or eliminating programs completely. This would be inequitable and disproportionately affect Title I schools who already have high class sizes because they're scheduled on the same day some of our staff must travel to Malibu to service students there. We love our job and we want to reach as many students as we possibly can, but let's think about teaching 246 9-year-olds for 1 second. We haven't backed down from the challenge of distance learning, and through our dedication, our kids have achieved the impossible. They learned how to play an instrument through a computer screen. This program was designed to work with 10 elementary music teachers because it's the best way to serve our student populations. I realize that all of you are voting on tonight. You're voting on to release a temporary position, but I ask that you commit to reinstating the 10th music teacher position for elementary in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Pauling, followed by Heather Klink, and then Sean Sonderegger.
Good evening. I'm an elementary music teacher as well. I'm the guy that was trombone skiing. I'm here to voice concern about the removal of the extra elementary music teaching position. Not only would cutting the music staff negatively affect our Title I schools, but it would also reduce the number of music teachers for our Malibu elementary schools. Malibu students would not be able to receive the same quality instruction as that of the Santa Monica schools. Slashing this position creates disproportionately large logistical nightmare, like Lindsay mentioned. And just to illustrate what would happen in Malibu, we'd have one less music teacher and therefore have to combine classes of unrelated instruments. So in order to receive that higher quality experience, it would actually be better to have, say, 20 trombones rather than a smaller class of, say, 15 students where there are people learning flute, others learning trombone, some learning trumpet. It's basically like teaching one class with volleyball, softball, and archery all in one. Each one has its own unique things you need to address. And cutting this position would create that situation in Malibu. This would not allow teachers to address individual instruments and would more closely resemble a voluntary music program where students have a lot less individual attention. I personally went through a voluntary music program in my education, and I can attest that the only students that succeeded in such an environment were ones that had families. They were able to afford private one-on-one instruction. So again, I urge you to not cut this position, and thank you for your years of continued art support.
Thank you. Heather Klink, followed by Sean Sonderigger, then Jesse Spike Gravel.
Hi, I'm also here to speak about the support of keeping our 10th music teacher in the elementary school. We're already struggling to find spaces for our classes at every site. So increasing our class size, which inevitably would be the result of 9 teachers instead of 10, would mean that our classes would need to be held in auditoriums, cafeterias, and NPRs, which are limited at all of the elementary schools. However, let me point out what really matters is the students. Increased class sizes would affect our students with IEPs. Our English language learners would suffer. Our 3rd graders would also be affected as their teachers would have less collaborative planning time. Providing music to all of our 3rd grade students provides the 3rd grade teachers much time needed to collaborate. They meet weekly, the 3rd grade teachers. They work together to plan lessons, review student work, design shared projects and experiences for the students. And that would not be able to happen with just 9 music teachers. Lastly, I would like to say that if the district values the music education that the 10 of us are passionately doing, deeming it essential is what I've heard. Thank you for all you art supporters. We ask that you please give us the same considerations that our other core curriculum classes are given and not put our class size over an amount which would be very detrimental for our students' education.
Thank you. Sean Sonderigger, Jesse Spike Gravel, and then Jarell Garcia.
Hi, how's it going? I'm Sean Sonderigger. I just wanted to come to introduce myself. I'm actually also a parent. My son Lucas is in 2nd grade at Grant School. I also am a graduate of Grant School, John Adams, and I went to Samo High before going to Loxa. My music teacher in John Adams was actually Angela Wu, who's still there. And I was with Mr. Sacco at Samo High. So I'm a product of Santa Monica. It's where I fell in love with music. Music is my life. I'm a composer, improviser, professional saxophone player and woodwind player. I have my PhD in ethnomusicology. I have my MA in ethnomusicology and composition, and I have another MA in jazz studies. So I just want to tell you a little bit about my background and how important growing up in Santa Monica and being part of this music program was for me. And just piggybacking off of what I believe Beth Clark was saying about LAUSD, the reason why, one of the reasons why I just started this position was because I just moved back to Santa Monica. I was in New York for 17 years. And after I finished my PhD, I was in the Bronx for a couple years. And I see what a music program's like when they don't invest in the arts. I was teaching 9th graders, but I was teaching some of the same material that I'm teaching to 3rd graders now. So it's really great to come back to Santa Monica to see the high level that all my colleagues are teaching at. And I just wanted to thank them. You know, I've never been with such a supportive cohort, and I really appreciate this experience, and coming back, it's really great just to see what an amazing program they've built. And yeah, so that's basically all I wanted to say, was just to introduce myself, talk about my experiences, and it's great meeting everybody and seeing everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Spike Gravel, and then Jarrell Garcia and Ryan Rawls.
Hi there. Hi, everybody. I know it's really late, and I'll try not to keep repeating what everyone has said, but I am also an elementary music teacher teaching at 7 sites in SMMUSD. I am passionate about it, and so I'm here to speak to this temporary position release. I'm also a parent of a recent graduate of Samo High, class of 2020. Boy, that's going to be a special one for a while. And a 5th grader at Edison. And yes, they have both been or are currently involved in the music program. So I'm here, as I said, regarding the release of my elementary music colleague, Dr. Sean Sonderegger. I am concerned that his release will result in a deficit in our elementary music program and what we can offer. He's such an asset to our program, bringing his expertise and his PhD in ethnomusicology, which I think is very important for the program to our students. I also wish to highlight that as that position was not a temporary position originally, and really only at the start of this year became one, I think that's important. You've heard others speak to the value and the breadth of our program. I want to highlight the need to keep those 10 positions, those 10 elementary music teachers, to continue that value and breadth, particularly during this upcoming year. I'm concerned about COVID-related health protocols and how it will impact our program. And I think that it's going to probably dictate procedures and class sizes that elementary music staff are going to have a hard time meeting and providing for if we're working with reduced numbers of staff. So please consider carefully the negative effect that reducing our team would be, which currently we're serving every 3rd, 4th, and 5th grader in the district. And we will continue to do so in the fall, but with the added challenge of COVID and post-COVID requirements. Thank you so much for your support of our music program and considering this move very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Jarrell Garcia, followed by Ryan Rawls, and then Susan Justin.
Hi, good evening. I am in a dream job. I'm a music teacher as well at the elementary level. And what makes me feel like it's a dream job is I'm in a dream district. I'm extremely thankful and proud to be part of a community where music and the arts are highly valued. I can't think of any other public schools where music is a core academic class, and so many different class options are offered at the elementary level. In Dr. Dradi's presentation to the community, spring of 2019, he lauded the visual and performing arts programs as one of the best programs in SMMUSD. We would like to ensure the quality of one of our strongest programs is able to that provides equitable music instruction for all students in grades 3, 4, and 5 district-wide. We ask that you retain the 10th elementary music teaching position so that we can continue to help build a solid foundation upon which the middle school and high school programs thrive. March is our Music in Our Schools month, so let's please keep in mind the power of music to help children find their own voice while also learning the importance of cooperation through interdependence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Ryan Rawls, Susan Justin, and then Zena Josephs.
Ryan, you're going to have to unmute somehow. Back to 1. No, you try again. Nope.
How about that?
I got you. Do you want to count you in, or are you okay?
Okay, it should be working. Yes, no? I'm on. Okay, I'm not sure how that happened, but I'm here now. So I come from a unique perspective here in that prior to coming to the Santa Monica School District, I helped build music programs in 6 different school districts through a nonprofit I work for. So I've seen the whole gamut. And even before I was here at the district, I would often hear music teachers from other districts and district art coordinators refer back to the Santa Monica Unified School District as the gold standard for music programs. And not just because of the awards that levels win at competitions and festivals at Samo High and jams and so on, but really there was always a pointing to the elementary music program. And as it supplied the foundation and feeding of the overall program to the robust level that it's at. And so I just wanted to speak to that, that as a district that is the gold standard of what a music program should look like, you can look back and see that the structure and the way it was assembled, of dating all the way back to when it went to Music for All in 2006, is something that we want to into the future. And that's the key thing here. As I've gone from district to district, very often a program might be just for these kids over here, but not these kids over here, or just these grade levels, or just for this time of year. But here in Santa Monica, it's every student all year round as part of the core curriculum, and that's key. And so we want to just keep moving forward with that. And it's also exciting for me as someone who teaches at all three levels. Elisa Stewart spoke earlier, and her son happens to be in my jazz band at Samo High, and so I'm seeing both ends of the spectrum, where it starts and where it can go. And so that's a real exciting thing, and we want to keep that going. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Justin and then Zena Joseph.
Hi, this has to be the longest Zoom yet, this year. And I appreciate all of you very much and all the work that you do. I wanted to address how the socio-emotional impact of music on our students is going to be super essential going into the future, during COVID and post-COVID, because, just hearing people and parents talk today about how tough this is, music just really can nurture. So I really appreciate the fact that it fosters community, and it's a natural outcome of our music program. And that's why I think it's one of the crown jewels of the district. The group social experience, the independent practice skills, the resulting focus, the gift of any performance, giving back to the community. That's what for me is truly social and truly emotional. And I was thinking about this today, and you know how you have memories from your childhood that are just kind of like those crystal clear moments, and you remember what the room looked like and everything. When I was in the 4th grade and I connected with my music teacher, that's one of my memories. And I guess that's maybe why I'm here. And so I really enjoyed hearing Ms. Stewart talk about her child too, because in chorus, I have a lot of SAI students who have come through and enjoyed singing so much that, it really does the job. And
the speaker's time is up.
So thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is Zena Josephs, if she's here.
I don't see her, but Wendy also signed up to speak on this item.
Oh, I don't see her, but okay.
It's much further down the list.
It's a weird.
Oh, the list is very. Okay. Sorry about that, Wendy.
Thank you. I'm just want to say that I'm very happy that you're not gonna hopefully get rid of any teachers, temporary or not, especially when the kids are going back to school. They're going to need as many teachers as possible. Smaller class sizes would make a world of difference because kids are going to need more individualized attention, I think. And I just listened to Ryan, and he was just saying how Santa Monica is the gold standard for music. And it made me a little sad that Santa Monica isn't the gold standard for art. There's no art at Lincoln for 6th and 7th graders. So you have a fantastic, robust, amazing music program. And for whatever reason, it just gets dropped in 6th and 7th grade at Lincoln. So I applaud your focus and intensity on maintaining a fantastic music program for all of the schools. And I just hope that you, you know, in Portuguese, they have a word saudade, which is like a wanting or missing. And I just kind of wish that I almost had to have people up here wanting to stop an art teacher from getting laid off. But there isn't, because we're missing that art teacher. So we don't have that art teacher to miss getting laid off. So anyway, thank you very much. My daughter is swimming at 6 in the morning, though she can't get ISPE credit for it. So gotta go. Thanks so much and have a good night.
Thank you, Wendy. And I see Zena, who I don't know if you're now on Zoom or you're on a phone line, but either way, it's your turn. You need to be unmuted though.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. You know, prior to 1938, the school district had music instruction for all K through 6 students with credentialed teachers. But after Prop 13, the only thing that survived after 1983 was the elective pull-out instrumental music program for upper graders, and it was only about 600 students. So it took a lot of effort up until 2006 to get music for all 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders with credentialed teachers. This is Pedro Noguera's concept of excellence through equity and action, from my point of view. And I know of no private school in the Los Angeles area that offers a music program comparable to what students in our district have equitable access to. District alumni perform in symphony orchestras, opera houses, and recording studios across the country and around the world, and they all started their music education in our elementary schools. During the recent State of the City event, Congressman Ted Lieu stated that the district will probably receive $9 million from the stimulus plan. So I don't see a huge budget crisis. Tonight, the board approved a resolution to declare arts and music in our schools month and to pledge to maintain and grow the VAPA programs. So it would definitely send a mixed message to the community if the board simultaneously votes to start dismantling the elementary music program by eliminating one position and not replacing this temporary contract with a probationary contract next fall. This would break a promise made to 73% of voters in Santa Monica and Malibu who approved Measure R in 2008. Quote from the ballot measure: funds used to retain highly qualified teachers, reduce class size, protect excellence in math, science, technology, arts, music, and reading. So thank you to the board for your support over the years. Music parents and community supporters will be following the budget process to ensure that the board and senior leadership ensure equitable access for all students to the district's amazing music program. Thank you so much. And I was quite amazed to see 358 people participating in this meeting at one time. So there's something to be said for Zoom meetings. Thank you again.
Thank you.
There's something to be said, all right, Zena, but I don't know if we can say it during a meeting. Thanks, Zena. Have a good night. I'm sorry, is that the end of public comment, Lori?
K5, yes.
Okay. Just a clarifying question, Dr. Kelly. This is a procedural move that we have to do on this timeline. And if, as the numbers take shape and you look at staffing, this can be corrected in the future. If you wanted to rehire this individual, you could do so down the road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where information is coming from. There's been no decision made about staffing levels for next year. So I'm not exactly sure where that information is coming from.
Oh, in that case, do you want to provide any clarification on?
No, John, just for clarity, we're not eliminating the position. We're just not renewing. These are just temporary contracts that have to come to an end, right? And that's all we're saying. We're releasing them, but we're not getting rid of the 10th position the 10th, I guess, elementary school position, the music position. Is that correct?
I can provide for the board greater context for this. Yeah, I think there's more information that we want to be able to provide the board, and I can do that in the Friday memo.
Sounds good. Yeah, because it's uncomfortable to talk about personnel. We can't.
Yeah,
out here. It's
No,
not-
I'm not saying about, I'm not talking about the individual. I'm just saying that an individual took the place of the 10th teacher when the teacher had to go on leave, and so that you needed a temporary employee to come in. So part of that, what we're releasing on these resolution is we're releasing that person, all staff that were on temporary contracts, because they're only good for that 1 year or whatever that time period was. However, my question to you is, we have that position. We're not by voting on this resolution, it does not eliminate that 10th music position, right? Is that correct?
That's by passing this resolution, this does not eliminate a 10th music teacher.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure everybody
That's
understood. We're not
correct.
eliminating that. Okay.
That's
all right. Okay.
I have a clarified
question. Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Maria, for asking that. And thank you, John, for asking for but for Dr. Kelly saying you'll put something in our Friday memo tomorrow, because I too.
Maybe more like Saturday or Sunday, but I'll let you know.
You can't hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it better? So thank you. So, but I just want to make sure that the distinction here is too that we're about to, so this is a temporary piece. This is not something like someone who's being released when they have had a tenure track contract right in the first 2 years. So that's separate, very different. So I wanted to make sure that that's clear. Thank you.
Any further questions for Dr. Kelly on this? Okay, so is there a motion to accept this resolution? Maria? Is that motion? And Craig second? Any more discussion or comments? All right, I'll do a roll call. Craig? Thumbs up. Keith? Yes, a yes. Maria?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Is Brianna still with us? Good. I'm glad she went off to be a kid. And I'm a yes also. So that is unanimous. And Dr. Kelly will get the board more information in our Friday memo so we can be more informed on how this develops. Thank you for that. The next item, Dr. Kelly already spoke to it, so we do not need to revisit that. It is Resolution 2031 regarding the non-reelection of certificated probationary employees. We do have a public comment on this.
Two of them.
Okay, we have two public comments on this.
Nikki Kolar and Wendy Dembo.
Okay.
I made my comment for all three and it was already answered, so I'm good on these. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Nikki.
The lights are already out there.
Wendy Dembo.
She might have logged off. I don't see her.
Wendy said she was going to.
Well,
yeah, your kid has to swim at 6.
Okay, so she may have been done too. Okay, so there are no further comments on case 6.
Are there questions for Dr. Kelly on this item? Okay, then I'll ask for a motion. Moved by Craig, seconded by Jennifer. I'll do a roll call. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer? Okay, yeah, sorry, Maria?
Yes.
Keith?
Yep.
Craig?
Yep.
Yes, Richard?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. So that is 7. So that motion carries. Case 7, adopt resolution may release and reassign certificated administrators. I guess we don't have public comment on this now. Is that correct?
Oh, Nikki already spoke. She was
great. So I will ask for any questions or comments for Dr. Kelly on this. Okay, I will ask for a motion. Craig, seconded by Keith, thirded by Lori, and we'll do a roll call. Maria?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Craig? Is a yes. Richard?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that motion carries as well, 7-0. Number 8, renew resolution declaring an emergency and delegating authority to enter into contracts. This is what we do every meeting because of COVID. And I know that it's Kim Nguyen who will introduce this.
Hi there. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, chief stewards, and members of the public. It is recommended that the Board of Education renew resolution number 20-02 declaring an emergency, originally adopted on July 16, 2020, that authorizes the superintendent or designee purchase materials, procure services, and take other required actions as needed to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 and reopen schools without a competitive solicitation for bids to respond to the emergency. This reporting occurs at every regularly scheduled meeting until the board terminates this emergency action. Attached to this agenda item is a running report of the services, equipment, materials, and/or supplies. The board must vote by roll call and by 4/5 vote to continue the emergency action and to approve the resolution. Since the last reporting, the following materials and/or services were obtained by the district. Custom 2 GB data plan extension, shared data pool and rollover service for education technology, classroom supplies for child development services, change order for COVID safety program consulting with forensic analytics consulting, driver back transit curtains for transportation department, cloth masks for transportation staff, headphones with mic for in-school hubs for child development services, laptops for food services staff, paint sprayers for safety zones and distancing for use by maintenance staff, batteries for portable sinks. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Is there a motion to approve this item? Moved by Craig, seconded by Maria. Any comments or questions for Kim? And then we'll do a roll call. Lori?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that motion passes unanimously. Super. Now brings us, we did that. Number 10, transfer of funds. That's probably a Melody.
I can handle this one. We had alluded to this earlier in our second interim report. We need to transfer $900,000 into our food services or our cafeteria fund 13 so that we can continue to pay salaries and benefits as we are not generating any revenue in that area at this moment. Thank you.
This was the item that Gerardo referred to.
Correct.
So we've already addressed it, but are there any further questions for Melody on this item? I should have asked for a motion. Is there a motion? Moved by Jennifer, seconded by Maria. Any further questions for Melody? Then we'll do a roll call. Maria?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
And me. I'm a yes. That is everybody. I mean, we've been here a lot. Like I'm doing the counting in my head. I'm like, that was only 6. Wait. Number 10. All right. Yay. Appointment of Personnel Commissioner. Dr. Kelly, is this you? Is this?
I can certainly do this.
Don't mind. I'm sorry. I should have warned you. I feel like I scared you.
No, I can certainly do it. Just give me a moment here. So we are the Personnel Commission. Sorry. Well, the Personnel Commission is filling a vacancy. One of the commissioners' term ended, and she opted not to. Miss Maria Stewart opted not to resume another term, and so there was a process facilitated by the 2 other personnel commissioners and the director of classified personnel, Josh Kahn, to replace the outgoing personnel commissioner. And so we're pleased to recommend Mashid Tarazi as a personnel commissioner. We had a number of individuals that are named in the border item who participated in the selection process. And so one of the steps in the process of her being appointed to the Personnel Commission is to be approved by the Board of Education.
Wonderful. Is there, and I believe she is with us, so I will ask her to come on camera. Then once we take our vote, perhaps we will introduce personally. Is there a motion to approve? by Lori, seconded by Maria. I'll do a roll call. Maria?
Yes.
Yes. Keith?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Yes, and perhaps if Mr. Ozzy is still with us, if she could want to come on and say hello. I'm sorry it's so late. Thank
Okay,
you
I
for hanging
wasn't.
in with us.
That's okay. I wasn't planning on coming, but I wanted to sort of be part of the process. So thank you.
You are part of the process now. Thank you so much for your future volunteer work to help our community. Thanks so much. Anybody have any questions or?
No, I'm just really honored. I'm really honored to be able to serve.
All right, well, thank you so much, and we'll look forward to seeing you at things down the road.
Thank you.
Welcome. Bye.
Yes.
Okay, we have 3 information items. And I saw that we had comments for information items, which is sort of curious, but I mean, we might as well. I see Alicia Mignano, Nikki left, and then Lydia and Zena.
Great.
Because we don't read these out, we don't do anything, but if they're here to make a comment, let's.
Yes, I am here to make a comment. We're almost there. It's almost the end.
Incredible that you're still here.
Yeah. So I also am on the LCAP PAC, and in December we were supposed to have the LCFF overview for parents presented. That meeting was canceled. And I'm here to speak about our supplemental grant, the funds generated by our most vulnerable students, our foster youth, our English learners, and of course our low-income students. And there was a difference in the amount that was generated, and there was a difference that was rolled over, I believe, into the general fund. And I am concerned because I see a great need in our most vulnerable students, and I'm concerned that these funds rolled over. I know it was a difficult year, but there is great need, and I'm here to speak for our students and say we need these funds. We need them spent on our most vulnerable students, and I ask you to make sure that this happens. And so that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, were any of the other speakers on?
Lydia and Zena signed up.
Lydia's here?
Let's see. Second.
All right, this is your last dose of French accent for the night. So this is on the VAPA media report, right? Yes. Okay.
You signed up, Lydia.
Yeah, I know, well, I'm kind of like losing track, you know.
Yeah,
So
VAPA mid-year
you
report.
guys are, you know, it's a long meeting. So on this VAPA media report, I want to bring your attention to the cover letter from Janice, where we highlight the fact that we have a hole in instruction for art at Lincoln in the 6th and 7th grade. As you know, all the other schools have art in 6th and 7th grade. This is and 8th grade. And this is something that has been spoken about quite a bit. I'd like to point out to you that we raise and spend over $800,000 of the 8 Foundation's money to pay PS Arts to give art to our elementary schools. And it seems to be quite a waste to then just interrupt the instruction of art in 6th and 7th grade. So this is a situation that has lasted for years. And I really, really hope that you guys are working on it. If you are working on it, we would love to hear what the progress is. And we would love to hear if the incoming 6th and 7th grader will be offered art at Lincoln for the coming school year. Thank you so much for
a wonderful evening and for all your hard work on behalf of our children. Good night.
All right, thank you, Lydia. Is Zena here still?
I don't see her. She had like a zip code thing instead of a phone number. Bonne nuit, Lydia. Bonne nuit.
Yes.
I see Zena in a box with her name.
She's in a box now? Yeah, she's Zena. Zena's here.
Okay, now I can't see her, but if she's here, we will.
Yep, there she is.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah. Somehow I ended up in a box.
Bring it home.
Thank you, and thank you for your endurance. That's all I can say. So, I mean, Wendy Dembo has spoken during public comment at the VAPA DAC many times, and it's a problem we've been aware of for years and been recommending. And the reason there are waiting lists at Lincoln and at JAMS for art, and it's happening because some years ago, the art staff at both schools was reduced from 1.4 FTE to 1 teacher. So this year, John Adams had 23 sixth grade students who requested 7th grade art and couldn't get in. And previously, the art teacher was a +1. She was teaching 1.2 FTE, 6 classes, and that took care of the waiting list. If she could be returned to 1.2, that would get rid of the waiting list. At Lincoln, as Lydia is saying, there's no 6th grade art class this year. 67 6th graders who requested 7th grade art were not able to enroll. That's a lot. And 15 7th graders who requested 8th grade art as a second elective were not able to enroll. So we really would help. It would really help to have an additional 0.4 FTE at Lincoln. And as I say, this is a problem that's been going on ever since the FTEs were reduced. And I don't know if you've looked at the report, but page 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 list the virtual art exhibits, dance, music, and theater performances during this year. The performances are on YouTube, and the art exhibits are, I gave you the URL where they're posted online also. So the VAPA teachers have been very busy this year trying to cope and figuring out how to, music teachers taping kids individually and then spending a lot of hours mushing all the individual tapes together to create a performance. And I know my nephew teaches choir up in high school choir up in Concord and spent his entire winter vacation doing that for his choir concerts. So I know the teachers here are doing similar work. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Zena. Okay. That was the end of the information items. I was not submitted any board member items. I do not have any other requests from members of DAC. We finished all our public comments, so therefore there is no continuation of public comment. Board member comments. I know Richard had a board member comment, but that was hours ago. So if he remembers what his board member comment is, he can do that now.
I saw this person on the screen. I think his name is Ryan Rolls, and I thought it was me because it's the bald head and it's whistling and there's a cup of coffee. Do you see that? So it's one of those, but it's not me, of course. But one thing I want to point out, and this was not my comment, John, but we've been here for 8 hours, and I'm not singing the blues or anything, but as a good card-carrying member of UFCW Local 270 and a longtime laborer, we need breaks. I'm just saying, if we're going to have an 8-hour meeting like this, I'm just telling you, with my health condition and things, I just want, there's going to have to be a break, because 8 hours, I'm going to need that. So let me see. And I'm also realizing I'm older than I used to be, because now I'm having a hard time remembering. I did want to say, I would like, John and Lori, I would like to have some conversation from the dais, pretty please, if members would like it in the days to come, about the art situation at Lincoln. I know we've talked to Dr. Trotti. I've reached out, as I know other board members have reached out to different members in the community who brought this forward to us. But I do think that it's something, and I feel confident that I've gotten some information from the superintendent, but it should be something that I think the whole community hears. So if you could please think of a time that could be brought forward, I wanted to ask for that. So that was that. I also want to ask if we, if things go swimmingly well with what the negotiations and things, and the will of the board and the district and the superintendent unfolds as we hope it will, that we also be thinking about the plan for us to return again, for those of us who are wanting to in person for school board meetings. And it would be a good way for us to work streaming video, right? Those of us who are inoculated and wanted to meet in person could have one set camera that appears on us, and then we could be there, because I really personally am feeling amiss with not being able to read people's well, you know the story, I'm tired. It would be great to be back in person. And if we're going to start to get kids back into person, I think we should be thinking about our meetings as well. I can't remember the other thing. None of what I just mentioned was what I wanted to say hours ago, but yeah. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Well, one thing at a time. So Richard has made a request of staff for a report at a board meeting about, I think it's bigger than just art at Lincoln, just maybe art and music in our district, plans moving forward. Are there 3 other board members who would like that report to happen?
Well, I think it has to go beyond that, because I think the BAPA did present a strategic plan for its renewal. So I think it would probably be falling on that bigger plan that I think, I guess we maybe connect up with Dr. Mora and see where it was, because I think it was going to be reviewed and brought back, but the strategic plan has already been introduced.
But I'm just saying, do we have 4 people that want this to come to a public meeting? I mean, I'm up for it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But I do want to be cognizant of the amazing pressures on Dr. Mora right now.
No, I know.
Reopening. So our priority is reopening. That's our priority. If we can walk and chew gum, we'll chew some gum. So that'll be
the only caveat. I mean, the only thing I would ask there, if we as peers do want that, and I underscore and completely second, third what you said about Dr. Mora, her time and her staff's time. I'm with you on that, but I also want to just speak that there is also a timely component here. If there is a direction that potentially could come from the board, we need to know what those kids are wanting to do for their next academic year. So there is a time factor there as well.
Okay. Yes, Greg, sorry.
So we've heard over and over and over again that Lincoln has a different allocation of assets than the other 2 middle schools. Now we're talking about doing a complete overview of all the arts in the district when we just had an excruciating meeting that lasted approximately 100 years, after having pretty much meetings every week this year, as opposed to every 2 weeks, which is our normal thing, and 4 or 5 hours, 6-hour meetings in an emergency. So Dr. Drati keeps explaining that there's a reason Lincoln is the way it is, and it all makes sense. So I would really much prefer if Dr. Drati went in front of the public and said, this is the reason, we stand by this, and either the board stands with them and we stop talking about it, or we change what's going on at Lincoln. But let's not pull the whole freaking thing apart. My God, we have so many things. We've got to get this district up and running for August. We don't have time to have public comments and debates about whether we use Oxford commas or not. This is insane what we're doing here. We have real freaking issues. We listened to 40 minutes of comment about a thing that wasn't even true about a music teacher. This is insane. And then we have to listen to 2 hours of people who are mad that we're not getting to things. We're not getting to things because we keep talking about this freaking minutia that doesn't make any sense.
I forgive me for trying to broaden it. That was wrong of me to say, but this is not agendized, so we're not going to get into it. I believe making these agendas, the issue of these meetings right now is that we have 4 hours of public comment at every meeting. So when you have 4 hours of public comment at every meeting, we're doing at most 4 hours of work, 2 hours of work, 3 hours of work. That's Zoom. We're in a world now where people log on, and we had 2 hours of comments on one item. We had 40, like I said, 40 minutes on this other one.
Well, we had 2 hours of comments on a serious item, but we had 40 minutes of comments on a nothing burger.
But we don't get to control if people want to.
I understand that, but let's not create a whole nother thing by pulling the arts apart. For God's sake, we do the arts really well. I mean, Ben, if you could just, for goodness sake, explain the Lincoln situation. Let's give him time to do that. And then we either say that's good enough for us, or we say, no, fix it. It needs to be the same because we can't talk about it anymore.
Let's have discussions about this at our small group lunches, our small group gatherings, and then we can get a pulse if there's any interest in taking. How about we do that? Let's do this at small group meetings.
We can do that, or if the interest is because the public wants to hear about the choices we have to make about the master schedules, we can definitely do that.
Craig makes a good point. We can't
John, since it was my comment that sparked all of this, can I just tell you what I was asking for?
Sure.
As one board member, I would like to hear about Lincoln and art. And as one board member, I'd like to talk amongst my my peers as to whether or not I support what's going on at Lincoln. And the only way I can do that, only way any of us can do that, is if we bring it to the dais and we talk the seven amongst us. I would like that opportunity to talk about what's going on at Lincoln.
Okay, well, let's as we get to agenda plan, let's figure out there's a way to do that, because I think it's really going to be really dangerous talking about one school from a board level. I think Craig is right. Let the soup give us some guidance on this, what he wants to do. I think we let the soup give us guidance on this. And if it's not adequate, then we can see where it has to go. I would vote. I would say no to, hey, we're just going to talk about Lincoln, but we're having a discussion about something that's not agendized right now.
We could do yes and. Let's let the soup explain to us what's what, and then we can say that's not good enough and we need to talk
Okay,
about it.
is yes and okay, Richard? Which is what I tried to say. That's what I tried to say. What was the second point you made?
I can't remember. I want to go to bed.
Bathroom breaks? I don't know what it was. There was something else you said. Okay, are there any other board member comments?
Hey, yeah, real quickly, is there a way to get a copy of that VAPA strategic plan? I heard somebody say that there was a strategic plan for VAPA. Is that true?
The mid-year report or the actual plan that they do?
No.
Well,
this was
I
actually-
haven't seen, I just heard somebody say that VAPA had a plan, and I've
There
never
is a
seen the
strategic plan
plan.
that was-
It would just be nice to see the plan, just to have some better temperature or read on.
It actually was presented to us as a board about maybe a year ago,
Yeah.
a year and a half ago.
Yeah, Dr. Moore, do you have a copy?
Before my time.
I'll follow up on that and I'll add it. I'll add something.
Just take a look at it. Just,
That'd be great.
It's not a, yeah, that's all.
Great. Next, Jennifer.
I just wanted to shout out, everybody should go to the beach and clean it up this weekend.
Is there a specific date for it? Is there something going on?
The PTA
Beach
council.
cleanup.
Oh.
Yeah.
The women of Lincoln STEM Club doing a beach cleanup.
All right, I'm gonna ride my bike over there. So
There you go. There you go.
And if you all want to just mellow out for a good hour, listen to the jazz concert. I saw it and it was wonderful for that 1 hour. And thanks to, here's where our families come in. Thanks to Lydia Moraro, who introduced a whole new technique. The kids were able to streamline it live. So they didn't have to mix it or anything. They actually played live and it was wonderful. It was a wonderful 1 hour concert, you know? Great. It was great music for me to have dinner with. So.
Anything else that anybody wants to end on a high note with good stories of music? Wonderful. Thank you all for your endurance tonight. This was a lot of meeting. Richard, is that just a piece? Peace out. Get some rest, everybody. Talk to y'all soon. Bye.
Yeah.